So whoever is close by, or if you know a colleague who is around the premises, but they are not in the auditorium, kindly alert them that we are getting started. We are behind schedule by approximately 15 minutes. Our program for today, those who have program books, starts on page 21, the lower section, and runs up to page 22. So today we shall be discussing sub-theme 2, which is water and environment for climate action. But of course we discuss this alongside the overall theme, which is water and environmental resources for enhanced resilience and improved income and livelihoods. So that is the overall theme. But today we have a sub-theme that we shall be concentrating at, which is water and environment for climate action. This morning's session is for all of us. It is a dialogue in which we are going to have a keynote speaker, followed by panelists that will discuss this sub-theme of water and environment for climate action. I have a team that will be running us through this session. A team of very beautiful ladies that will help moderate the morning session. And these are none other than Miss Mary Namukose from GIZ. I would request you to step up. And Miss Bridget Nimsima, a youth and younger professional. So they will be steering us through this morning session. You are most welcome. But before we start, we shall open the session with a prayer. And we have a canon designate, Engineer Annette Nantongo Turiamureva. So Engineer Annette, I call upon you to lead us through the opening prayer. And thereafter, the moderators will take charge of the session. See you at break.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today we will say the official prayer of the Ministry of Water and Environment. So let's humble ourselves in prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the gift of this new day. We thank you for the gift of life and health that you have granted us. We thank you for our families and our motherland, Uganda. We thank you for entrusting us with the leadership of this office, of the country, and all our different offices, and for the privilege to serve our country. We implore you, Lord, to grant us guidance in our management of this office, and especially during this third Uganda Water and Environment Day, and during our deliberations today. May the decisions we make serve the best interest of our country and bring glory to your name. In your mighty name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Just turn to your neighbor, at least of a smile, of a good morning. It's right and it's in order to do so, yes. And we should be grateful that we are here this morning. There are those who would have liked to be here, but they are not here. So by the fact that you've made it here, just turn to your neighbor and say good morning. Good morning, my neighbor. Yes, my name is Mary Namkose, as introduced by the Commissioner, and I work for GIZ in the project that supports transboundary water cooperation in the Nile Basin, and I'll be co-moderating this session with Bridget. Bridget, would you like to say hello to our audience?
Good morning to you all. Welcome to Day 3 of UWEC 2025. My name is Bridget Nimsima, and I'll be co-moderating with Miss Mary. Thank you.
Yes, we would like to be sure that our online participants are also getting us very well. Can the IT team just help us to check whether the online participants are getting us well? Maybe if we could get someone online to just say hello. Yes, and our keynote is right over there. We'd like to be sure that you're getting us all. Yeah, to start our session, there is a video which we will have before we go into the session. So we would like to request the IT team to play the video, please.
Water and the environment are at the heart of climate action, yet climate change is one of the greatest challenges of our time. But by reducing short-lived climate pollutants, such as methane, black carbon, and hydrofluorocarbons, we can not only slow global warming, but also create jobs, boost household incomes, and improve public health. To hit the two birds with one stone, there is need to invest in climate-friendly solutions, which will not only mitigate challenges of climate change, but also open doors to new economic opportunities. Renewable energy industries generate employment in solar, wind, and hydro sectors. Sustainable farming practices increase productivity and food security while reducing methane emissions. Eco-friendly waste management supports recycling businesses and cleaner cities. These initiatives will not only create immediate jobs, but also build resilient economies that sustain livelihoods for years to come. Therefore, urgent action on climate change, as outlined in Sustainable Development Goal 13, is essential. But its impact goes far beyond the environment. It is intrinsically linked to all 16 other Sustainable Development Goals of the 2030 Agenda. By tackling short-lived climate pollutants, we create cascading benefits, ensuring cleaner water, sustainable cities, responsible consumption, and a better quality of life for all. This year's event, running under the theme, Water and Environment Resources for Enhanced Resilience and Improved Incomes and Livelihoods, also has 4 sub-themes. Today's sub-theme is Water and Environment for Climate Action. This sub-theme will examine innovative water and environment technologies and climate change adaptation and mitigation strategies to address water scarcity, equity, accessibility, environmental conservation, and ecosystem protection.
Okay, thank you. Hope you all enjoyed that short video. So I'd like to introduce our keynote speaker for today. So our keynote speaker will be Dr. Diba, who is a research fellow at the Stockholm Environment Institute with over 10 years of experience in environmental, engineering, and sustainability research, specializing in sanitation, waste management, and the circular economy. His work focuses on sanitation, climate change linkages, greenhouse gas emissions, and resource recovery. He has contributed to UNEP and AFDB reports and worked across East Africa, South America, Europe, and Asia. Daniel co-leads a Sustainable Sanitation Alliance working group and holds a PhD in planning and decision analysis, as well as an MSc and bachelor's in civil and environmental engineering. Welcome, Daniel.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me clearly? Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and I will get right to it. Thank you, colleague, for that warm introduction. Okay. Hopefully my screen can be seen clearly. So I have been introduced quite comprehensively, so I will not say more about me, but for those that will get these slides later, well, there is some information about me if you would be interested in learning more. The topic that I am dealing with this morning that I have the pleasure of sharing with you about is water, environment, and climate action. And I'm going to divide my talk into three parts. One that will lead with more information about what exactly are the linkages between these three areas, water, environment, and climate change. The second part will be, okay, how exactly are we as society responding to these challenges from a policy perspective and a practice perspective, and what emerging challenges do we have to deal with as we respond to these linkages. The third part will essentially ask the question that probably everyone could ask after a discussion like this: what should we do now as a result of these linkages? And I will get straight into this. So climate change is indeed one of the biggest crises or challenges of our time, if not the most preeminent crisis of our generation. And its preeminent manifestation is through global warming. So you can see on the chart that is on the screen right now that average surface temperatures around the globe have risen by almost 1.5 degrees. If you compare between where we are right now in 2015 with pre-industrial era, so that's the time before 1850, there has been a steady increase. Of course, if you compare year to year, some years average surface temperatures go down, but there is a steady increase over the past century or so to get us to where we are right now. And that definitely means that the lower target with regards to the Paris Agreement of keeping global warming below 1.5 degrees centigrade is something that we are already getting past, and something that is a cause for concern. But also we see that this phenomenon of global warming does not necessarily manifest in the same way when you look at from a geographical perspective. Some countries are worse hit than others. As you can see, for example, in the northern part of the African continent, the average temperature rise, if you compare where we are right now with how things were in the past, there is a much larger increase in average surface temperatures. If you see in Canada, for example, but also in parts of Europe, especially in the central and eastern and southern part of Europe, some of you that follow these issues on the news, you hear every time, every year almost during the summer, there is increasing heat waves with a lot of people suffering from heat strokes in many European countries, especially in the south. And this shows that climate change is something that we indeed have to be concerned about because we face this in our everyday lives. But if you ask, how exactly does climate change interact with the water sector? Now, I have this nice diagram that I found from the US EPA that tries to put a finger on what exactly these different interactions between climate change and the water cycle are. Now, there's a lot of complex information here, but I will highlight just a few things. That if you have increasing average temperatures, for example, on the right-hand side here, you can see that plants or crops, in the context of agriculture-dependent countries like Uganda, will have crops using up much more water and hence having more water needs. My father is a farmer, and a long time ago when I was a small kid, he used to grow crops without needing to irrigate. Nowadays, if he does not, add water into his gardens, there is no chance of getting a good harvest. And this is something that we're experiencing on a personal level. But also you have increased evaporation, but also increased temperature over time when it comes to surface waters, lakes and rivers, and that has implications for aquatic biodiversity, but also the ability of surface water bodies to fulfill their ecosystem services to us. And this, of course, contributes to increases in rainfall. So you have heavy precipitation events, increased flash floods, but also the severity and intensity of floods happening. And this is of concern, especially in densely populated urban areas like Kampala, for example, and other cities in the context of Uganda. But also, on the other hand, you could have more severe droughts in between rains. And that, of course, also has implications for increasing water usage, whether for agriculture or at household level, but also in industry. And that also implies a reduction in runoff, for example, and that, of course, has implications for infrastructure that has been designed to depend on certain amounts of runoff. I will not describe more about this part of the diagram because that we do not experience very much in Uganda, not having many places with snowfall. But in areas like the southwestern part of Uganda, where we have snow-capped mountains, that has become something to be concerned about nowadays because you have much less than it was in the past. And so we see these interactions happening between climate change and the water cycle, and that has implications for how we manage infrastructure in society, but also how we go about our everyday lives. And to give a few more examples, because I work a lot on the sanitation sector specifically, and a couple of ways in which climate change manifests itself in impacts on the sanitation system is one, if there is not enough water, that might mean, for example, households might have to go further to collect water that they need for sanitation services. You might have poor flush toilets that don't work, and that drastically reduces hygiene standards. But you also have waterways that are impacted by wastewater discharge, for example, and other forms of pollutants, and not having enough water to keep the drainage moving. If people cannot handle the hygiene situation in the toilets that they have access to, they could return to open defecation. But even for those that still use sanitation systems, you could have sewers becoming blocked, especially if they have been designed to depend on gravity flows of sewerage. So these challenges are there if there is not enough water, and that's in a context of drought. But on the other hand, if you have floods, that also has challenges. Pit latrines might collapse for those that do rely on on-site sanitation. And in many instances in Uganda, for example, the majority of the population actually relies on on-site sanitation systems. But another implication of this is that also groundwater can get polluted, especially as pit latrines or septic tanks and other forms of sanitation infrastructure gets inundated with flood waters. For those that do rely on vacuum trucks, for example, to transport and empty pit latrine, septic tanks, etc. It's difficult to empty a pit latrine if it has been filled with flood water, but also the truck might not make it to some locations because roads are impassable as a result of floods. But even for those that do not rely on these fecal sludge management systems, there could be increased overflows, through the sewer systems all the way to wastewater treatment plants. And this has been a challenge, for example, in the UK, where citizens have been advised not to go near certain water bodies to swim, for example, because there's just so much untreated wastewater flowing into those water bodies because, the systems cannot handle the overflows. So these examples really show these complex interactions between climate change on one hand and the water cycle, as well as the water infrastructure all the way from upstream to downstream in society. But on the other hand, we can also see that sanitation systems or water cycle in general and the water sector does contribute to the climate challenge in the first place. And there is a study that was done by the Global Water Intelligence a few years ago, trying to quantify the contribution that the water sector makes to greenhouse gas emissions. And so this was divided into three parts. So looking at water supply, and then wastewater management. So that's for the part of the population that relies on sewer systems and wastewater treatment, but then also on-site sanitation systems. So we can see that the contribution is fairly split equally across these three parts of the water sector, with water supply systems contributing to greenhouse gas emissions, especially through carbon dioxide emissions from energy use, as energy is used for water abstraction or for water supply networks, but also water treatment. And in countries like in the Middle East, for example, where a lot of desalination facilities are used, that also contributes to greenhouse gas emissions. When it comes to wastewater management or fecal sludge management, and also treatment of wastewater and fecal sludge, the contributions are split. There's a bit from energy-related emissions, especially for wastewater treatment or pump systems for pumping wastewater. But also there is methane emissions from treatment of wastewater, but also from on-site sanitation systems, as well as nitrous oxide from denitrification and nitrification systems in wastewater treatment and other such processes. So we see that the sanitation system and the water sector in general also contribute significantly to greenhouse gas emissions. But not only this infrastructure for managing the water cycle, if I might call it that, there is also contributions that might not necessarily be related to water infrastructure. But for example, in wetlands, if they are poorly managed, naturally they should be helping us as a carbon sink, but they also can contribute to greenhouse gas emissions, but also peatlands and other such marine ecosystems. If they are poorly managed, they can tend to become carbon emitters rather than carbon sinks. And it has been estimated, for example, in the World Water Development Report in 2020, that a third of greenhouse gas emissions up to the year 2030 could be attained through ecosystem-based mitigation. So if you focus on wetlands, peatlands, and aquatic and marine ecosystems, you could actually have a third of the greenhouse gas mitigation that we need to do until the year 2030. And in the context of water-related infrastructure, the sanitation system, for example, if you see here that 2/3 of the water sector's emissions come from the sanitation systems, this is almost equivalent to the same quantity of emissions that come from the aviation sector. But of course, when you hear the discussion in a policy context, there is much more space and attention given to the aviation sector and what we need to do to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions, but not as much to the sanitation or wastewater management sector. But I posit that that's something that we need to pay attention to if we are indeed to achieve our targets under the Paris Agreement. Now, The impacts of climate change and these interactions with the water cycle also have implications for other sectors. They do not only stay within the water cycle or the water sector. There's implications for biodiversity. I mentioned briefly in my previous slide about aquatic and marine ecosystems, but also there is significant implications for health services. As we have climate change, there is more widespread and more deadly outbreaks of diseases like cholera and dengue, and this has been observed globally, but also exposure to waterborne and water-related diseases, especially if you have situations of flooding, which are increasingly common. But also, if you do not have enough water, that contributes to water-related diseases, water wash diseases, as they call them. But there's also, and of course, this probably can be discussed later. We do have the PS for the Health Ministry on the panel later today. But there is also, of course, I talked earlier about the linkages between sanitation systems, for example, and transport, where trucks might be used to empty sanitation systems and roads become impassable, of course, if you have floods and transport networks are affected. But there's also implications for energy security, if you have energy generation facilities affected by floods or droughts, but also livelihoods. And this is something I will highlight briefly because there's been a lot of discussions over the past 2 days about livelihoods and income generation and how the water sector can contribute to livelihoods. 3 out of 4 people that live in poverty rely on agriculture and natural resources to survive. So if you have climate change increasingly impacting natural resources, as well as the ability for people to produce their own food, that has significant adverse implications for our ability to achieve our targets for poverty alleviation or poverty eradication in a context like Uganda. And yesterday in the panel discussion, a lot of discussions were had about, contributions between climate change and pressures on the environment to migration. So I will not discuss more about that for now. But these impacts do not only spill over into other sectors, but also across borders. So at SCI, we do have an initiative called Adaptation Without Borders, and they have produced a transboundary climate risk index that tries to help us understand how exactly is climate risk spread across borders, so that when we are talking about adaptation, we should not only focus our discussion on what happens within our borders, but the discussion should also include the climate risks that we are exposed to from other countries. Because nowadays we live in a globalized world and all countries are connected in one way or another through either trade or the movements of people, for example, with respect to the discussion about migration internally or across national borders, but also biophysical flows of materials, agriculture, commodities, etc., but also finance flows, foreign direct investments, but also things like climate finance and other forms of finance that travel across borders. And these have implications because climate change impacts in one country can have severe implications for other countries, even thousands of miles away, that are connected to that country through any of these 4 climate risk pathways. And I will demonstrate this with just a couple of examples. 2 of them focused on Uganda. So for example, Uganda does produce a lot of Robusta coffee, and many countries depend on Uganda for coffee imports to those countries. And this is a diagram showing the top high-risk bilateral trade relationships for Robusta coffee. So for example, what happens if climate change impacts in countries that produce Robusta coffee, like Brazil, Uganda, Vietnam, etc., what would happen to those bilateral trade relationships between the producing countries and the exporting countries? Uganda exports some of its Robusta coffee to Rwanda and some of it to Switzerland. And these are just 2 examples. Of course, there's many other countries where Uganda exports coffee too. But if you do have a business as usual scenario of climate change, so if the world as a whole does not do much to mitigate climate change, there could be up to a third reduction in the production of Robusta coffee in Uganda. And that means that Uganda could not be able to export the same amount of Robusta coffee to its importing trade partners as it does currently. That, of course, has implications for bilateral trade relations, but of course, it also has implications for livelihoods. And also, of course, the supply chains in those countries that do depend on Uganda for these coffee imports. And of course, this has implications for the private sector that is engaged in import-export businesses, but also the supply chains related to different agricultural commodities. On the other hand, there are also climate risks to Uganda from imports that Uganda makes. And this is just one example, for example, with regards to wheat imports, because Uganda does import a lot of wheat from the country of Russia. This diagram shows how Russia is connected to various countries through agricultural commodities like wheat, rice, soy, and maize. And if you have this same business as usual scenario of climate change, which in the scientific community we call representative concentrated pathway 8.5, which is described as the business as usual scenario, that we do not do anything much about mitigation to climate change. We just continue as things are right now. And what could happen over the next century is that for some crops, actually, an increase in annual average temperatures does imply a positive impact on yields. So, for example, for maize, soy, and rice in the context of Russia, because this is not the same in every country. But when it comes to wheat, there could be negative impacts on yields, and yields could reduce significantly. And Uganda is one of the top 10 countries that import wheat from Russia that could be severely impacted if Russia is no longer able to produce as much wheat. Either they have to prioritize domestic consumption, or they have to prioritize between some of their trade partners. And as you can see, we are quite many. But for Uganda, actually, this would be significantly, of concern, because in 2023, for example, Uganda imported a total of $237 million worth of wheat, but $172 million worth of this was from Russia. So this is over two-thirds, 70% of wheat imports in 2023 were from Russia. So this should be of concern if climate change impacts in Russia affect Uganda's ability to import wheat. And that has implications for bilateral trade relations. And this is not just a hypothetical scenario. This is not just hypothetical scenarios in these studies that are being done, taking a forward-looking perspective. This is already happening. And this example just shows what happened within the past decade. Senegal, around the year 2008, was importing up to 85% of its domestic rice consumption was from imports. And because in these four countries where Senegal does import a lot of its rice, policy decisions were made partly as a result of climate impacts on the ability to produce rice. So, for example, I think India, if I remember correctly, introduced a ban on rice exports, and Vietnam introduced a minimum price for rice exports. And that significantly affected the ability of Senegal to import rice, because prices in a very short time rose by over 200%. And we could see that in the next 5 years after this period, Senegal's imports of rice drastically reduced, even as the prices increased sharply. And even more recently, I mean, for those that do live in Europe, personally, I've faced challenges recently because the price of olive oil has shot up drastically as a result of climate-related impacts in the southern European countries that do produce the majority of the world's supply of olives. Spain, Italy, and Greece, for example, over the past 2 growing seasons, they experienced severe droughts, and that has drastically affected their ability to export olive oil. And as a result, I have to pay almost twice or thrice as much as I used to pay, 3 years ago for olive oil in my local grocery store. So these impacts in terms of how climate risks are transported across borders, for example, through bilateral trade relations, are already happening even right now. And this situation could get worse over the long term. And we see here also that these transboundary risks do not exactly have the same pattern as in-country climate risks. So at the bottom, you can see here this the ND Gain Index, which is an index that tries to depict the vulnerability of different countries to climate change. And as you can see, for example, many countries in sub-Saharan Africa are extremely vulnerable to climate change. But if you look at the transboundary climate risks and how those are spread across countries, then it's a different map. So it's not necessarily a divide of, okay, you know, low and middle income countries versus high income countries, because you see many countries in Europe, for example, are also equally vulnerable, or even more vulnerable than other countries in sub-Saharan Africa, for example, because they have much more exposure through these bilateral linkages to other countries. So it's important to take in note that as we think about national adaptation plans, as we think about climate action plans, we should not only be thinking about what happens within our borders. And I say this because we're living in a world currently where the global geopolitical order is being changed right now, and there's a lot of rethinking about foreign policy strategies. But as far as climate change is concerned, we should all be heavily invested in the adaptation efforts in the countries that we are tightly linked to through these various risk pathways. Now, in my second part, I will briefly describe what responses there are in society to these linkages, but also the emerging challenges with these responses. Now, through this conference, we're talking about water and environment sector. And these, it's been shown, of course, that they are foundations for the rest of society. This diagram is the so-called cake model of the Sustainable Development Goals, which aims to depict that the biosphere, which essentially is, you know, water and environment sector, are the foundations that uphold the rest of society and the mechanisms that support society and the economy. And when you look at it from this perspective, you get to realize that actually water and environment are solution multipliers. You know, there's been lots of discussions over the past 2 days, for example, about trees and growing trees and afforestation and how this can contribute to carbon sequestration. But also, you know, we talk about mitigation interventions in sanitation systems, for example, and how those can enable us meet the global methane pledge, but also how conserving wetlands are nice. In the opening session on Monday, the representative of the Archbishop talked about conserving wetlands and wetland ecosystems, which do provide natural buffers against things like floods, but also other extreme weather events. And we also know, for those that work on water related infrastructure, that investing in resilient water infrastructure can help communities as a whole to cope with climate uncertainties. So solutions do exist from the water and environment sector, but sometimes low awareness and internalization of these linkages does hinder implementations. And this low awareness and internalization partly manifests itself through policy gaps in policy frameworks, but also at national level. And I will just highlight a couple of examples here. At SCI, we do run the NDC SDG Connections tool. So this is a tool that has data from all the nationally determined contributions, so essentially the climate strategies of various countries that are submitted to the UNFCCC process. And we map how these address the various SDGs. So the different activities within each NDC, how do they address the different SDGs? So we did an analysis in collaboration with Sanitation and Water for All, but also the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe to understand to what extent are climate linkages with water and sanitation integrated into this nationally determined contribution. Now, for NDCs from a total of 144 countries, which had been submitted by May last year, these results were not very encouraging because for most countries, you know, water and sanitation were not mentioned at all in their nationally determined contribution. And as you can see here, red is for indices where these different aspects are not mentioned: water supply or sanitation and hygiene, or transboundary water management and cooperation. Whereas on the other hand, high priorities where there are at least 3 activities related to each of these 3 aspects being mentioned or discussed in the activities in the NDC. Unfortunately, of course, the Ugandan NDC is one of those that really do take these 3 aspects into consideration. In the African continent, Uganda comes 3rd after Morocco and Cape Verde as the country with several activities dealing with water supply and sanitation, but also transboundary water management, which is a good thing. But on the other hand, if you look at national adaptation plans as well, this we found a much more encouraging picture overall, that when it comes to adaptation, water supply, sanitation, and transboundary water management and cooperation are actually considered in the national adaptation plans of many countries. So this is data from a total of 58 national adaptation plans that had been submitted to the UNFCCC by September last year. So it's a more encouraging picture overall. And this perhaps demonstrates that the adaptation linkages between the water sector and climate change are perhaps much better understood from a policy perspective. But on the other hand, if you ask, water and sanitation, for example, to what extent do they take into account, climate-related risks and climate change-related aspects? We looked at data from the GLASS survey, which is the global analysis of water and supply and sanitation systems, which is done every couple of years or so, led by the WHO. And they had data about the extent to which climate risks are addressed in urban sanitation policies, rural sanitation policies, but also other water sector related policies. And less than half of the 121 countries that did respond to this survey say they actually do take these climate-related aspects into consideration. So this is a cause for concern as far as the policy linkages are concerned, because policy gaps can also translate into gaps in finance. So for example, if you look at all the climate change-related aid flows that have gone into Uganda over the past 10 years. And this is data from the SCI's Aid Atlas tool, which tracks flows of development aid or development finance from all donors to all recipient countries for all purposes, basing on OECD data. We see that in the case of Uganda over the past 20 years or so, the majority of climate change related development finance has gone to the energy sector and much less to environment and water and sanitation. So this shows, of course, as the Prime Minister said on Monday, that we in the water and environment sector need to do a much better case in articulating the linkages between climate change and our sector, and how we contribute solutions to addressing climate-related challenges. But of course, finance in general, climate finance in this case, is not enough. Because even when climate finance is available, we still need to address project finance, which is a crucial issue. So every now and then you have global leaders coming together at different summits to say, okay, this is how many billions or trillions we need to provide for climate finance. But this is not enough if we do not address how this global climate finance can translate into actual projects that are financed at a local, national, or regional level. Because it's important to know that climate finance will not lead to fast enough action on the ground without viable projects to finance. And these aspects that we cover in the SCI's Finance for Sustainable Development program, especially now as we are increasingly talking about engaging the private sector and private investors in climate action and sustainable development. We know that finance will always flow to viable projects, and hence there is a need for much more focus to look at how we can understand the drivers of viability. And so we can learn from completed projects how they have made financial close possible, but also how risk instruments are used to address risks, but also how to translate this into lessons that can be shared widely. In conclusion, for my third part, I will make a couple of suggestions about what we can do to take these interlinkages forward. And these are just 4 suggestions I will make here as I conclude. So one is about the fact that we need to conduct comprehensive climate risk assessments at national and subnational level to really understand how these linkages between water, environment, and climate do manifest at a local level. And of course, in conducting these assessments, there is a need for more closer collaboration between academia and other stakeholders so that we can generate evidence in the local context, because some of these linkages are underexplored in the research that has been conducted to date. But of course, that also means engaging a wide range of stakeholders within and across borders. I talked earlier about, how climate risks manifest across political or geographical boundaries. And there's also a need to, of course, build local capacity. Yesterday in the plenary, there was a discussion about how to translate these discussions at district level. And this is something that we do need to take into account. But lastly, also, there's a need to engage the finance sector, to innovate in developing finance mechanisms that can mitigate risk in financing, projects, to make projects much more viable as entities that can be invested in by a wide range of stakeholders. So these are 4 suggestions that we can take with us going forward. I thank you all for listening to me.
Yes, every time you listen, you learn something new. And I think our keynote really did a very good job to give us the overview of how climate change interacts with the water sector and how even the impacts of climate change spills over to other sectors of the economy. I think he also really noted the transboundary context of climate change impacts and the need for us to think beyond our borders. At this point, I hope, Dr. Ndiba, you will stay with us online throughout the session. We will keep engaging, but I would like to take this opportunity to invite our panelists to come and take up their seats. Mr. Raymond Ryoka, please come and take over your seat. Mr. Andrew Kilonzo, you're most welcome. Come over and take your seat. We have our panelists online, Dr. Chiji Ojuku. Are you online? IT team, can you just
online, thank you.
Yes, you're most welcome. Mr. Fred Onduri, you're welcome. Please come and take your seat. Mr. Semambo Muhammad, you're most welcome. Please come over and take your seat. Dr. Juan Carlos, are you online? Can we confirm if we have Carlos online as well? You're most welcome. Yes. Carlos, you're most welcome. We see you online. So thank you very much for joining this panel. We see the panel is not very well gender balanced, but the good thing that you have moderators who are ladies, and we are very passionate about this topic. And I know that we are working very well to really address the impacts of climate change. So To you, our panelists, we would like to give you 1 minute to just quickly introduce yourself and tell us what you do. We'd like to start with the members who are here physically, and then we shall move over to our online panelists. So starting with Mr. Semambo, please.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Semambo Muhammad. I'm an Assistant Commissioner, Climate Change, but in charge of climate change mitigation and adaptation. Just to allay the fears of the moderator, I'm here to represent the Commissioner for Climate Change, who is Madam Margaret Athen Mwebesa. So in the aspect of gender, at least see me as representing a gender constituency. Ladies are well represented in this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, you're most welcome.
Thank you, moderator. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Onduri Machulu Fred. I'm here in my capacity as the current chair of the advisory board of the UN Climate Technology Center Network, which basically deals with technology for climate change. Thank you.
You're most welcome.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good morning. I'm Code Raymond Rioka. I'm a Regional Director of Africa Climate and Health Alliance, an alliance of partners that work on climate and health from 38 countries in Africa with a continental office in Addis Ababa. We are happy to be here, and I also founder of 08th Uganda. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Andrew Kilonzo. I'm a neighbor to this facility. I look after a business called Uganda Breweries Limited. So we are located at Port Bell, and we make interesting drinks. Thank you. Thank you, moderators.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kilonzo. Yes, and we love your drinks, the drinks that you make. And we are happy to have you. Yes, our panelists online, can we have you introduce yourselves and what you do? Carlos, would you like to start?
Yes, Mary, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to greet you and to greet you all. My name is Juan Carlos Sanchez. I am Senior Researcher at the International Water Management Institute, focusing on issues of policy and political economy. And I'm also representing today our Director for East Africa, Dr. Abdul Karim Said. Pleasure to be here with you all. Over.
Thank you, Carlos. You're welcome.
Good morning, all. My name is Chiji Ojukwu. I retired from the African Development Bank as Director of Agriculture and Agro-Industry a few years ago. Now, currently, I'm the Managing Director, Africa Projects Development Center based in Abuja. Our main focus is working with youth, especially in urban farming and application of climate resilience practices in producing niche commodities. We also collaborate with partners like AIM in Uganda and IITA both in Nigeria and DRC. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our panelists, participants. I think now you have an overview of who is on the panel, and we would like now to go into our panel discussion to reflect on the keynote that has been given to us, but also these people are from different sectors of the economy. They are in different service industries, so we would really like to get their perspective on the theme of the week, but also on the theme of the day. Climate change is real, climate change is here with us. So I would like to hand over to Bridget to take us through the first round of questions, and in no particular order for the panelists.
Okay. Thank you, Mary. Once again, my name is Bridget. I have a question for you, Mr. Raymond. So recently, Ministry of Health launched the National Adaptation Plan. As a person that contributed in its development, how best can you elaborate to us what this health NAP is and enlighten us on how it is important to Uganda as a country.
Thank you very much, moderator. Uganda is the second country in Africa to have developed a health NAP, the National Nutrition Plan for Health, after Niger, and the sixth in the world. So Uganda is a pillar in relation to ensuring the health sector is climate resilient. Prior to development of the plan, as a requirement by UNFCCC, the Uganda developed the NDC, the National Determined Contribution, which was revised in 2022 and submitted to UNFCCC. The areas under the health sector, one of the areas to work on was the health NAP. But to develop it, they must have done a vulnerability and adaptation assessment, the VAA. So it is imperative to inform you how the HNAP came to be. As a requirement by the NDC agenda for the country, for the health sector, 2 years ago, Minister of Health of Uganda authored and gave a leeway to develop the VAA, and supported by McKinney University School of Public Health. I want to give a snapshot what the VAA came out with, which is important to driving the HNAP. 716 health facilities in the country were assessed in relation to their climate resilience. Out of these 716 health facilities, it was found out that 47.6% of these health facilities in the country are exposed to drought as one of the climate shocks to the health facility. Secondly, 39.6% of the health facilities, or the 716 facilities, were exposed to floods. And also, 31.1% of these facilities were exposed to storms. And also, 12% were exposed to water level rise. And also, lastly, 11% exposed to landslides. So that is how now the HNAP comes in. This is the 5-year plan, 2025-2030, geared to make the health sector climate resilient. I was previously part of the process for developing the HNAP, and this plan looks at basically to enhance the health system resilience against these climate shocks. As mentioned, the data from the VAA, it gave a plan on how do you develop resilient mechanisms. And this HNAP, which has 10 pillars that are looking at addressing the concerns that emanate from the VAA, assessed health facilities in the country. So it is imperative to know that government of Uganda is keen to ensuring that health sector is made climate resilient. So what are these, the 10 pillars where we, the government of Uganda, is looking at addressing the climate shocks? Number one of these pillars of the HNAP is climate transformative leadership and governance. It is imperative to know that leadership is a core in relation to addressing any concerns in the country. So leadership and governance is the first pillar. The pillar number 2 is on climate smart health workforce. For you to acquire climate resilience, you must have a capacitated health workforce. And that's why in the plan, they are looking at strengthening health workers to have capacity, build their capacity, train them, but also the systems where they are going to operate. The third pillar of the plan is vulnerability and capacity and adaptation assessment. In addition, from the 716 facilities done from the VA, so just a sample, government is planning to do a comprehensive assessment. The vulnerability of other, because we have more than 20,000 facilities in the country. So this is number 3 as a third pillar. Number 4, integrated risk monitoring and early warning. So early warning and assessment and monitoring is a core in relation to determining climate resilience of the sector. Number 5, health and climate research. Data is important for informing, programming, but also developing interventions that are tailored to addressing the needs they're in. Number 6, climate resilient infrastructure technologies and supply chain as a 6th pillar of this plan. And the number 7, management of the environmental determinants of health, which are core in relation to addressing the concern. And number 8, climate informed health program. Number 9, climate related emergencies, preparedness and management. And lastly, sustainable climate and health financing. You note that leadership is number 1 and financing is number 10. All the 2 pillars are the core to ensuring the 8 pillars operate. So it is imperative to look at how are we as government ensuring leadership taking charge of the health sector climate resilience, but also sustainable financing for its resilience. This plan is a $63.4 million plan, which requires government calls partners to support agencies to implementing this. Government doesn't have adequate capital financing for it. So it's imperative as stakeholders to support government to ensure that to bridge this $63 million plan, that 2030, the health sector in Uganda is made climate resilience. So that is a snapshot of the HNAP, which can be accessed on the Ministry of Health website and on those fora to ensure that as stakeholders, you support government to ensure that this plan is made actual implemented. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Raymond. My next question goes to Dr. Chiji. Uganda as a country is struggling or is still struggling to secure funding for climate resilient projects. There's a high need for this financing, but the resource envelope is small. So what financing mechanisms can be leveraged to attract investors and donors to support Uganda's water and environmental climate resilient infrastructure?
Thank you very much. I spent quite some time during my stuff at African Development Bank working in Uganda. I understand that Uganda is already making efforts. During that time, we developed a project called Farm Income and Forest Conservation Project, which was implemented by Ministry of Water and Environment and Ministry of Agriculture. I think it also focuses on climate resilience and best practices. I believe African Development Bank also had quite a number of other programs supporting Uganda's water and environmental program, especially through its Africa Water Facility. I don't have the numbers, but they're available with the Ministry of Finance. So what I would say is that Uganda is already making progress, but there are other areas they can also focus to mobilize additional resources. This includes the Green Climate Fund, GCF, it's available, the Adaptation Fund, and the Global Environmental Facility, GF, which they can also mobilize to support water projects focused on resilience, adaptation, and mitigation. Examples can be taken from what Rwanda has done, accessing GCF funds for its Irebe Investment Fund, which supports climate resilient infrastructure, providing a model that Uganda could adopt. In addition, Uganda can also look at the climate bonds, green bonds, and the blue bonds. I think it can also look at what Seychelles has done with a sovereign blue bond model used to support marine projects. I think Kenya has also done a green bond backed by the International Finance Corporation, IFC. All these can serve as model and examples that if Uganda is not already doing them, they can leverage experiences from these countries to also access additional funds to implement its water and infrastructure programs. In addition, the World Bank has a result-based financing programs which where donors disburse funds upon achieving measurable climate resilience outcomes that can enhance accountability and attract new investors. The World Bank's RBF for sanitation in Ethiopia linked financing to improve access to clean water and waste management could also be an example that Uganda can leverage. In addition, blended financing, which brings development funds and private funds together, is another area that Uganda can also look at to the models that work in some of these countries and the donors that are financing or providing funding for these special areas to serve as models that Uganda can also leverage to improve on the funds available for fighting climate actions and improving resilience, especially through mitigation and adaptation. I understand that the Uganda's updated NTC in 2030 will achieve about 24.3% in terms of reducing emissions, especially focusing on mitigation and adaptation. So Uganda already has the institutions, as we've had today, and Uganda is complying with most of the international requirements that make them to have access to some of these funds. So I think they should go ahead to take advantage of their preparedness, the institutions that exist, and the models that other countries have implemented to improve their access to finance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chiji. Thank you for that elaborate information. Mr. Raymond, you had something small to add before I move on to the next.
Yeah, thank you very much. Then one element I thought I would share, which is very important. Why is the HNAP important for this country? It is imperative to understand why it is important to have the HNAP operated in the country Uganda. One of the areas why it is important is strengthen the health sector climate resilience. This is very important for the health sector to address issues related to disaster from climate. You note that last year and even this year, Rwenzori, specifically in Toroko district, has been submerged with flooding from River Semuliki and the others. What is the impact of that flooding to the community in relation to health? So resilience is very important, strengthening is important. Secondly, improving capacity enhancement for the workforce. Capacity building is important and it will be sustainable. So having the pillars operationalized would build capacity of the health workers to ensure that they are able to adapt to climate shocks. Thirdly, detecting the early warning signs. Over the weekend, we are shocked by the climate shock in Kalangala that led to destruction of infrastructure. The health impact in relation to that. How ready are we as a country to overcome such shocks in relation emanating from the climate disasters? So it is imperative to understand and also detect the early warning signs. The other one also strengthen coordination. In the framework, it has a coordination mechanism which the Ministry of Health is going to take lead on. So strengthening partnerships and engaging private sector, non-state actors, and development partners with government agencies is important. Last but not least, improve disaster risk management. To plan and ensure that these disasters are addressed, it requires the plan to be in place. Lastly, but not least, sustainable financing for these interventions. For the intervention to happen, to address the shocks that we had over the weekend and others that we see in Rwenzori, in Mount Elgon, other regions, it requires sustainable financing. We have adequate financing for intervention to address these shocks. It is imperative to have a plan in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Raymond. So, Mr. Mohammed, Mary has a question for you.
Yes, thank you very much. Our panelists, Commissioner, Assistant Commissioner, I have a very interesting question for you. I think you've seen the statistics from our keynote, especially how countries are integrating water, sanitation issues, transboundary issues in their NDCs. Yeah? It was a bit mind-blowing to actually see that 94% of these countries, they have not even mentioned transboundary aspects, yeah, in their NDCs. But coming back to Uganda and being aware that now as a country we have embarked on the process to revise our nationally determined contribution and we know that it really has a big emphasis on water, and it recognizes it as a key sector. What is going to be different in the new NDC that we are going to come up with? How are you going to ensure that water is given the due recognition that it deserves in this NDC?
Thank you very much, moderator. I would say that that is a very difficult question, but again, I would say it is a very simple question, because when you go into the revision of the NDC, I'll start by giving you a small history that our first NDC was in 2016, and we only had water as water integrated in the NDC, and it was a component of adaptation. But when we moved into the revision of the NDC, it was very pertinent that the stakeholders brought on board that we need to expand on the sectors of adaptation for this country, since it is serving as priority #1 when it comes to climate change. So the key stakeholders that are really, we are playing in the aspect of sanitation, brought it very clearly that we need to integrate now the sanitation issues and hygiene into the NDC. So that's when you read the current NDC, it is really very much kind of like strong on issues of the WASH, though not strongly addressing each and everything, but the NDC as is, it is really talking about the issues of the WASH. So moving forward in terms of the revision of the NDC, the revision of the NDC starts from what we call the stocktake. The stocktake is making an assessment of what or how far have you gone implementing the current NDC, what are the gaps, have we met the set targets into the NDC, is there new information that could guide the modeling that can fit in terms of the NDC interventions. So this is what now the government of Uganda has embarked on, to undertake the stocktake of the current NDC, to first and foremost to know how far have we gone in terms of implementing the current NDC, how far have we gone in terms of mobilization, is there new information that could guide in terms of the modeling for climate change, so that now it can inform the interventions that we can put into our revised NDC, and then what are the available opportunities that we can take advantage to ensure that we can broaden the sectors that our NDC can bring on board. So the broadening of the sectors may not per se like bring on new sectors, but even broadening on the interventions that under each sector accommodate to the NDC is something good that can increase the ambition of the country. So until when we have the stocktake done, that's when we can define what are those revisions that this government of Uganda is going to accommodate in the NDC. So it takes us back to the aspect of the vulnerability assessment, which I think the keynote speaker has mentioned about, but also taking stock of the new information which can guide in the modeling and assessment to ensure that we have new information to bring on board integration of the WASH strategies into our NDC. And perhaps maybe the aspect of the transboundary is really very clear, because sometimes the NDC according to the national retirement contributions, so it is about the contribution of the country. So if you're talking about the transboundary issues, how are you going to account for these transboundary issues that are not, which are outside your jurisdictions? So working as countries, especially when it comes to the aspect of the mitigation, it is not very, very straightforward to talk about the transboundary issues, because the emissions that you are accounting for are emissions that are coming from your own countries. So that one, I think, it is not very clear into that direction, but we can have interventions that can contribute to reducing emissions in the region, and more so the aspect of the adaptation. An example, in the transboundary department of this ministry, there has been a project of strengthening adaptation in the Lake Victoria Basin. And this has been a regional project. So it's about putting those interventions that we think they're addressing the aspect of vulnerability, promoting adaptive capacity and resilience in the region, that could work out that arrangement to ensure that you have the intervention that can bring you together, which is something very possible. So all this is the information that we need to gather to inform the revision of the NDC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for that elaboration, and we are happy to hear that Uganda as a country, we seem to be on track as far as integrating water in our NDC is concerned. I would like to move on to Mr. Kilonzo, our good friend from the private sector. The keynote emphasized in his conclusion the need for collaboration. And colleagues, if you notice the issues happening around climate change, government alone cannot solve all the issues. Development partners alone cannot solve the issues. Civil society organizations can do as much, but we need collaboration, we need partnerships, especially with the private sector. So, Mr. Kilonzo, given that your business really relies so much on water, and we see what is happening around our water sources amidst climate change, can you just elaborate on a few initiatives that Uganda Breweries has adopted to improve water use efficiency? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. Coming from industry, we really recognize that we want to be part of the community within which we operate in, want to be positive contributors in the society. So partnership is core to us achieving and establishing our role in society. So when it comes specifically to the water agenda, and there's a lot we do, and our focus is quite wide when it comes to water, there's a few areas that we are looking at currently. There is what we do as an industry. We use, of course, the drinks that we manufacture have water. We also use water in the manufacturing of those same drinks. So we have a very clear focus on reducing our impact by minimizing the amount of water we use in the manufacturing process. It is quite a stretching goal, and we are well on track. This year we are targeting to beat our target of about 2.5 liters for every liter of product we produce. And to do that, we have to really invest significantly in efficient use of water, water recovery, effluent treatment, to be able to reuse it in our processes and extract as much value from the little water that we get from the environment. That is what we do internally. There's, of course, now the impact of the water that we use. So there is a 2.5 liters odd that we use for all the product that we produce, and we have a commitment to give back. So what we do is we target at least 40% of the water that we extract from the environment, we give back to communities through water and sanitation projects across the country. So usually we would look at water-stressed areas, would give back water through putting in place boreholes, and this is really to balance our impact on within this market that we work in, which is Uganda. We also, therefore, are looking at sustainability of the water that we are using. And we are now looking at and focusing on where does the water come from. So how are we supporting the water catchment areas and the preservation of those catchment areas? We have a very big farmer population that we work with, over 35,000 farmers producing cereals, which we use in our manufacturing process. And a lot of those cereals come from specific areas and catchment areas. So we have seen that as a beginning point where we can start working with the communities within which we operate in to build or to protect the catchment areas. We have a project in the Elgon area. Mount Elgon is a big source of barley for our products. It's a high altitude crop. We have very close relationships with the farmers. We now want to extend that through partnerships to work with the communities there to start preserving those water towers that are feeding water into the country. And we'll also be doing that other parts of the country as we go forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kilonzo, and we do really appreciate the efforts from Uganda breweries in water source protection in the catchment areas where you're operating. I would like to move to you, Carlos. I hope you can hear us well. I have an interest.
Loud and clear, Mary.
Carlos, we know that IMI is doing quite a lot of research, especially when it comes to this topic of climate change, but also it is working also at community level. So could you just elaborate to us what is the contribution of research institutions like IMI to this agenda of climate resilient water management, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Mary, and thank you very much to the organizers for the opportunity and for the platform for IMI to share some of the work that we do and we have been doing in the country and within the region. So maybe let me start by stressing that IMI's mission is research and innovation in partnerships for collective action that advance the transformation of water systems for sustainable, just, and climate resilient development. IMI, since the inception, has been one of these organizations that for many years have been calling for action in the water sector as part of the strategies to deal with climate change. We have been part of that movement that already takes more than 2 decades. So we are very proud, very happy to know that many years down the road, this element of bringing water management, water resilience has been now integrated into the broader discourse of climate change, both adaptation and mitigation. We have heard also from the keynote speaker, of course, that there's much work to do, but we have also heard that at least in Uganda we have advanced well. So those are very important things, and it's also important, I guess, at this stage to recognize the coordination and the leadership of the ministry, making sure that in a context of less available resources, both financial and technical, we can do more with less. I think that's really, really important, and for us as a research institute, we are very proud to be part of that broader consortium that operates under the leadership of the ministry. Acknowledging that partnerships are key to make sure that the solutions are implemented at the ground level, but also that they are framed within proper policy frameworks. So now coming to the specifics of your question and what type of research IMI does, I think there's different tools available. I think for us, we as a research institute, we focus on issues of data and research, and our value proposition is to support the decision makers, to support the climate change department, to support the ministry in areas where they feel that there might be data gaps or that there might be areas for improvement, and recognizing, of course, that the proper strategies to deal with drought and flood management as a part of the mitigation policies to deal with climate change. You need to go through improved water management, and you need to go through improved irrigation management for water conservation efforts. So we have a series of tools that are really at the disposal of our partners, including technical tools that go into or that use artificial intelligence to optimize water resources management. We have different tools that also map out to a very detailed scale best practices for irrigation management. So we're taking concepts like, for example, climate smart agriculture to the next level, making sure that we don't only integrate now data that we have from GIS and from other sources, but also making sure that they are ground truth and that they are managed properly through artificial intelligence mechanisms. We also have decision support systems that are available also for the different decision makers, where you can actually create what we call digital twins, small basins that also aim to optimize some of these adaptation, conservation, and best management practices efforts. So making sure that we, as policymakers, tackle these challenges of climate change in the water and in the irrigation sector, we do that with the new sets of tools and data that are available to us through digital innovation and of course through artificial intelligence. Let me stop here, Mary, but I'm happy to go into further details as needed. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Carlos. And then we would like to move to you, Mr. Fred. So over to you.
Thank you, Mary. So, Mr. Fred, various technology-driven solutions have been used to solve impacts of climate change. How best do you think we can integrate these into Uganda's national climate policies to improve forecasting, risk assessment, and disaster preparedness?
Thank you very much, moderators. Again, morning, colleagues. I'll speak, first of all, from the point of view of Climate Technology Center and Network and the UN process in regards to technology. First of all, I want to be a bit negative in that we all say agriculture is the backbone of our economy. Water is life, and health is a necessity. When you go to the UNCCC, United Nations Convention on Climate Change process, there is no direct placement of these items on the COP agenda for negotiations. I wanted to start from that negative point. You find other items are on the agenda, but the items that we consider so important, like water, health, and then agriculture, they are just picking up. And so we need to put our efforts together to make sure that water finds space in the COP agenda under the United Nations process. However, not all is lost. In 2010, COP16 in Cancun, in Mexico, technology mechanism to address mitigation and adaptation technology needs of developing countries was established. Within that technology mechanism, there are two arms. The Technology Executive Committee, which is basically the policy arm, and then also the Climate Technology Center and Network, which is responsible for implementation of the climate technology development and transfer. And that is where I sit as the chair of the advisory board to advise that Climate Technology Center and Network in deliberating or meeting its mandate. Following the procedure of the CTCN, CTCN has made AI a priority. has made digitalization a priority. But the most important activity of the CTCN related to the question that have been asked is the technology needs assessment. It is a requirement that every country should undertake technology needs assessment before you ask for technologies for mitigation and adaptation. And I would like to say that apart from 2 countries in Africa, the rest of the countries have undertaken their technology needs assessment, including Uganda. The purpose of this technology needs assessment is where we identify our technology needs according to the various sectors, including the water sector. We prioritize the technologies, and then we seek redress for these identified technologies. I'm glad that Uganda has undertaken its technology needs assessment, and water is very prominent in that technology needs assessment. One of the criteria for CTCN to accept a request from Uganda to address its technology needs is to link that request with the NDCs, with the NAPS, National Adaptation Plan. It should be part and parcel of the National Development Plan. And it is even better when it links with other ongoing processes in the country regarding policy, the laws, and so on of the country. So if we use the CTCN criteria for prioritizing the technology that have been submitted for consideration, then we should be able to link our water technologies that we need to address with the NDE. I think you heard it from our keynote speaker. The integration is very important. How do we integrate our water technology needs in the NDCs? How do we link it with the NAPS? How do we make sure that it is part of the National Development Plan? And then there are also sectoral plans in this country. We make sure that we integrate this in those plans. And if we do that, CTCN will be able to seek partnership through the matchmaking role of the CTCN. It can help link Uganda's water technology requests with the innovators, the suppliers of technology, and also the source of funding. You heard from our colleague mentioning the various sources of funding, and the CTCN works very closely with the GCF, with the GEF, and with the Adaptation Fund. So I've given in a nutshell that the CTCN can support Uganda to integrate the water technology into the various processes, including the National Development Plan, and in the NDCs, the NAPS, and any other ongoing revisions or formulation of laws and policy. And it makes, therefore, easy for Uganda to address the technology needs from any of the sectors, because the request to CTCN is submitted based on the sector. But my last plea again is that the colleagues who are here, who are advocating for water, we can talk for water here, but when we go to the UN negotiations, we may find it very difficult to push for water. So let's put our efforts. Momentum has been gained. The pace is increasing, and we need to come together to advocate for water and the related technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fred. I think the message is very well taken. I know our time is fast spent, colleagues, but we would like to turn to our audience for just 2 burning questions. One from physical participants, burning question, please. The question should be burning you. And IT team, you can help us to check if we have a burning question from the online participants as our panelists prepare their parting shots for this panel. Yes, burning.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. And probably I must introduce myself. Wambere Seth is my name. I represent the people of Northern Division in Mbale City in Parliament. It may not be a burning question, but let me a comment. My comments is about financing. I know Uganda is signatory to the UN Convention, and therefore the nation determined the contributions where government of Uganda must show how they are contributing to the environment and the water. But to my dismay, for 2 years, I sit on the Committee of Environment and Natural Resources. For 2 years, we've been asking government, can you give us money? When you look at the budget for, when you look at the budget for the ministries, for national water, forest, for 2 years, there's no money for seedlings, tree seedlings. Then you wonder how government is determined to contribute to the environment and water if there is no money in the budget. So I think it should be a concerted effort from the concerned people to put pressure, including MPs, to put pressure on the government and the ministries concerned to say no, there must be money in budget for seedlings and water. Technology. Have you ever thought of the water we are holding in Kampala and the other cities, the wastewater we hold? Whoever builds, it's about less than 10% of all housings in Kampala, which drain into the National Water and Sewage Corporation. But most of them, including myself, you build and you look for a septic tank. Which septic tank is with cemented basements and all that. So there is no seepage of water, the wastewater, into the ground. So you can imagine how much water, wastewater, we're holding into Kampalas and cities. Why couldn't there be a law that any building should have access to the sewer, so the water is taken back into its resources, lake, whatever. It's like most of the Arab countries do. All the wastewater is made sure it's recycled somewhere. But our water, we are holding our water in our compounds because of lack of technologies. Think about that. The technology, we are dying of water. One of the regions here in Kampala, in Uganda, is in a dire need of water. And it happens that is where our minister, Honorable Keres, comes from Karamoja. That place is really dry, really. Now, can't we think of technology of harnessing water from the Nile? And therefore that goes beyond the boundaries, and therefore government should make efforts. Why should Egypt and others irrigate and we are not irrigating? So that's the technology and the cross-boundary border that we are thinking about. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. We have one question from our online participants from Solomon, and this goes to our keynote. Dr. Ndiba, I hope you're still online. The question goes, what specific actions can Uganda take to address the transboundary climate risks related to its coffee exports and wheat imports that you mentioned in your presentation? If you could elaborate a bit more on that question.
Thank you very much for this question. I actually put a small comment in the chat in response to this question. I think there is actions that can be taken within Uganda's borders, but there is also actions that can be taken regarding collaboration with other countries. And I mentioned that one of the most important things, in my view, is to be extremely committed to multilateral cooperation. And I understand that's something that could be trivial to say, especially considering the geopolitical climate that we are living in today. But the thing is, as the Assistant Commissioner for the Climate Change Department mentioned, there's a challenge of risk ownership. And with regards to these transboundary climate risks, if no one takes action, then everyone suffers. So I think the first and foremost thing is to be extremely committed to multilateral cooperation, because if everybody wins, we all win. And then second, of course, is to take action within national borders to understand how can we increase production of the agricultural commodities that we need within our own borders, and how can we support those that do grow the crops that are really important for economic activities that are happening in the country, and how those can be supported to increase yields, even in the face of different climate change scenarios. So I think those could be my suggestions of starting points. One about multilateral cooperation, and then the other one taking assessments on how production and yields can increase within our borders, and even increasing climate change scenarios. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Diba. I hope your question has been answered, the person online. Before we take your question, can Mr. Fred please respond to the Honorable's question? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable MP. Your question is very important in that in Uganda, due to social, economic, and political demand for water, there are attempts to start sampling. Sometimes you find the technicians go and try to drill here, drill there, drill various places in order to see availability of that water. And in most cases, it fails. And if it fails, for example, let's talk about Karamoja, you find because of the political pressure and the community pressure, boreholes were drilled and they are not producing any water. They are left there redundant. But your question is related to the need of planning and mapping. Mapping what? The demand for water. And then the availability of water in terms of quantity and quality. Then looking at the risks and the factors that affect water quantity and availability, so that you can forecast the future of this water and be able to sustainably plan, because you have known the source, the quantity that is there, the factors that the weather forecast and climatic effects that may affect the supply of water. Then you go to the drawing board and say, in Bugisu, we have got the following factors. There's demand for water, and this is the water that is available according to the request and the demand from the community. How much and where can we drill or get this water from? Can we get it from Mount Elgon? Can we go underground and get it from the ground? And so on. So I think it is quite important that to do a comprehensive assessment and mapping of water availability, the risks, and then the quality of the water and the factors that may affect the supply of this water. So I think that's the best way to go. And in order to do this, we now have AI and remote sensing technologies. Remote sensing technologies can help you detect availability of water, the quantity, and the quality. When you come to AI, can assess the population, the demand for water, and can help you assess the gaps. So when you look at the demand, you compare with the supply of this water, it is very easy to advise and guide maybe the communities, the politicians, the technical staff that please, whereas you are asking for water here, this source may not be viable for you. We may try to find another source for you. So I think that is the way to go. We use the available technology. AI can help us, but we should also be very conscious with AI because the cost of affording AI is also very high. Energy consumption may be very high. And also the security of the data that you generate through your AI may be at risk. So you have to be very careful when applying the AI. We have to use it selectively. The sensor, remote sensing technology can also help us. And I think we have everything to do, but we have to be very cautious when we are doing it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Fred, for elaborating on how we can use technology to tackle some of these issues that we are discussing. Colleagues, our time is fast spent, so I would like to turn to our panelists for your parting shot. And I would like to begin with you, Mr. Andrew Kilonzo from Uganda Breweries, to just take a quick reflection from the private sector point of view. How can Uganda integrate climate resilience into water and environmental management to mitigate climate impacts and enhance adaptation?
Wow, that is quite a task. I can only speak to what we do at Uganda Brewery. So I'll speak to our philosophy, which is really we integrate into our strategy, I would say responsibility. We take responsible for the environment, society, and of course governance. As a business, we have of course growth goals. We have those would impact, for instance, the tax we pay. So when we grow, we know we'll be able to contribute a lot more to the exchequer. We also have efficiency goals, where we want to do things better, more efficiently, and therefore have less impact on the environment. And then also we want to invest properly where it's appropriate and in the technologies that are sustainable as well. When it comes to our role in society, we want to reflect the society we work in. So inclusion and diversity is a big agenda of ours, especially focused on the underrepresented groups like females, people with disability, and ensuring that we work with them right through the chain. We have grain to glass sustainability, what we call grain to glass sustainability. So we are looking at how are we sourcing raw materials and how we are working through the chain all the way to the consumer's glass and ensuring that we are sustainable in what we do. For example, working with farmers, we have now invested in a biomass plant. So we are using waste from agriculture to be able to generate the steam that we need in our manufacturing. Very proud of that, removing carbon at the same time, and also import replacement because we are no longer using fuel oil to generate steam. We'd also be looking at areas, we are in the drinks business, so we believe that if there is a role in promoting positive drinking, what does that mean? That means that we believe there is a role in a balanced lifestyle where our products can play. But that means that we need to prevent abuse. We need to ensure that what we do continues to empower the communities that we are working with partners across, because we work with a lot, 35,000 plus farmers, which is bringing revenue to the economies right down to the grassroots. So it really resonates, for instance, with the NDP3, it resonates with the parish development model. We work with partners like NARO, we work with partners like OWC, agronomists, because we believe that empowering the individuals also makes them better participants in the environment. And so with that sort of integrated strategy, we believe that as we are pursuing our commercial goals, we are also ensuring that we are looking at the well-being of the people that we work with, we are integrating them in our operations, and also being a responsible corporate citizen in Uganda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kilonzo. I would like to come to you, Commissioner. I will not ask you how can Uganda integrate, but I will actually ask you, what do you need to do your job better? Because this is entirely your job. By you, I mean, of course, the Minister of Water and Environment, to ensure that as the country we integrate climate resilience into water and environment management, but also other sectors. So people are here, the development partners are here, private sector is here, civil society actors are here. What do you need from them, if I may summarize my question?
Thank you very much. I would say that all along the government of Uganda has been talking about integration of climate change, and the necessary policies and tools are already being developed. One is the climate change policy of 2015. There are mainstreaming guidelines for climate change. The Ministry of Finance has created the codes in terms of budgeting for adaptation and mitigation. They are yet to be fully operationalized. Tools have already been done, but we just want to tell people that mainstream climate change, our integration of climate change, is just a word, but behind it there are three issues that have to be addressed. Issue number one is that we need to understand what is that we want to integrate or to mainstream, because it remains a gap. What does it mean is that we need to do research to generate how climate change is impacting various sectors and how various sectors are contributing to climate change, because this is what we want to mainstream. So when you establish the socio-economic, the scientific and socio-economic assessment to provide the evidence base of integrating climate change across all the spectrum, then you may move to level number two. Level number two is addressing the capacity gaps. The capacity gaps is the aspect of how do you have the right people to do the integration, for example, because you have generated the evidence, but do you have the right people that are going to take forward this evidence to integrate? So capacity building is really across all government and private sector, civil society, across all, that you have the rightful people to take on the integration. And then level number three is that you have created a demand in terms of enabling environment, that mainstreaming climate change is facilitated by something, or it is propelled by something that could push the integration. Just a clear example. We've been telling the local governments to mainstream climate change. Then the first question is that, what is it that we have to mainstream climate change? It's the same question that the people from Health started asking us before they developed the HNAP. What is it that we have to mainstream climate change? Then we generated the evidence with them. Then number two is that, how can we mainstream? Then we build capacity to them to mainstream. Then number three is the neighboring environment. That is, there have to be policies that enable them to do that, and there has to be tools that enable to be that. So the mainstreaming and integration of climate change is a continuous process. It's an iterative process that you need to build a critical mass of people to mainstream. Because if you focus on the few, people are mobile, they move on. So if you have built a few people's capacity to mainstream, they are going to leave these sectors, or they become more busier, or they get promoted. But the actual mainstreaming is actually the people who are doing the hands-on. So that's why I'm summarizing by saying that we need to tackle all these three aspects that speak to the integration. Generation of the evidence, working on the capacity of the humans working in those institutions, and creating an enabling environment which has policies, laws, and tools to make them to do it practically. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. The message is loud and clear, and I think I would like to turn to our online panelists. Carlos, if you're still around, in your parting shots, can you just elaborate or summarize what actually needs to be done in your in your wisdom and also based on your experience for Uganda to integrate climate resilience into water and environmental management to mitigate the impacts of climate change. Carlos? Yes, I think we have lost Carlos. Maybe I would like to request our keynote to also give his parting shots. Dr. Andiba?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I've already said quite a lot, but I'll just re-echo the points I made in my very last slide about the need to conduct this comprehensive assessment, and this is also something that the representative of the PS from the Health Ministry has talked about, as well as the Assistant Commissioner in the Climate Change Department. The need for more research to understand these linkages and how they manifest in various localities, but also collaborating with a wide range of stakeholders, including colleagues from the finance sector, because we need a lot of money, and this goes without saying, we need a lot of money to really implement actions on the ground for mitigating climate change, adapting to climate change. But we are going to need much more innovative financing approaches. So all the smart people out there from the finance sector, please come on board and help us tackle the greatest challenge of our generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ndiba. Yes, we need money. I think for me that is the key message that I got. We need money. And Mr. Raymond, could you give your parting shots briefly?
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you once again, Minister of Water. They were our champions in ensuring they support the Minister of Health develop the HNAP. It is imperative to appreciate the ministry's role in strengthening the other line ministries to strengthen this agenda. I want to make a few recommendations in relation learning from the countries we work in, specifically Ghana and Ethiopia, what we gonna need to adopt to ensure, as we look for the $63 million for implementing the HNAP, it is imperative to focus on in certain areas. One, greening the healthcare. Decarbonization and emission reduction is imperative. We know that the health sector emits huge resources. Dr. Ndiba mentioned earlier on, greenhouse gas emissions are one of the most causes of climate change. So it is imperative we look at learning from other countries to reduce emissions emanating from the health sector. And that said, Uganda was seconded to host the first Continental Greening Healthcare Africa Forum later this year. So it is imperative to work with the ministries and agencies and private sector to have this. So reducing emissions and decarbonization is imperative. Two, it is important to innovate for adaptation. Innovation for adaptation is very important. One, managing the heat stress, especially in the health and how it impacts health. Two, supply chain resilience. These are very key important elements for strengthening the climate resilience of the health sector. The other one also, infrastructure resilience. It is imperative as develop, as establish and build infrastructure health facilities. It is look at how climate resilient are they, the areas where they are. Sometimes you find health facilities are established in areas that are disaster prone. Last but not least is the enhanced emergency response. And as we build capacity of health facilities and health workforce, emergency response is important. The last but not least, which is very important, sustainable financing for the climate resilience. It is imperative to bring the private sector on board to ensure that they strengthen the climate resilience. But private sector partnerships are important because they invest in hospitals or the private institutions and health facilities who emit huge emissions that are looking at the decarbonization of the space. So decarbonization and working with the health facilities and private sector is very important. So it is important that we work with the Minister of Health, support the Minister of Health to achieve the agenda for the health NAP, but most importantly, reducing emissions and decarbonization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think our panel deserves a round of applause. Thank you very much, panelists. Thank you very much, our online participants and our online panelists as well. And also would like to take this opportunity to thank the Secretariat for offering us the opportunity to moderate this session. As young people, I think we do appreciate giving us the opportunity to be in this space. I would like to invite my co-moderator to take us through the last round of our session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for actively listening into this panel dialogue. I would like to invite Dr. Kalis to handle the awards. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, join me to thank our keynote speaker and the panelists with a very big applause. Also want to thank our lady moderators for a job well done. Let's give them another applause. I would like to inform you, ladies and gentlemen, that we are happy to have amidst us the Minister for Karamoja Affairs, Honorable Peter Rokeris. Honorable Minister, I would like you to stand up so that we welcome you wholeheartedly. We thank you for coming over. There is a session I know that you are going to be presiding over after break, but we are happy that you were able to come in. I would also like, ladies and gentlemen, to join me to welcome Honorable Stacy Wambede, Member of Parliament for Mbale City North. Honorable, welcome. He was with us on Monday, so welcome, Honorable. And on this note, Honorable Minister, I would like to request, if you can, to come forward and help to award our keynote speaker, Dr. Diba. He's a Ugandan based in Sweden, and we were privileged to bring him on board to share with us what he has been doing. So, Honorable Minister, if you could come forward and let's get the award. And Mr. Dr. Diba is online, so the Honorable Minister will award him virtually. No, we are going the digital way, and we'll find a way of sending his award online. Can I get the mobile microphone, Mary? Let me get the mobile microphone as the Honorable Minister comes in. Okay. So, Mary, you come forward and receive the award on behalf of Dr. Diba, since you're moderating, so you can go the other side.
Thank you very much. I am told that a person of the award this wonderful gift is Dr. Daniel Diba. Through innovations and so on, may I ask him to use artificial intelligence to bring his hand to receive this. Okay, thank you very much. The hand is coming through this lady. Thank you very much. Wait,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mary.
Participants, panelists, and the moderator. This is a very important session because water is life. For us, who come from that part of Uganda called Karamoja, this is a very important resource. We look after living things like cows. A cow cannot live without water, even in one day. And if that's so, it will not also eat grass. So we need water very much. And it has been an appeal to governments to provide water. Well, different governments have been providing dams, boreholes, and so on. But then at times, even the dams during very harsh dry up. Indeed, desilting and so on. Even the boreholes at times go and punch in some areas, we don't get water. Then we have to move here and there. That's why we accuse Karamojong of being living a life of transhumance, moving up and down with our livestock. But I know during the Yopoti government, they requested the Koreans to come and do a survey to enable water from the lakes in Teso to be pulled up to Karamoja and putting tanks on Mountain Park. It will not only serve Karamoja because it's high, there would be reserve pipes to reverse them, to bring water to different parts of Bugisu, of Teso, and some parts of Lango, because of the mountains which are there. You know, those mountains are very important to us. This Bugisu, far away from Mount Elgon, also receive water from Karamoja, forms of running water, and also they ask us, they pray to us to live so that we can live on those mountains, to enable God to accept forming clouds to rain so that the water goes down to where the Anyar one of Anyar is living. They drink water from us. And therefore we must accept and say, let water from those lakes be taken to those mountains and reverse to you. So to me, this is very important. I was just informed this morning that Honorable Anyar was wanting me in a meeting here in water. They said yesterday, they said they postponed it to today. If you started earlier and I was not there, it is not my fault. I was well informed that now today is when I am wanted. So I thank you very much, partners, for assisting our nation. You know, human beings need each other. If there is one part of the world where there are no people, then that place is desolate and almost useless. But since God put people in different parts, that's why we are interacting, and we need each other. So those who have, give those who don't have. Those who cannot innovate to transport water, those who know how to do it will come to live other fellow human beings. So I'm indeed very happy to be with you. I will now sit and look at all the deliberations because I've never taken water science. No. Mine, I say, if you talk about money, I will hear. If you talk about peace and development, I am there. If you talk about marketing, those are my areas of study. So I have no problem. I know I take water a lot, and we need water to sustain humanity and other living beings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister was giving an award to our keynote speaker, but the session where the Honorable Minister will be speaking is coming after break. But we wanted him to greet all of us and get to know that he's here. Honorable Minister, let me take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to also inform you that the Honorable Minister of State for Environment, also holding the fort for Minister of Water and Environment, Honorable Beatrice Atimanywa has joined us. Let's give her an applause. So, Honorable Minister, you have come in when we are ending the panel discussion and we're giving our award. So we invited the Minister for Karamoja Affairs to give an award to our keynote speaker. So we are going to award the panelists very fast. We are not doing well. Honorable Minister, Honorable Minister Anywa, if you don't mind, I would like to request you to award the Managing Director of Uganda Breweries with an award. So if you could come forward, Honorable Minister, to help us and award for us, the Managing Director, Uganda Breweries, Mr. Kiroz.
That's no-go area for you. They should have given you to award.
Thank you, the MC of the day. Good morning, friends. Some of you, we have been with you from day one. I'm sure others have just joined today. And I needed, as an African woman, first to greet you. And hopefully you are being catered for, you are feeling at home. I've seen my brother there, Mata Njui. And I want to thank my brother, my senior minister, Honorable Rokres, who has made it here. Actually, his time was scheduled. I was in office waiting, but he cut me short and came here before I welcomed him officially. But Mata Juijui, Napidikat, that is good. You are welcome. I've been asked to recognize the partnership we have with many of you, but at this moment, our partnership with the Uganda Breweries has come a long way. When we talk about sustainable management of our environment, they actually produce green. This is one of the companies I'm happy to recommend that they are working with us. They are conserving the environment. They are supporting us both morally and financially. And on behalf of my ministry, Mr. Andrew Kilozo, on behalf of your company, Uganda Breweries, I just want to give you a token. This token binds your company with my ministry, with the government. You have worked a long way. The president has given a conducive environment, and let's all conserve the environment. For God and my country, receive this.
And I want to thank the government for creating that conducive environment within which we can operate profitably, and we will continue to strive to contribute positively to the economy and the growth of Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for performing this function. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not doing well with time, but we still have to complete the awards ceremony. So I'm going to request Honorable Cynthia Bede to come forward and give an award to Mr. Raymond Ruyoka, representing the Minister of Health as a partner, and we bring that. And unfortunately, we are not going to get time to speak. We only hand over. Honorable will get an opportunity, maybe at some point, to.
Mr. Rionka, understand you are representing the PS, Dr. Diana Twine, Minister of Health. Thank you for your partnership. Thank you indeed. Let me take the singular honor to hand you this recognition of your services towards water and the environment. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Commissioner for Climate Change, Can I request the chairperson, Kotido, if you could come forward, chairperson, to give this award. Chairperson has been with us since Monday, and you can't miss him with his special dress. So chairperson, if you could help to give this award.
Kotido district. Kotido.
You know, children of peasants are always lucky. My name is Lote Paul Komol, the son of a peasant, Asola 001, popularly known as Kacheri Boy. District chairperson Kotido and the spokesperson PLU Karamoja, the representative of the NRM children. Asante sana. With all that, given the honor and the privilege, allow me hand over this prestigious award to Ms. Margaret Athiono Mebesa, Commissioner Climate Change, Ministry of Water and Environment, appreciation of our contribution as a panelist during the Uganda Water Week 2025 event. Ndugu yangu, I take the honor to hand you this gift on behalf of the Minister of Water. What a rare opportunity given to the son of the peasant. Asante sana. Asante.
Indeed, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me invite the Chairperson Kabong to come forward and give an award to Mr. Fred Onduri, Chairperson Climate Technology Center and Network.
Thank you very much. My name is Mary Gino. I'm the district chairperson Kabong, but I'm also, by God's grace, the chairperson Lokere Water Catchment under Choga Water Management Zone, that is based in Mbale. I am really privileged today to be part of the Uganda Water and Environment Week, and the privilege of awarding a gift as a recognition for the wonderful work my brother, Mr. Fred Onduri, has done in the area of environment and water for this country and the globe. So, Mr. Fred Onduri, Chairman, Climate Technology Center and Network, I give you this gift in appreciation of your contribution as a panelist during Uganda Water Environment Week 2025 event for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I invite Madam Grace Katuramu? Grace, if you can come forward and award our online panelist, Dr. Chikji. He spoke all the way from Nigeria. He's online, so Grace, you come and award our online participant. So, Bridget, you come and receive the award on behalf of the online participant. Online panelist, sorry, not participant.
Dr. CJ, I hope I pronounced your name well. On behalf of the organizers of Uganda Water and Environment Week, I want to take this opportunity to appreciate the contribution you've made in what you shared. The good thing, you've worked in Uganda before, so you understand the issues We appreciate your commitment, and please keep up the good work. Accept this. I want you to see your hands extended to receive by faith. Okay, thank you very much. We'll find a way of getting it to you. God bless. Who is receiving?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Someone is receiving on your behalf.
Yeah, thank you.
Last but not least, I would like to invite Mr. Godfrey Zati. Mr. Zati, if you could come forward and help us to give this award to our other online panelists, Dr. Johan Carlos from International Water Management Institute. Again, Dennis, you come and you receive this award on behalf of the online online panelists.
We are going to Karamoja and we have a meeting today there.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I have this single honor to hand over this token of appreciation to Dr. Abdul Karim Said, Senior Manager, International Management Institute, as a way of appreciation for the wonderful contribution you have made to this great event this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let me request the panelists, if you can stand up for a group photo. The keynote speaker and the other panelists are unfortunate. And the moderators, join the panelists for a photo very fast before we break. Again, we are not doing well with the time, but we are going to see how we juggle around. So hold your words so that, yes. So these are memorable photos. Let's clap for our panelists and keynote speaker. Unfortunately, the team which is online, you can't join the photo, but the team will find how to put you there. Thank you very much. So, honorary ministers, ladies and gentlemen, the honorary minister is telling you to smile. We are supposed to be going for the other sessions, and I would like to request that we still move forward with the parallel sessions. We still have tea. Those of you are able to pick a cup of tea. The dignitaries, we are going to take tea on 4th floor. So, honorary minister, if maybe you could lead your guests to 4th floor to take a cup of tea. The session is starting after coffee. It should have started around this time and runs up to 1. So we want to suggest that those who are able to pick a cup of tea, do that. But otherwise, the sessions are starting. I just want to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that we are having a number of sessions within this room. We are having a launch of Rokere project, phase 3. It is going to be in this room. We are going to continue with paper presentations, DWD boardroom on 3rd floor. We are having a session in the Nile boardroom on innovative financing mechanisms, potential of integrating water and sanitation investment programs in Uganda. Then we are having polarizer pipe configuration in Zoka by WaterAid. We are also having a session on tools and approaches for realizing gender equitable access and use of water and environment resources by care, though this is postponed Friday. Then we are having a training on best practices for communicating water and environment sector impact. Again, I want to request you to join the different sessions so that you can contribute. Now that we have started a bit later, I'm going to request that we end these sessions around 1:30. So those of you who are planning for lunch, and then we'll end the other session around 5:30 so that we can recover the time we have lost. Otherwise, thank you very much and wish you all the best. Yes.
And an announcement, tomorrow afternoon, 2 to 5, we shall be having field work field visits. So if you are interested, we have 3 field sites that we shall be visiting. The first one will be Uganda Institute of Industrial Research in Inamave. Here we shall be exposed to research and innovation around water purification, wastewater management, and renewable energy. We also have another one at hydraulic and sanitation technique in Nigeria. We shall be looking at non-sewered sanitation. So register at the back. There are forms for registration. And the third field site will be at meteorological department, where we shall be looking at how we model weather. So if you're interested in knowing how we get the daily weather updates, it will be right here across the road. So register and be part of these sessions tomorrow from 2 to 5. I'm told some people received the coupons. If you receive the coupon for break tea, you will go down to the right of this building. They are serving centers. Those who haven't received the coupons, kindly join the VIP on the 4th floor. Your coupons are there, and you'll be served from there. So escort the honorable ministers and the rest of the dignitaries to level 4. In this room, we are going to have a session on launch of Lokere project. So those who have received invitations and those who are interested in knowing about the Lokere project, it will be running right after break tea. So come back for the launch of the Lokere project here.
This March, in commemoration of the Uganda Water and Environment Week 2021, we deliberate on the value of water and environment resources in transforming our economy and livelihoods through a 371-kilometer walk from Kampala through Mpigi, Mityana, Muwende, Chegegwa, Chenjojo, Fort Portal to the riverbanks of River Nyamwamba in Kasese.
Uganda continues to face a number of water and environment-related challenges. High rates of encroachment on the river banks and the wetland resources, disposal of untreated industrial effluent in our water bodies, rapid degradation of water catchments and the wetlands, public health problems due to COVID-19.
We are even failing to get sources of water. The water is almost done. There's no underground water. Why? Because we have gone away from what we are supposed to do to protect the environment, as the Pope says.
That the weather is very hostile. We have extreme weather. It's either very hot or very cold, and you can see the floods. People are built in water bodies, and you find that most of us are politicians, are civil servants who go ahead to degrade the environment.
Water, environment, and the climate change and the public health challenges have greatly affected Uganda's socio-economic development over the last 1 year.
Economic transformation is steered by a healthy community. If you have a community that is not healthy, then don't expect development, because a community that is ill will not develop.
People should be passionate. It should be a passion to protect the environment. If it's not driven by passion, we are going to lose the battle. You are the heroes. You are taking a step forward to ensure that people are sensitized, to send a message. And as we say, it takes everybody on board to protect this environment.
Focusing on the 4 issues together so that awareness can be raised about the need for a holistic and integrated approach to addressing common challenges. This work is being undertaken as part of the 4th Uganda Water and Environment Week under the theme Water and Environment Security for Socio-Economic Transformation of Uganda. That this work will provide an opportunity to see realities on the ground regarding impacts of climate change and degradation of water and environment resources, but also to identify opportunities for utilizing water and environment resources to create employment and wealth among our people.
So we are celebrating the International Day for the Forest, World Water Day, or World Climate Day. And we have a walk as part of the event and tree planting.
The work can be used to raise awareness about water and environment issues and to change attitudes of the people towards improving the management and the sustainable utilization of water and environment resources, dealing with climate change and improving public health, most especially in this time of COVID-19.
If we don't protect the environment, then as people who work for urban in supplying piped water systems in urban centers, then we don't have water to supply. This gives us courage to know that actually we still have people who care for the environment and its sustainability. If we don't do it, then we are bound to have, as the climate has changed, not for the better, but for the worse.
Wherever you are, take this chance and do something. Plant a tree, keep your environment clean. Thank you.
Tukusaba otwala obuvunaanyizibwa olabirire omuti guno gusobole okukula gubeere nga ggwe gunyirire nga ggwe gubeere ekyokulabirako mu kitundu kino era n'abantu abalamu bakubirize basimbe emiti emirala egiringa gino. emiti egisimbiddwa mu kibuga, ebimuli ebisimbiddwa mu tawuni, mu bikuume, mu birabirire, ate mwongere n'okusimba ebirala. Tusobole okulaba nga obutonde bw'ensi tubukuuma nga bulungi.
The workers have walked through very many towns by now. They have met so many people, and one word they are saying, we have to conserve our environment.
We spent a night in Mityana, and today we have a long journey to trek. We are walking from Mityana to Mubende.
Your walk is actually a testimony of what you believe you walk the talk.
We are here to restore the forest, and we are willing to work hand in hand to see that everything is going on well and everything is going on smoothly, such that the forest is restored back in Mubende district.
As I commit myself on behalf of Mubende community, that we must be mindful of the environment by planting trees, by protecting the wetlands, by protecting all the natural resources that must be protected.
As a city that is looking at trade as a key factor, we feel good when we see you. We are determined to protect the environment. We've already done a few things, and we are going to do other great things.
As culture, we say culture is a backbone of human identity, but environment is part of us. With environment, everything can be okay. You see now, Fort Portal or Tourism City or our Toro Kingdom, you can see a bit of fresh air. But if we go deep down to work on environment, I think it would be breathing on us.
The Toro Kingdom is passionate about the environment. I should not even mention this, but you're all aware that His Majesty has personally championed Save River Mpanga. He has not just talked about it, but he's gone himself, put his hands to be able to show. He's a man who actions.
We recognize the role of cultural institutions in environment protection. We also recognize the role of including them in our programming, because at the end of the day, like the Prime Minister noted, they will be the biggest beneficiaries of whatever interventions, whatever partner is going to do.
The hills are bare. The rivers have eroded away every part. So choosing Kasese and coming to sensitize us about the environment and water is quite important.
River Nyamwamba anytime can change its direction. But as government, with our recommendations, we have forwarded proposals to our seniors to see the best way of handling it.
Workers are using walking to advocate for the environmental conservation. We encourage all of us here to use all the talents you have to campaign and advocate for the well-being of our environment.
So that's why I'm so pleased to find that at your age, you have taken up the mantle of leadership to crusade and show that people, the world at large, that you have to conserve environment.
First of all, the workers committing and working up for Kasese is not something we take for granted.
Our children from the primary schools, we think you are going to be good change agents. Please continue.
As the ministry, we are very glad to see these young children actively participate.
We work for water, we work for the environment, we work for climate change, we work for public health, we work for socio-economic transformation. The Uganda Water and Environment Week is proudly sponsored by
Ladies and gentlemen, each year, the government of Uganda, as a party to UNFCCC, joins the rest of the world in the annual conference of parties to deliberate on the global developments, challenges, and solutions related to combating climate change.
Uganda is a very rich country in terms of resources. The water problems in Uganda are not water. The food problems in Uganda are not food. They are about water management, energy management, and that's a big difference between essentially putting a pump and managing the resources essentially so that they are sustainable.
In the National Development Plan, that should be quantified, strategic analysis, and coming out with concrete plans on how to utilize efficiently the available water resources.
This year signifies a key milestone as we celebrate 25 years of the Nile Basin Initiative, marking our collective journey towards sustainable water management and transboundary cooperation.
It's my humble request that the Ministry of Water and Environment actively take up the following. 1, integrate the network stations as part of the country monitoring system. 2, allocate resources to support the national team in field operations and maintenance of the stations, and conduct routine visits and checkups of the stations regularly, as well as implement standard quality assurance to ensure that the data is reliable and can be used by very many stakeholders.
Welcome to our third day of the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week. And for today, we are focusing on sub-theme number 2 on nature-based solutions, solve water, environment, and climate change crisis.
For us in Uganda and the approach that we promote at IUCN, we're really looking at how can we embed the aspect of stewardship right from the community level, because the communities are the most dependent on these natural resources, especially the women and the youth.
The number one thing that youth can do is raise awareness about the climate crisis, water and environment issues in the country to their peers, to their friends, and to their communities. One of the ways they can do this is through the utilization of media, right utilization of media.
I completely agree that we also have to translate the knowledge and the scientific evidence into practical and understandable for policymakers examples and briefs.
We need to understand the simple science, and as stakeholders, this needs to be translated to the local people across sectors, wetlands, Ministry of Agriculture, other departments. We all engage in this.
Nature-based solutions are the major solution to our challenge of climate change, of water resources degradation, and so on. And that does not negate the contribution of other solutions, such as engineering solutions and other technical solutions, but it is a major component. And we need not only to invest in protecting nature, but also in restoring nature using these nature-based solutions.
The Water Resources Institute Mentorship Initiative
is one of the programs the Institute is carrying on as it seeks to continue operationalizing the strategic plan.
This is a flagship program for the Water Resources Institute, which was initiated due to the need to mentor young girls into water and environment science, because this was a lacking aspect. And so the Water and Environment Institute took it up as a flagship program to be able to encourage young girls and mentor them so that they remain within the science of water and environment.
We started with the ladies. We had a pilot mentorship program last year, 2021, 2022. And the pilot program had about 26 mentees who have graduated in 2022. And only ladies from the center, that is the Ministry of Water and Environment Center. So after the experience we got in the pilot study and recommendations and the interest that was shown by ladies and the top management of the Ministry of Water and Environment, we embarked on the second cycle. This second cycle, we recruited 30 mentees from the deconcentrated structures and 30 mentees from the Ministry of Water, the Central.
One of the programs of the Institute is a mentorship program, which we started in 2021, basically trying to help the young men and women to build their capacity, to motivate them to improve their career, be confident and be able to deliver very, very effectively as a sector.
We are in a small group where everyone can talk. The mentees are able to learn more about the ongoing global, regional, national trends in the different areas. For example, if you look at an area of project management, all of us in our lives, whether in our family, whether in our workspaces, we are always handling projects. So a technical session on project management exposes these young professionals to the realities, what they would really find in their day-to-day work.
Whoever came up with it, I think did a good job, because it is going to strengthen the capacity. We didn't have an opportunity to get someone to make you understand. I have found this program very capacitating. It is going to enable the mentees, first of all, to be confident of what they are doing. It is going to make them understand better the areas they are following.
I've learned a number of things. To start with, policy formulation. It was quite interesting because I had no idea how policies come up and every other thing. And now I know exactly how to put the ideas together, who to consult, and what stakeholders exactly to engage in actually having a successful policy.
We have learned a lot as mentees. We have got an experience, an opportunity to directly interact with very great women in the country, as women, to encourage us and motivate us with very practical examples. And other than the videos we watch on YouTube and what, we've got an experience to interact with them closely, for them to mentor us into great women all round, socially, economically, and environmentally.
The topics from the mentorship program are very highlighting. For instance, the art of communication is one of those topics that I liked very much.
Initially, I did not believe in myself. I really used to have a lot of fear. And with this program, I was able to believe in myself. I was able to learn how to take up opportunities, be it at work, be it at my family level. I learned how to be a leader at both levels, and I feel I have been encouraged to take up many opportunities once given a chance.
I've learned on how to negotiate. It can either be at workplace, home, or communities. And during that negotiation, you have to look at what you expect from people and what you have to air out to people.
I had a lot of self-awareness. I learned that you have to know your strengths and your weaknesses in order to have real goals that will achieve you anything.
We are seeing benefits at different levels. At the mentors level, for instance, we have one of our old pundit in water and environment sector, who is one of the committed mentors to this program. So we are learning a lot from her. She's inspiring young girls on how to get to the highest level internationally, and among other mentees and mentors who have made it up there.
The mentorship program is not only for the mentees to learn, but even the mentors learn.
The ladies who were in the first pilot, they've been able to make decisions, they've been able to get promotions in their workplaces. Some became principals, some became seniors, and they say that this mentorship program they had, the chance of mentoring them, build their capacity, build their confidence, that they were able to pass the interviews for promotion interviews. They were able to advocate for more opportunities as ladies in the Ministry of Water and Environment sector.
We have technical mentorship and leadership mentorship. And these ladies are being helped to actually grow and be competitive in an environment dominated by men. And we are hoping that after they have gone through the mentorship program, they will be well equipped to deliver. They will also be well equipped and motivated to perform much, much better.
It stems from WaterAid's vision of everyone everywhere accessing safe and clean water, because that's what we are about. That's our core business, that is our niche area, and we want to make sure that everyone out there has safe and clean water, good sanitation and hygiene practices. And who best to lead on these than women themselves, who are being affected by the bulk of the grants. So that is how that mentorship program came. And from the conception and the idea, we are really thankful for the partnership with Water Resource Institute. They picked it up, they developed a concept, we supported them in developing a concept and a strategy for it. We funded the first round of the mentorship program, and we are thankful that now in its second year, they've received funding to support with more mentorships. So that for us is a huge success, because one of our driving pillars is let us initiate, but then be able to see that initiation or that innovation being scaled up and taken by other partners. And that's what we are seeing. So we couldn't have been much happier than that.
I'd like to appreciate the Ministry of Water and Environment, that is especially the Water Resources Institute, for the mentorship program.
To the program organizers, our mentors, the funders, the Water Resources Institute, and everyone who has actually been part of this program that enabled us as mentees come together. Thank you so much.
I'd like to give special thanks to the G4G Girls Mentorship Program and the Ministry of Water for facilitating this program, and WaterAid.
We really want to take this opportunity as a ministry to thank WaterAid Uganda, thank Girls for Girls that have helped to shape this program, and Contour Consult that have also been providing consulting services to provide guidance in our delivery of this program. Again, for the mentors, we not mention them by name. There are many heads of government institutions, permanent secretaries, executive directors, and many from within the country and outside who have contributed to this program. We want to thank them and want to call upon them to continue supporting us moving forward.
I want to take this opportunity to really thank the Ministry of Water through the Water Resource Institute and the leadership of Dr. Calist for really standing up as a man. He has stood up for the mentorship program and seeing more women being mentored, more leaders coming into the sector. That is what this mentorship program is doing. So thank you very much, Water Resource Institute, Dr. Calist and your team. You guys have started a wonderful job in the institute itself, but also in spearheading a mentorship program that we can also see is going beyond Uganda. Agenda for Change has taken this up, and they are doing a global mentorship program for
We have an open door policy. Every person who is running away from danger, when they come here, we must listen to them. Refugees in Uganda live more than 5 years in the country. They need education. They need water. They need better roads for movement. It is no longer humanitarian needs, but development requirements of an individual.
In Uganda, over 67% of refugees face the harsh reality of not having access to clean water. The growing number of refugees has outpaced the support available, putting a significant strain on government services. Since 1959, Uganda has welcomed refugees. We are currently the largest host country in Africa and among the top 3 globally, with about 1.7 million refugees residing here. In a developing nation like Uganda, housing a population this size is an expensive undertaking.
The government of Uganda, first and foremost, together with UN agencies and other stakeholders, came up with one integrated planning. And we have a refugee response plan which caters for water, sanitation, environment, which also takes care of the aspect of climate change, because the emergency situation had to be dealt with.
With the integrated refugee response plan in place, water facilities were hastily built, leading to inefficiencies and design flaws. These systems, created by various government organizations and development partners, often lacked a robust operational and maintenance structure. Traditionally, water services for refugees are free, but this approach didn't foster a sense of ownership, which is essential in building the sustainability of the projects.
We have been having challenges where the numerous partners have been leaving the district because of the global economic challenges. Donor funding has been dwindling, coming down every year. And because of that, there are now very many challenges as far as operational and maintenance of these water facilities is concerned. And because of that, the government of Uganda has now thought of transitioning these water facilities from the free water consumption to the utility approach.
When you talk about the transition to utility, it is aimed at ensuring efficient water service delivery to the community, but also ensuring sustainability of water service delivery for the refugees.
We are trying to integrate those systems into the main water supply systems and the facilities so that they can be managed by the umbrella of water and sanitation.
The people who are accessing the service must now meet the cost of that service. They are supposed to pay for the service, not necessarily paying for the water, but for the service of delivering that water from wherever the source it is up to their homes. That's in terms of electricity, repairs and maintenance of the water system components, the water quality management and testing. The tariff structure that we have been implementing in the refugee settlements is very, very low. I think it's the lowest in the country.
The introduction of the utility approach is actually to help us for the future, to ensure that we can sustain these water sources as ourselves alone. But it has its own challenges. One of the challenges it has, one is on the tariff. And yet the refugees themselves are used to not paying water.
We have the problem of tariff under this umbrella that came in. Of course, they are doing a very nice job, but because of the categorization that there are people who are vulnerable, group 1, group 2, and group 3, those who don't receive food, it is very difficult, and it will be very difficult for them to pay a tariff.
Anything that will demand money to a refugee that is not stable, it's always going to be challenging. This will challenge families, more especially at household level, given the fact that majority of our population are women and children. But how do you help a refugee to cope up with this utility is what the question we're having right now on hand.
changing people quickly from a free service to a payment service is a bit not very easily acceptable. So that's the negative part of the transition. It will involve you having interactions with all the stakeholders, right from the local government, the lower local governments, the refugee population itself through the leadership, even UNHCR. Mobilizing people, bringing people together to have an opportunity to interact with them is costly itself.
We have to make sure that we work on the mindset of the beneficiaries. The water user committees, we have to put them in place. But to put them in place and be very functional, we need to build their capacity. We need to train them. We need to mentor and coach them how they can manage these water sources that we are providing to them.
If it is rushed, it can turn into burden transfer from the international community to the Ugandan government. There is transition without guarantees of support from the international community. Then that will mean that the government, with its already existing responsibility of provision of services to its nationals, would have to add on to the refugee service provisions.
Under this transition, we're encouraging sharing of costs. The humanitarian agencies should not leave us completely. We have to make a contribution. They also have to make a contribution in our response to refugees. But leaving us independently now, you are matured enough to look after your wife and your children, will not lead us anywhere.
UNHCR believes that transition is necessary. Integrating refugees in the national systems is important and necessary. UNHCR is here to help the government in developing a strategy on transition.
There is need for improved coordination with all our key stakeholders. We need to ensure that we work closely with the districts, we should work closely with the development partners, we should work closely with the local communities to ensure that we all look after the water supply and the sanitation facilities that have been put on the ground.
People always think that the utilities have come to collect revenue from the people and therefore they are making money. And because of that, people who own land where infrastructure was initially developed,
in the heart of Uganda's Karamoja region, the Lokere Catchment Project is bringing new hope to communities long plagued by water scarcity, land degradation, and fragile livelihoods.
And climate change is being so detrimental to not only to the environment, but also to the livelihoods of the Karamojong.
With financial support from the German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ, Weltunga Hilfe, WHH, in partnership with Uganda's Ministry of Water and Environment, implemented a project aimed at revitalizing ecosystems while empowering local communities to secure a sustainable future.
And since 2017, Weltunga Hilfe has been very privileged to work together to support the government of Uganda in these preservations of the water catchment areas, in particular in Karamoja.
For Betty Nakiro, who grew up in Karamoja, the project holds deep personal significance.
I recall waking up very early in the morning at around 3 or 4 a.m. to go and look for water. The journey was very exhausting. The water sources were up to 4 kilometers away. Water is very little, and by the time you come back, you feel so exhausted. It inspired me to go to school so that I can change the narrative that similar girls were facing.
Today, that dream is becoming a reality.
Today, I am committed that no girl goes through what I went, and no one should pay the price.
The Lokere Catchment Project addresses water and soil conservation, sustainable rangeland management, and climate-smart agriculture, ensuring that communities can thrive even in Karamoja's challenging environment. Tree growing is one of the project's cornerstone initiatives. By planting trees along degraded riverbanks, communities are stabilizing soil, protecting water sources, and combating erosion.
The plants that you see here are the sisal, which are always planted also here in order to hold the banks, the collapsing banks of this gully.
One of the interventions we did was tree growing, where Omaniman River begins. We've planted over 1,890 trees. The place was initially bare, but now if you go there, the canopy is different.
The trees that were planted 2 years ago, I have actually grown, and the place in Tapach is more greener now compared to the previous time. Now the gullies, those valleys there, they used to be more deeper, but at the moment they are being rejuvenated.
This is where engineering solutions meet environmental solutions. The sisal you see at the background are used in soil stabilization and trapping of soil, because they have the fibrous root system that is self-propagating.
For many in Karamoja, access to clean water was once an unfulfilled dream. Now, under the Lokere Catchment Project, hundreds of community members can access clean, reliable water through a solar-powered water scheme equipped with overhead tanks. This innovative solution provides a steady supply of safe water for drinking, farming, and livestock, reducing the long treks previously endured by women and children.
This area had 2 boreholes, but all of them were broken, and there was one naturally occurring spring where people were fetching water. When the project supported the sub-county, it gave them a solar-powered scheme, which is currently serving a population of 900 people.
And it pumps water of capacity 24 cubic per day to an overhead tank, which is on the hill. And this water serves the community by gravity.
Lokere is also empowering communities with climate-smart agriculture techniques, modern beekeeping, and energy-efficient cooking stoves. These approaches diversify incomes while safeguarding the environment. The creation of school gardens in Karamoja is part of the project's commitment to sustainability. Here, children learn practical skills on climate-smart agriculture, improving their nutrition.
Today, we're in one of our projects, which is a school garden. This school garden is quite unique, designed to suit the semi-aridity of Karamoja. We are focusing on the 3 pillars of climate-smart agriculture. One being productivity, ensuring that food should be produced sustainably. And then the other is on adaptation and resilience. And then reduction of emission that come along with the issues of climate change. The benefits of permaculture is to boost on the nutrition levels of the learners. The other is the
In the heart of Uganda's Karamoja region, the Lokere Catchment Project is bringing new hope to communities long plagued by water scarcity, land degradation, and fragile livelihoods.
and climate change is being so detrimental to not only to the environment but also to the livelihoods of the Karamojong.
With financial support from the German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ, Weltunga Ilfe, WHH, in partnership with Uganda's Ministry of Water and Environment, implemented a project aimed at revitalizing ecosystems while empowering local communities to secure a sustainable future.
And since 2017, Weltunga Hilfe has been very privileged to work together to support the government of Uganda in these preservations of the water catchment areas, in particular in Karamoja.
For Betty Nakiro, who grew up in Karamoja, the project holds deep personal significance.
I recall waking up very early in the morning at around 3 or 4 a.m. to go and look for water. The journey was very exhausting. The water sources were up to 4 kilometers away. Water is very little, and by the time you come back, you feel so exhausted. It inspired me to go to school so that I can change the narrative that similar girls were facing.
Today, that dream is becoming a reality.
Today, I am committed that no girl goes through what I went, and no one should pay the price.
The Lokere Catchment Project addresses water and soil conservation, sustainable rangeland management, and climate-smart agriculture, ensuring that communities can thrive even in Karamoja's challenging environment. Tree growing is one of the project's cornerstone initiatives. By planting trees along degraded riverbanks, communities are stabilizing soil, protecting water sources, and combating erosion.
The plants that you see here are the sisal, which are always planted also here in order to hold the banks, the collapsing banks of this gully.
One of the interventions we did was tree growing, where Omaniman River begins. We've planted over 1,890 trees. The place was initially bare, but now if you go there, the canopy is different.
The trees that were planted 2 years ago, I have actually grown, and the place in Tapach is more greener now compared to the previous time. Now the gullies, those valleys there, they used to be more deeper, but at the moment they are being rejuvenated.
This is where engineering solutions meet environmental solutions. The sisal you see at the background are used in soil stabilization and trapping of soil because they have the fibrous root system that is self-propagating.
For many in Karamoja, access to clean water was once an unfulfilled dream. Now, under the Lokere Catchment Project, hundreds of community members can access clean, reliable water through a solar-powered water scheme equipped with overhead tanks. This innovative solution provides a steady supply of safe water for drinking, farming, and livestock, reducing the long treks previously endured by women and children.
This area had 2 boreholes, but all of them were broken, and there was one naturally occurring spring where people were fetching water. When the project supported the sub-county, it gave them a solar-powered scheme, which is currently serving a population of 900 people.
And it pumps water of capacity 24 cubic per day to an overhead tank, which is on the hill. And this water serves the community by gravity.
Lokere is also empowering communities with climate-smart agriculture techniques, modern beekeeping, and energy-efficient cooking stoves. These approaches diversify incomes while safeguarding the environment. The creation of school gardens in Karamoja is part of the project's commitment to sustainability. Here, children learn practical skills on climate-smart agriculture, improving their nutrition.
Today, we're in one of our projects, which is a school garden. This school garden is quite unique, designed to suit the semi-aridity of Karamoja. We are focusing on the 3 pillars of climate smart agriculture. One being productivity, ensuring that food should be produced sustainably. And then the other is on adaptation and resilience. And then reduction of emission that come along with the issues of climate change. The benefits of permaculture is to boost on the nutrition levels of the learners. The other is the learners are able to attain knowledge and share with the community members so that it can have a multiplier effect to the community.
By integrating mechanical solutions such as gabions and Secobian concrete, we are effectively controlling erosion and conserving water for community use.
The soil and water conservation measures that we are implementing under Lokere projects are stone bands, stone gabions, the infiltration dishes, the box culverts and bridges, and the valley tanks. Valley tanks are always constructed,
ladies and gentlemen,
to address surface runoff.
Let's welcome our honorable ministers. Who have walked into the room. The host minister, Honorable Bete Anywa, and your guest, Honorable Peter Lokeris Imant. You are most welcome. This afternoon, we shall be presenting Lokere project. It has so far had 2 phases, and we are starting a 3rd phase. So we shall be presenting results of Lokere phase 1 and 2, but also introducing to you activities that are planned for Lokere phase 3. So I wish to welcome you all to this function and thank you for accepting to grace this occasion. So honorable ministers, honorable members of parliament, the district chairpersons, representative of the ambassador of the German embassy, and all stakeholders, we do welcome you. We shall have a short program that we shall run through. We shall have remarks from the Directorate of Water Resources Management. I've been advised that we shall move directly to the Permanent Secretary to give the welcome remarks due to time constraint. And then we shall have, after the PS remarks from the Country Director, World Hunger Healthy, who is represented by the Area Manager. Then we shall have a speech from the Deputy Head of Development Cooperation, Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany in Uganda, Philip, who is with us here. After that, we shall have a presentation, PowerPoint presentation on achievements of the Lokere project and also activities that are planned for Lokere Phase 3. And after that, then we shall have the formal launch, which shall be presided over by our honorable ministers, and we shall break for lunch. So that is the short agenda that we shall be following. We already had an opening prayer to grace activities for this day of the 3rd day of Uganda Water and Environment Week. So I'll move straight away to invite the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Water and the Environment, to make his remarks.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm not the permanent secretary. I'm representing the permanent secretary who is not able to be with us. Otherwise, I'm called Dr. Kalis Tindimugaya, acting director for water resources management in the Ministry of Water and Environment. The permanent secretary has requested me to read his remarks. I want to take this opportunity to recognize the presence of the Honorable Minister of Karamoja Affairs, Honorable Peter Rokeris. Honorable Minister, you are welcome. The Honorable Minister of State for Environment, also holding the fort for Minister of Water and Environment, Honorable Beatrice Anyua, Honorable Members of Parliament, representatives of the German Embassy in Uganda, our various development partners, chairpersons of the districts present here, the different stakeholders, civil society organizations, private sector, cultural institutions, academia, the media, the staff of the Ministry of Water and Environment and other agencies, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Ministry of Water and Environment, we want to thank you for sparing time to be part of this project launch. This is being held within the framework of the Uganda Water and Environment Week, and we are happy that the team looking after this project considered it fit to launch it within the Uganda Water and Environment Week. Uganda Water and Environment Week provides an opportunity for us to meet and converge and discuss issues related to water, environment, and climate change. And having this project launched within this framework is very, very much appreciated, because we do know that water touches everybody. Water is a catalyst for development, but also water can actually be a source of conflict. So having a project like this that is looking at where the water is coming from and where it is ending is going to be very key, because the water doesn't follow administrative boundaries. And I'm sure those who are not familiar with the arrangements of catchment would want to know what is Rokere and Rokok. And during the presentation, I'm sure the team will be able to tell us how we came up with this nomenclature of the catchment and what Rokok and Rokere means and why we are talking about a catchment. Again, we want to thank you for coming over. We want to thank the honorable ministers, members of parliament, and all of you dignitaries for coming to attend this project launch. All of us will realize that we have big roles to play in the project implementation, but also we want to thank our partners and our sponsors of this project for always supporting us to move the water, environment, and climate change agenda forward. With those remarks, I want to wish you good deliberations and a good project launch. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kalis, for those remarks on behalf of the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Water and the Environment. Before we proceed to the next speaker, I want to take recognition of key stakeholders that are present here. First, from the Karamoja sub-region, we have Honorable John Bosco Ngoya. You may stand up for recognition. He's the Member of Parliament for Bukora in Napak. We also have Honorable Tubo Christine Nakwang, who is the woman Member of Parliament for Kabong. And we have Honorable Seith Wambede. He already introduced himself, but he's the Member of Parliament for Northern Division in Mbale City. We also have district chairpersons present here. We have Honorable Mary Gino. He's the district chairperson for Kabong and also chairperson for Lokere Catchment Management Committee. Then we have Honorable Te Po Komor, son of a peasant, Hasola 001, and commonly called Kacheri Boy. He's the district chairperson Kabong, and also the chairperson Lokok Catchment Management Committee. You are all most welcome. I now take the pleasure to invite Mr. Regaba Julius, who is the area manager, with Hanga Heifi, to speak to us. And thereafter, he will invite the head of Development Cooperation, Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany, to speak to us.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Julius Regaba, as mentioned by the moderator, and I'm the area manager for the Veltunga Youth program in Karamoja, and I'm here to deliver welcome remarks on behalf of our country director, Ms. Janet Vinance, who was not able to make it today due to other critical engagements, but nevertheless, we are happy that we are all here in good faith. Honorable ministers present, the permanent secretary or the representative, honorable members of parliament, honorable chairs of various parliamentary commissions, representative from the Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany, representatives from international development partners and UN, NGOs and other organizations, representatives of the government of Uganda at central and regional as well as district levels, district representatives of religious and cultural institutions, district representatives of academia, private sector actors, and other colleagues, WHH partner organizations, program participants, representatives of various media houses, and all participants attending here physically and online. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of Veltunga Hilfe, I am delighted to be here with you this afternoon to welcome you at the launch of the project titled Protection and Conservation of the Lokere and Lokok Watersheds through advocacy and practical demonstration in Uganda. But before I go a little bit more into our program today, allow me to say a few words about Veltunga Hilfe. Veltunga Hilfe, it's a German word meaning world, that's Welt. Hunger, it's hunger. And then Hilfe is relief or aid in German. And as of now, we can also be easily called WHH, not to go with the other complicated word for those who are those who cannot easily pronounce it. And Veltunga Hilfe is one of Germany's largest private aid organizations with no political or religious affiliations, founded in 1962, and this coincides also the same time that Uganda got its independence, so we had the same age. And it was founded under it was also formerly called German Agro Action, for those who might be wondering how we are seeing this same logo but had a different name. Veltunga Hilfe currently works in over 30 countries globally, and its vision is a world in which all people can exercise their right to a self-determined life in dignity and justice, free of hunger and poverty. In Uganda, Veltunga Hilfe operations began as early as 1986, with the country office only being established in 2002. We work with the people of Uganda, providing technical and financial support in the areas of food and nutrition security, youth skills development, water, sanitation and hygiene, as well as women empowerment, ending gender-based violence and promotion of gender equality. In support of and in close collaboration with the government of the Republic of Uganda and in partnership with about 18 national and local non-governmental organizations, WHH runs projects in 5 regions, that is West Nile, Karamoja, Teso, Central, and Western. We are also part of the Alliance 2015, a strategic network of 7 European-based NGOs engaged in humanitarian and development action. 4 of the Alliance partners, 2015 members, are operational in Uganda, and these are ACTED, Ayuda en Acción, CHESV, as well as ourselves. So to come back to our program today, the project titled Protection and Conservation of Lokere and Lokok Watersheds through Advocacy and Practical Demonstration in Uganda. It's funded by Germany, and it aims to promote and advocate for the implementation of policy reforms which strengthen catchment-based integrated water resource management at national level, by improving framework conditions with the participation of civil society organizations, research institutions, academia, private sector, government institutions, donors, among other stakeholders. The project will be implemented by Veltunga Hilfe in close collaboration with the Directorate of Water Resource Management of the Ministry of Water and Environment. This project also follows 2 previous phases that have been implemented since 2018, and we are mainly operational at meso and micro levels in Lokere catchment, in Teso and Karamoja sub-regions. And this will be presented later on by our colleagues. So this 3rd phase of the project aligns with Veltunga Hilfe's new strategy 2025-2030, Zero Hunger on a Healthy Planet, by promoting collaborative action with relevant stakeholders, excellent programming and leveraging on research and technology to ensure resilient, inclusive, and sustainable integrated water resource management practices which contribute to zero hunger. The project also aligns with the Ministry of Water Environment strategy of catchment-based integrated water resource management 2020-2030, which envisions sustainably managed water resources that support livelihoods and development by 2030. It also aligns with the theme of this year's Uganda Water and Environment Week 2025, which is Water and Environment Resources for Enhanced Resilience and improved incomes and livelihoods. Cognizant with the role of wash systems play in relation to zero hunger, the project will be implemented in collaboration with other wash system actors, such as the Ministry of Water and Environment and other government institutions, research institutions and academia, the private sector actors, civil society organizations, religious and cultural leaders, UWASNET, Agenda for Change, Sanitation and Water for All, among other key players in the wash sector. The project also fosters climate resilience in Uganda by promoting climate action and implementing multi-level advocacy for climate justice, minimizing biodiversity loss, soil degradation, and practices which bring about serious environmental and social consequences that threaten food security of the Ugandan population. As part of the welcoming remarks, I would also like to acknowledge the support of the government of Uganda, our donors and supporters. I especially acknowledge and appreciate the long-term commitment and technical support, as well as engagement we have had with the Ministry of Water and Environment, which has enabled us carry out our work and, together with partners, improve the livelihoods and resilience of some of the most marginalized communities in Uganda. I also acknowledge the good cooperation and engagement and funding and the support we have received from Germany, which has made us impact the lives of the people of Uganda positively through our interventions. I am immensely grateful to all our guests present here today during this launch and hope for your valuable contributions in terms of expertise and knowledge during this project's implementation in order to receive its goal. I would also like to acknowledge my own Veltunga Hillfed team, our partner organizations and program participants for their hard work in preparing today's event. It is my hope that this hybrid model of participation in person and online is working well, as we have seen in the past days since Monday. And I believe if there was something positive that came out of the global COVID-19 pandemic, it is that we have adapted to be more inclusive. And it means that people outside Kampala or even outside Uganda can participate. I thank you all for making time to participate and share your valuable ideas with us. Together, we can and must make a difference by promoting sustainable, inclusive, and resilient integrated water resource management practices, which contribute to the new Veltunga UFA's global strategy of zero hunger on a healthy planet. Once again, and I hope you'll enjoy today's program, thank you very much. Yeah, at this juncture, allow me to invite Mr. Philippe Roussel, the Deputy Head of Development Cooperation at the Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany, to make his remarks. Thank you very much.
Julius, thank you very much for introducing me. Honorable Ministers present, Permanent Secretary present, Honorable Members of Parliament, Honorable Chairs of various parliamentary commissions, representatives from international development partners, the United Nations, NGOs, and other organizations, the Welthungerhilfe Uganda team, representatives from the government of Uganda at the central, at regional, and district levels, distinguished representatives from religious and cultural institutions, distinguished representatives from academia, from private sector actors, as well as colleagues from overseas, all program participants, farmers, entrepreneurs, and community members, representatives from various media, today present, and all participants attending both physically and online. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Germany, I'm very honored to deliver some opening remarks at this launch. Today's launch, or let's say phase 3 of this project, marks another milestone in the strong partnership between Germany and Uganda. And let me quickly mention 2 specific objectives of this project. Number 1, improved enabling environment at national level that considers governance, gender, socio-economic aspects for sustainable management of water and environment resources. And number 2, improved livelihoods in Lokere and Lokok watersheds through strengthening catchment management planning and implementation. Based on these objectives, we believe this launch underscores Germany's unwavering commitment to support sustainable development in Uganda. We have been a partner to Uganda for 60 years now, all in all since 1964. And that partnership is ongoing, as we just concluded our government-to-government negotiations in November 2024. That is why this morning feels like another milestone, as we are launching a new project that relates to catchment-based integrated water resource management. Uganda, through its Ministry of Water and Environment, has embarked on a crucial reform within the sector. The reform aims to establish effective management of water resources from the grassroots to the national level. And by doing so, it addresses the pressing issues of environmental degradation, pollution, and the impacts of climate change, challenges that directly affect food security and the quality of life for all Ugandans, and not only Ugandans, but also for us here in Uganda. We are particularly pleased that this launch coincides with the national celebrations of Water and Environment Week 2025. This year's theme, Water and Environment Resources for Enhanced Resilience and Improved Incomes and Livelihoods, resonates deeply with the objectives, resonates deeply with the objectives of the reform that the new project is promoting. It highlights the critical role that sustainable water and environmental management play in building resilience and improving livelihoods of communities. Uganda's water resources are an important source of the country's socio-economic transformation, as development sectors such as agriculture, livestock, fisheries, hydropower, and agriculture highly depend on them. And that's why we believe that the successful implementation of these reforms will significantly contribute to the sustainable utilization of Uganda's natural resources and the well-being of its people. Germany remains committed to supporting Uganda in its journey towards sustainable development. And together, we can build a future where environmental sustainability and economic growth can go hand in hand. Now, Germany also has been a partner of Welthungerhilfe in Uganda for 60 years. What a coincidence. And as this relationship with Welthungerhilfe extends to more than 35 countries around the globe, wherever I've been posted or been on mission, if it has been in Brussels, in Uganda, if it has been in Karamoja, in Fort Portal, in Arua, I also met colleagues from Welthungerhilfe, and I met colleagues that have been highly engaged, very flexible and very competent. Thank you very much for your work and enthusiasm. Ladies and gentlemen, let's stay focused on the tasks ahead while working together. Uganda, Germany, Welthungerhilfe. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Head of Cooperation at the Embassy of Germany. Now we are going to receive highlights of the achievements of Welthungerhilfe. I think I've gotten it right now. And this will be done by Betty, who is the foot soldier. Has been at the heart of implementation of activities for this project. But I will request all of you that have been implementing this project in Karamoja to stand up, both from Ministry of Water and Environment, WHH, and the local governments, if you are present, so that you are recognized. So that has been the able team that has implemented this project and continues to implement it. Thank you very much. Betty, over to you. IT.
All protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to present to you the Lokere project, Phase 1 and Phase 2 achievements, and then a snapshot of Lokere 3. My name is Betty Nakiru. I am the head of project for Lokere project, Welthungerhilfe. When we talk about the catchment, that is what it means, but maybe allow me give you the history or the background of Lokere project, why it is called Lokere. Lokere is a big river that originates from Loyoro Hills. That is in Kabong, south of Kabong, and then the greater Moroto Mountain. All the waters that flows from that mountain and Loyoro Hills flows down through Napak and then traverses Teso and Karamoja and pours its water into the Choga Lake. So that's the system called Lokere. I'm not going to repeat about the donor, it's right there. That is the outline of the presentation. The goal of the project by then was a sustainably managed Lokere catchment that supports local livelihoods and development. The objective was to strengthen Lokere watershed management structures and then pilot protection and conservation measures that are sustainable and environmentally sound. And the project volume for phase 1 and 2 was 2.9 million euros. So for phase 1 it was 1.4, and then phase 2 was 1.5. The project area was Upper Lokere and Middle, that is Moroto, Napak, and Abilatuk districts. The thematic areas we looked up to were the agriculture and environment, and then civil society empowerment. There were 2 result areas that were picked from the Lokere CMP, that is the catchment management plan developed by the Ministry of Water and Environment in collaboration with GIZ. So the first 2 were strengthen catchment structures and then implement appropriate measures. Under result 1, these are the following achievements. We did stakeholder engagements at both levels, and then community action planning. We developed 3 sub-catchment management plans and disseminated them. We held the stakeholder forum meetings at all the 3 levels, and also established the catchment structures, such as the Lokere Catchment Management Team, which Gino is representing, and the 3 sub-catchment management committees, and 6 micro. We did capacity building of the structures in all that you see there. There is also assessment of existing bylaws, that's environmental bylaws, in 10 sub-counties, that is in the 3 districts of implementation. And we also did environmental awareness campaigns and catchment plans popularization. So in total, we did 8 community barazas, 2 radio talk shows, and several sport messages. We also did coordination meetings at all levels. And we are currently supporting the 2 sub-county councils of Tapach and Lorengeduat, that is in Nabilatuk and Moroto, to come up with the bylaws. And the incorporation of the catchment management plans into the district and sub-county development plans was one of the things that was a success. That is the photographic evidence. I would like to recognize Luis. Luis was the one who ushered us in phase 1. He's right there, together with Dr. Calist. Thank you so much. And then we have the launch of the project in Moroto. Next is the development of the plans. That is the micro. That is the district environment officer of Moroto. That is the sub-catchment management plans development process by Aid Environment. That is Kapiri Kokorio committee that was trained, and there was the dissemination of the plans. You can see Maximo and Richard there, and Olette. They came to benchmark from Lokere project. And recently, last year, we also had the DAI, CRS and USAID team coming again to learn from us. And that was the phase 2 district inception meetings in Moroto. Next, that is the mighty catchment committee of Lokere. And that was the assessment and popularization of the bylaws in Napak district. And the different government structures were involved in the sensitization. You can see the DPC Napak up there, and then the community, and we had the radio talk show. And that was the launch of the Tapach Solar Water Scheme with the BMZ representative. Now, that is the end of result 1. In result 2, we've planted 1,154 people or participants were trained under Cash for Work and in the whole process. And 28 institutions have been supported, and we've planted 14,973 trees and 2 live fences in 2 schools. So the survival rate, sorry, that was for phase 1. Currently, our survival rate is at 83%, currently. The next activity is the rangelands management. We've rehabilitated 4 sites. Next is under soil and water conservation. If you went to Tapach, you'll find the 7 acres of stone bands constructed. Then 10 sites have been constructed with the stone gabions, what we call gully plugging. And then 6,158 moon pits constructed around trees to absorb water, and 138 infiltration ditches in the 2 sub-counties, and then 5 box culverts and 1 bridge have also been constructed. Under water provision, a solar water scheme constructed from a natural occurring spring with a 20-year design period has been projected to serve 1,554 people. That is in 20 years to come. So we've constructed 2 valley tanks, that is with the help of Ministry of Water and Environment, of capacity 15,000 cubic meters in the 2 districts, that is Lorenedwat and Lokopo. Then the 4 valley tanks have been well protected. You'll see the pictures later. And we have also done 4 rainwater harvesting facilities, that is in the 3 schools that are water stressed on the mountain, on Mount Moroto. Water user committees have been trained for all the valley tanks and the solar scheme. And we also did the water quality testing with the help of Choga Water Management Zone. 100 water filters have been distributed to water-stressed areas in the households of Napak and Orengedwat. And under energy saving, we've constructed 7 kitchens in 7 schools, fully installed with the cook stoves. And then we've trained 50 households as a sample in improved cook stoves construction. And then we supplied 320 energy-saving cook stoves to 320 households with the help of Spouts. That's our partner. Now, on environmental protection, we are all aware of the directive number 3 of the President in 2023. So the project is supporting Ministry of Water and Environment, National Forestry Authority in the enforcement. And that is the result. I think around 668 bags of charcoal were impounded and auctioned at the NFA offices in Moroto. Under climate smart agriculture, we've trained 456 farmers, 26 institutions supported, 30 apiary farmers trained. We've also set up 6 schools, permaculture gardens, and then 18 nutrition leaders, and then the livelihood support of 129 graduation approach participants. So that is the pictorial evidence. That was the first year in 2019. Here was after 1 year, and that was last year. That is the Ministry of Water and Environment team visiting. They were on a tour to Tapach. Next is stone bands and gully plugs. That was in 2019, and you see the transition. That was just after 1 year. And then for the stone bands, that was in 2020. What you see there is in 2022, 2 years after. That is a box culvert that was constructed in Napak. That is a bridge in Moroto Army Primary School. You can see the transaction. First, the children were using a log to cross, and now this is what we have in place. And the Tapach water scheme, the assessment, the transition, the commissioning, and this is what is there right now. And the water harvesting in schools that I talked about. And then we have a sand dam in River Apule in Moroto. Now, those are the 2 valley tanks we protected. So that is one in Moroto. Okay, the 2 of them are in Moroto, but this one is very important because it was now telling us the transition or how the livestock is using the water. And anything to do with the rangelands management can never be done without the consultation of the Karamoja elders. So first you have to consult with them. If they give you a go-ahead, then you do what you have to do, and that was the result. the cash for work is a very transparent activity that we do. BMZ has to know what is it that we are doing and how much have we paid. So that photo is taken to attach in the accountability. People have to know what is it that we have paid, and our monitoring team goes back to ask them whether it's true that we gave them that money. And under cook stoves, you can see the transition from a makeshift to a permanent structure, and then 3 cook stoves to 3 modern. That's the community training I was talking about. That is the enforcement of Directive 3 of 2023. And under CSA, the inputs, the tools, and then formation of groups, and then the actual training up to the result. That's the permagarden. That's under permaculture. And apiary farming, from the distribution to the monitoring. We also had the Ministry of Water supporting us in the farmer support monitoring. And that's the vegetable growing. You can see for yourselves the fruits. That is one of our staff. The VSLA training, because whatever comes out of their work, at least they need to put some money, to save some money for education, medical, and domestic use. That was the graduation approach. Now, what are the lessons learned in phase 1 and 2? That when we integrate soil and water conservation measures in tree growing, and then the trees protection using twigs, you'll see that photo later. And then the X model, what we call the WHH model, is crisscrossing, it is called the zigzag. It enhances the water filtration. And then integration of the catchment management plan into the sub-county and district development plans. So the lessons learned is tree species like acacia and neem are drought resistant, or they do well. And then compared to Grevillea, Macamia, and others, because they are well adapted to the dry environment. The challenges: insecurity, you all know the story, prolonged drought, pests and diseases, there's fires, livestock, especially that is in Tapach. The livestock are on free range. Then poor roads, especially during rainy season. And the slow response and limited support sometimes from the NFA. And then poverty, frequent change of administrative officers. And then COVID-19 affected our social gatherings. Yeah. So we are now going to Lokere 3. What should we expect? Julius already gave us what it's all about. That the title now changes to Lokere and Lokok Water Catchment Project. The protection and conservation of Lokere and Lokok watersheds through advocacy and practical demonstration in Uganda. So we are now going to the national level. What is the goal? To strengthen watershed management in Uganda through policy reforms and their implementation at national level. The first goal is that we'd love to see improved enabling environment at national level, which considers governance, gender, and socioeconomic aspects for sustainable management of water and environment resources. That will be at macro, meaning at national level. And goal 2 will be improved livelihoods in the Lokere and Lokok watersheds through strengthened catchment management planning and implementation. That is at the middle and then the micro. So we are looking at 4 result areas. That 1, to review the water and environment policies and plans. Number 2, to build national level capacity for the implementation of the catchment-based integrated water resources management guidelines. Number 3, strengthen Lokok and Lokere watersheds management institutions to protect and sustainably manage natural resources. Number 4, implement adaptation measures to protect, restore, and conserve local ecosystems. What is the coverage? Lokok and Lokere, that is it's now going to be the 10 districts. It's no longer going to be the 9, but the 10 districts. That is 6 in Karamoja and 4 in Teso. And we are also going to be involved at the advocacy involved in advocacy at national level. We are here, the Parliament of Uganda, the different ministries, CSOs, private sector, cultural institutions, and all that. What is the time frame? It is from the 1st of January to the 31st of December, 1st of January 2025, which is this year, to 31st of December 2027. Our financing is at 1.8 million euros, and we are looking at 54,270 direct participants, and the indirect population is all that are living in the Lokere and Loko catchments. Thank you very much. And that photo tells where we started from in 2019. Thank you very much.
Another huge round of applause to the project implementation team. I never wanted to bias you, but the outputs are in these folders, if you have them. So there is full information. Honorable ministers and honorable members of parliament, this project was implemented at a meager 2.9 million euros. That is approximately 3.2 million US dollars with all those outputs, and giving us an integrated approach, and also looking at community livelihoods and resilience. The district chairpersons, thank you very much for supporting the technical teams. At this juncture, we shall now move into the phase of launching the project, and I would want to invite Honorable Tubo Christine, yes, to invite the Honorable Minister for Water and Environment to speak to us. Me, I don't have the latitude to invite the Honorable Minister, so I will call upon you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Once again, I'm called Tubo Christine Nakwang, Woman Member of Parliament, Kabong District, and the Vice Chairperson, Karamoja Parliamentary Group. I feel honored to stand before you to just handle one activity, and that is to invite the Minister for Water and Environment to come to speak to us. You're most welcome.
Once more, it is a good afternoon. My senior minister, Honorable Keris, the honorable members of parliament present, the deputy head of corporation, Germany, other development partners represented here, our chairpersons for Kabong and Kotido present, all invited guests, protocol observed. You allow me to quickly run through this. Our invited guests, just on behalf of my Ministry of Water and Environment, I once more take this opportunity to really welcome you and say, feel at home. You can see our queens behind there. We have been with them for a while. I can see our students. Yes, karibu sana to this launch of Lokere and Lukong catchment projects, which has been really articulated clearly, funded by the German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. And I wish in a special way to welcome the team from the German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, the BMZ, and I thank you for supporting this project so that we can provide water for the vulnerable group and conserve our environment since 2019, when we got these fundings, which has now come to total up to 2.9 million euros. We thank you very much. The Ministry of Water and Environment and the WHH, I didn't want to bite my tongue over the World Health, something like that, and I just allow me to call it WHH, and have enjoyed a cordial working relationship with my ministry, and I'm really reliably informed that this is the third phase, as we have seen the presentation of the project to be implemented by the WHH. And the funding, which is now in the pipeline, is 1.8 million euros, which is going to run from 2025 to 2027. This is indeed a testimony of trust that the international community, and specifically the BMZ, that has with my government, with my country, to help us be funded all along. It's a vote of confidence, and we want to say, as a government, under the leadership of His Excellency the President, we greatly appreciate. As a minister, as the ministry true, we are indeed also grateful to associate ourselves with such a success. Everybody is watching us there. The success story we have just presented with the BMZ and the communities that are benefiting with their representatives who are here is a job well done. We want to assure you that the resources that have been provided will go a long way in helping our country and government to address the challenges of environmental degradation and the poor water sources management, which we are really perpetually faced with. And as you are aware, water is life. We cannot deny life to any part of our people. Government of Uganda is committed to the universal commitments and will continue towards the global climate change efforts that are indeed to make the world a better place to live in. Dear friends, Uganda is a country that has undergone remarkable developments, but still faces a lot of challenges of sustainability, sustainable use of utilization of natural resources amidst the rapidly growing population. The recent drought in the country took a devastating toll on the people of Uganda and showed low community resilience to the impacts of climate change. So this project will make a big contribution in supporting the people, our people in Karamoja, to cope up with these challenges. We therefore welcome this timely support from the BMZ through the WHH, and I urge my staff in the ministry and all those who will be involved in the implementation of this project to ensure that the project resources are efficiently utilized for the benefit of our people. Lastly, I wish to call upon my colleagues, the politicians, members of parliament, the community leaders, and all other stakeholders. Please closely monitor this project. Mind you, we are dealing with life. And what is life? The future is our destiny. Personally, I will also take close interest, probably at one moment, to come and see if the chairpersons there can invite me and I can say matter. My senior minister will lead me there because I cannot go to his place without him, the leader there, to clear me up. But I would want to come and see this happening and follow up its implementation to ensure that we get value for money and our donors also get satisfied that their taxpayers' money is put to good use. Accountability, efficiency, zero corruption will attract more funders. With those few words, ladies and gentlemen, you allow me to invite my senior minister, Honorable Keris, to come, the elder of the land, to address us. Karibu sana. Thank you.
You know, after taking a breakfast, it was very rich. People tend to sleep. I hope we are all awake. Thank you very much. Because the previous speaker made very entertaining remarks, and I'm sure everybody woke up at that time. One Minister of State for Environment, popularly known as Mama Mabira. You know Mabira where it is. You will ask why we know her as Mama Mabira. Honorable Ngoya, John Bosco, MP for Bokora County, Honorable Tubo Christine Nakwang, the District Woman MP for Kabong, representatives of the German government, representatives of various development partners, LC5 chair, Person Kabong, who are also the chairperson for Lokok, Catchment Management Committee, the healthy chair person for Kotido, who is also the chairman for Lokere Catchment Management Committee. So when we say Lokere, you don't have to paraphrase it as Lokere. The Lokere, which is close to my name also. Permanent Secretary, Minister of Water and Environment, representatives of religious institutions present, central and local government officials present, representatives of civil society organization and private sector, representatives of academic institutions, the media, ladies and gentlemen. This is the project for protection and conservation of Lokere and Lokok catchment areas. On behalf of the Ministry of Karamoja Affairs, I wish to take this opportunity to welcome you all to the launch of Lokere and Lokok catchment projects. I wish in a special way to thank the Ministry of Water and Environment and Wetland and Waltanga for this project, and the German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development for the support they have since 2019 provided to the government of Uganda and the Karamoja region in particular. I heard you, colleagues, present here, the political leaders, members of parliament. I also want to add the ministers, because Honorable Anya is a minister looking after water, which is the livelihood of all humanity, and then any other wildlife and other organisms in the world. You know, there's nothing you can eat without water. We consume water everywhere. When you eat greens, if there is no water, the greens will not enter the body. You eat maize, you drink milk, everything, there is water. So water is consumed in every part of life. And the good thing is, you can eat all those things, and later you are also eaten when you die. One time I was talking with one scientist. He said this idea of burying people and closing them in the cement, there is no circulation of eating each other. So the people should be just placed under the soil a little bit, so that they are available for the consumption, you know, circular consumption, so that the grasses get some juice from the people, and you eat the juice of a person. Because this person eats you, he must also be eaten. Now you are being eaten in the stones, and they think it is not the best way. I don't know. We're just chatting with engineers themselves. I don't know how good it is, but after all, we are few. Even if we are putting, these stones and cement, the rest of human consumption will continue to circulate. So after this, I urge my colleagues, I am saying the political members of parliament and the community, to closely monitor and follow up the implementation of the project to ensure that there is value for money. I also want to tell you that when you people were struggling to pronounce these names here, for me it is easy because I know the places. And I've been grazing there before, when I was very young. So when you hear of Lokere, some people call it Lokok, some people call it Okok. That is wetland. So for me, it is not a problem, because when you call me a minister, you think he's a minister from very far. The minister is from that place where you always step and dig. So therefore, you don't have to worry. So at the time, people see us and say, we all originate from Kampala and other areas. But this one is original input from there. That place called Karamoja. All these places I know. So since my task is just to launch the project, you have been anxious to wait for when it will be launched. This is the right time to do it. So I will then announce the launch. Dear friends, it's a very precious project for us. We would like to thank the government of Germany for this. So I don't know what they used to tell me. In the afternoon, do you say Guten Tag? Eh? How do you greet at this time? What? Good, not Guten Tag. Yes, Guten Tag. That is because you educated all my sons in Germany and speaks like you if you met him now in Germany. That is Engineer Ben, located Korean. He studied in Germany for 13 years. First, he did a degree, second a small one, in civil engineering. They went to do a degree in aeronautical engineering, first degree and second degree, and he came back. He is aeronautical engineer and a pilot, captain pilot. So he is doing something here called immobility. He is changing this motorcycle which use fuel to use batteries. And there are too many here in town. So they call it you see those cycles called go in town here. Those are his products and they are running. Surely, solely he wants to conserve the environment. So if any one of you wants a bike, mobility, I can show you where it is. And you will find too many. You can carry some where you want to take. And you get the charging systems. And you go where you want to go. So for him, he's a German black. Because when he speaks German, you think he's a German talking when you are not seeing him. And when you see him, so you find a black man. So for me, because of that, I am also a part of Germany. Yes, so it's very, very nice when you hear people who have been with your person. I'm indeed very happy. So therefore, it is now my singular honor and privilege to formally launch this project. Thank you. I say this for God and my country. Okay. Where?
The other far end.
Far end there. Who will come here? My members of parliament?
Yes.
Minister.
So,
With one of parliament.
the Honorable Minister will proceed to launch the project by cutting the tape and signing that board. He will be joined by the Deputy Head of Cooperation and Development at the German Embassy, and they will be joined by the Honorable Members of Parliament and the district chairpersons. The Undersecretary, I will request that you join the team, Mr. Raphael. So we have the Lokere project, phase 3, formerly the word is coming.
The launch of Lokere and Okok wetlands.
So we are having the honorary members of the honorary ministers signing. Honorary Minister, you step back a little for a group photo. How did you forget to put 001? So, honorary members of parliament, the district chairpersons, the under secretary, you will stay up here for a group photo.
I'm saying they could stand.
Engineer Maximo, you need to join this picture. Betty, Luis, are you around? Betty, kindly delegate that function to another person who would want to take this picture very fast. Yeah, some of us can stand at the back. So, Engineer Maximo, where are you?
What about the
Yes.
people of Weltonga?
Okay. That constitutes our team. We want to thank you very, very, very much for this project.
Why can't others? I don't see them.
You are looking the exams.
Minister is saying he can't see you on the screen, so the cameras are not capturing you very, very well. Can you pass their side?
Chairman, you're not visible. It is the last person there. It is the Why can't you come this way, behind us here? We are here.
Luis, you may need to move a bit to your right. Spread.
Stress.
I have to be here. I just thought, I'm just looking at you.
It looks the minister was at one time a photographer,
Let the
so
camera now focus us so that she can see the son of the pizza. Bas. Now you can see.
We are done.
so thank you very much.
The pizza had seen very well.
From here, we shall proceed for lunch, which is served at 4th floor. So we close off this session here. And in the afternoon, after lunch, we have parallel sessions that will be running. So we interest you to check your programs for the different sessions that will be running after lunch. So in this very place, we shall be having graduation ceremony of the 4th cycle of mentees. So you are welcome. It will be here in the auditorium. In the Nairobi boardroom, we shall have strategic partnership for innovative financing, convened by WaterOrg. In the Zoka boardroom, which is the boardroom on this floor, we shall have a career talk convened by Ministry of Water and the Environment.
And at IREC in Gorobi, National Water and Sewage Corporation shall have a launch of National Water Safety and Drowning Prevention Strategy, convened by Ministry of Water and Environment and the Department of International and Transboundary Water Affairs, together with Reach a Hand. And in the Riz boardroom, that is on the ground floor, we shall have an applied training on water quality for effective water resources management. And it is convened by our Water Quality Management Department. So that is our schedule for after lunch. And tomorrow, we expect you here by 9 o'clock when we shall be starting again with a dialogue. I take this opportunity to wish you a nice lunch, nice afternoon sessions, and journey masses back home till we meet again tomorrow. Thank you.
Welcome to the Forestry Sector Support Database of the Water and Environment Information System, also known as WAYS. This database is a comprehensive platform dedicated to the management, analysis, storage, and dissemination of data from the Forestry Sector Department of the Ministry of Water and Environment in Uganda. The Forestry Sector Support Database, or FSSD, also displays the Department of Forestry's key performance indicators. These indicators include the area of land planted or restored, number of tree seedlings produced per season,
Ladies and gentlemen, each year, the government of Uganda, as a party to UNFCCC, joins the rest of the world in the annual conference of parties to deliberate on the global developments, challenges, and solutions related to combating climate change.
Uganda is a very rich country in terms of resources. The water problems in Uganda are not water. The food problems in Uganda are not food. They are about water management, energy management, and that's a big difference between essentially putting a pump and managing the resources essentially so that they are sustainable.
In the National Development Plan, that should be quantified, strategic analysis, and coming out with concrete plans on how to utilize efficiently the available water resources.
This year signifies a key milestone as we celebrate 25 years of the Nile Basin Initiative, marking our collective journey towards sustainable water management and transboundary cooperation.
It's my humble request that the Ministry of Water and Environment actively take up the following. 1. Integrate the network stations as part of the country monitoring system. 2. Allocate resources to support the national team in field operations and maintenance of the stations. And conduct routine visits and checkups of the stations regularly, as well as implement standard quality assurance to ensure that the data is reliable and can be used by very many stakeholders.
Welcome to our third day of the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week. And for today, we are focusing on sub-theme number 2 on nature-based solutions to solve water, environment, and climate change crisis.
For us in Uganda and the approach that we promote at IUCN, we're really looking at how can we embed the aspect of stewardship right from the community level, because the communities are the most dependent on these natural resources, especially the women and the youth.
The number one thing that youth can do is raise awareness about the climate crisis, water and environment issues in the country to their peers, to their friends, and to their communities. One of the ways they can do this is through the utilization of media, right utilization of media.
I completely agree that we also have to translate the knowledge and the scientific evidence into practical and understandable for policymakers examples and briefs.
We need to understand the simple science, and as stakeholders, this needs to be translated to the local people across sectors. Wetlands, Ministry of Agriculture, other departments, we all engage in this.
Nature-based solutions are the major solution to our challenge of climate change, of water resources degradation, and so on. And that does not negate the contribution of other solutions, such as engineering solutions and other technical solutions, but it is a major component. And we need not only to invest in protecting nature, but also in restoring nature using these nature-based solutions.
The Water Resources Institute Mentorship Initiative is one of the programs the Institute is carrying on as it seeks to continue operationalizing the strategic plan.
This is a flagship program for the Water Resources Institute, which was initiated due to the need to mentor young girls into water and environment science, because this was a lacking aspect. And so the Water and Environment Institute took it up as a flagship program to be able to encourage young girls and mentor them so that they remain within the science of water and environment.
We started with the ladies. We had a pilot mentorship program last year, 2021, 2022. And the pilot program had about 26 mentees who have graduated in 2022. And there were only ladies from the center, that is the Ministry of Water and Environment Center. So after the experience we got in the pilot study and recommendations and the interest that was shown by ladies and the top management of the Ministry of Water and Environment, we embarked on the second cycle. This second cycle, we recruited 30 mentees from the deconcentrated structures and 30 mentees from the Ministry of Water, the Central.
One of the programs of the Institute is a mentorship program, which we started in 2021, basically trying to help the young men and women to build their capacity, to motivate them to improve their career, be confident and be able to deliver very, very effectively as a sector.
We are in a small group where everyone can talk. The mentees are able to learn more about the ongoing global, regional, national trends in the different areas. For example, if you look at an area of project management, all of us in our lives, whether in our family, whether in our workspaces, we are always handling projects. So a technical session on project management exposes these young professionals to the realities of what they would really find in their day-to-day work.
Whoever came up with it, I think did a good job, because it is going to strengthen the capacity of the girls. And I hope that also the boys are going to come on. Some of us, when we are coming into the public service offices, we didn't have an opportunity to get someone to make you understand. I have found this program very capacitating. It is going to enable the mentees, first of all, to be confident of what they are doing. It is going to make them understand better the areas they are following.
I've learned a number of things. To start with, policy formulation. It was quite interesting because I had no idea how policies come up and every other thing. And now I know exactly how to put the ideas together, who to consult, and what stakeholders exactly to engage in actually having a successful policy.
We have learned a lot as mentees. We have got an experience, an opportunity to directly interact with very great women in the country as women, to encourage us and motivate us with very practical examples. And other than the videos we watch on YouTube and what, we've got an experience to interact with them closely, for them to mentor us into great women all round, socially, economically, and environmentally.
The topics from the mentorship program are very highlighting. For instance, the art of communication is one of those topics that I liked very much.
Initially, I did not believe in myself. I really used to have a lot of fear. And with this program, I was able to believe in myself. I was able to learn how to take up opportunities, be it at work, be it at my family level. I learned how to be a leader at both levels, and I feel I have been encouraged to take up many opportunities once given a chance.
I've learned on how to negotiate. It can either be at workplace, home, or communities. And during that negotiation, you have to look at what you expect from people and what you have to air out to people.
I had a lot of self-awareness. I learned that you have to know your strengths and your weaknesses in order to have real goals that will achieve you anything.
We are seeing benefits at different levels. At the mentors level, for instance, we have one of our old pundit in water and environment sector, who is one of the committed mentors to this program. So we are learning a lot from her. She's inspiring young girls on how to get to the highest level internationally, and among other mentees and mentors who have made it up there.
The mentorship program is not only for the mentees to learn, but even the mentors learn.
The ladies who were in the first pilot, they've been able to make decisions, they've been able to get promotions in their workplaces. Some became principals, some became seniors, and they say that this mentorship program they had, the chance of mentoring them, build their capacity, build their confidence, that they were able to pass the interviews for promotion interviews. They were able to advocate for more opportunities as ladies in the Ministry of Water and Environment sector.
We have technical mentorship and leadership mentorship. and these ladies are being helped to actually grow and be competitive in an environment dominated by men. And we are hoping that after they have gone through the mentorship program, they will be well equipped to deliver. They will also be well equipped and motivated to perform much, much better.
It stems from WaterAid's vision of everyone everywhere accessing safe and clean water, because that's what we are about. That's our core business, that is our niche area, and we want to make sure that everyone out there has safe and clean water, good sanitation, and hygiene practices. And who best to lead on these than women? Women themselves who are being affected by the bulk of the grants. So that is how that mentorship program came. And from the conception and the idea, we are really thankful for the partnership with Water Resource Institute. They picked it up, they developed a concept, we supported them in developing a concept and a strategy for it. We funded the first round of the mentorship program, and we are thankful that now in its second year, they've received funding to support with more mentorships. So that for us is a huge success, because one of our driving pillars is let us initiate, but then be able to see that initiation or that innovation being scaled up and taken by other partners. And that's what we are seeing. So we couldn't have been much happier than that.
I'd like to appreciate the Ministry of Water and Environment, that is especially the Water Resources Institute, for the mentorship program.
To the program organizers, our mentors, the funders, the Water Resources Institute, and everyone who has actually been part of this program that enabled us as mentees come together. Thank you so much.
I'd like to give special thanks to the G4G Girls Mentorship Program and the Ministry of Water for facilitating this program and WaterAid.
We really want to take this opportunity as a ministry to thank WaterAid Uganda, thank Girls for Girls that have helped to shape this program, and Contour Consult that have also been providing consulting services to provide guidance in our delivery of this program. Again, for the mentors, we not mention them by name. There are many heads of government institutions, permanent secretaries, executive directors, and many from within the country and outside who have contributed to this program. We want to thank them and we want to call upon them to continue supporting us moving forward.
I want to take this opportunity to really thank the Ministry of Water through the Water Resource Institute and the leadership of Dr. Callist for really standing up as a man. He has stood up for the mentorship program and seeing more women being mentored, more leaders coming into the sector. That is what this mentorship program is doing. So thank you very much, Water Resource Institute, Dr. Callist and your team. You guys have started a wonderful job in the institute itself, but also in spearheading a mentorship program that we can also see is going beyond Uganda. Agenda for Change has taken this up, and they are doing a global mentorship program for women. So congratulations to you all.
To the mentees that are yet to join, I pray they get an opportunity to actually join this mentorship program. There's a lot that you pick from it. You come when you're probably in a certain shell, but it enables you come out of that shell. There's so much that you learn.
I encourage you 100% to join this very, very interesting and educative program for a number of reasons. First of all, this ignites the energy for you to move and become a great woman of substance, practically. So the mentees that are yet to come, I would encourage you to get so much interested and look forward to achieving goals and set the targets. Come here with very many expectations and be assured they shall be met.
It adds lots of positive energy to your career, profession, family, social networks, and all aspects of life.
We have an open door policy. Every person who is running away from danger When they come here, we must listen to them. Refugees in Uganda live more than 5 years in the country. They need education. They need water. They need better roads for movement. It is no longer humanitarian needs, but development requirements of an individual.
In Uganda, over 67% of refugees face the harsh reality of not having access to clean water. The growing number of refugees has outpaced the support available, putting a significant strain on government services. Since 1959, Uganda has welcomed refugees. We are currently the largest host country in Africa and among the top 3 globally, with about 1.7 million refugees residing here. In a developing nation like Uganda, housing a population this size is an expensive undertaking.
The government of Uganda, first and foremost, together with the UN agencies and other stakeholders, came up with one integrated planning. And we have a refugee response plan, which caters for water, sanitation, environment, which also takes care of the aspect of climate change, because the emergency situation had to be dealt with.
With the integrated refugee response plan in place, water facilities were hastily built, leading to inefficiencies and design flaws. These systems, created by various government organizations and development partners, often lacked a robust operational and maintenance structure. Traditionally, water services for refugees are free, but this approach didn't foster a sense of ownership, which is essential in building the sustainability of the projects.
We have been having challenges where the numerous partners have been leaving the district because of the global economic challenges. Donor funding has been dwindling, coming down every year. And because of that, there are now very many challenges as far as operational and maintenance of these water facilities is concerned. And because of that, the government of Uganda has now thought of transitioning these water facilities from the free water consumption to the utility approach.
When you talk about the transition to utility, it is aimed at ensuring efficient water service delivery to the community, but also ensuring sustainability of water service delivery for the refugees.
We are trying to integrate those systems into the main water supply systems and the facilities so that they can be managed by the umbrella of water and sanitation.
The people who are accessing the service must now meet the cost of that service. They are supposed to pay for the service, not necessarily paying for the water, but for the service of delivering that water from wherever the source it is up to their homes. That's in terms of electricity, repairs and maintenance of the water system components, the water quality management and testing. The tariff structure that we have been implementing in the refugee settlements is very, very low. I think it's the lowest in the country.
The introduction of the utility approach is actually to help us for the future, to ensure that we can sustain these water sources as ourselves alone. But it has its own challenges. One of the challenges it has, one is on the tariff. And yet the refugees themselves are used to not paying water.
We have the problem of tariff under this umbrella that came in. Of course, they are doing a very nice job, but because of the categorization that there are people who are vulnerable, group 1, group 2, and group 3, those who don't receive food, it is very difficult, and it will be very difficult for them to pay a tariff.
Anything that will demand money to a refugee that is not stable, it's always going to be challenging. This will challenge families, more especially at household level, given the fact that majority of our population are women and children. But how do you help a refugee to cope up with this utility is what the question we're having right now on hand.
Changing people quickly from a free service to a payment service is a bit not very easily acceptable. So that's the negative part of the transition. It will involve you having interactions with all the stakeholders, right from the local government, the lower local governments, the refugee population itself through the leadership, even UNHCR. Mobilizing people, bringing people together to have an opportunity to interact with them is costly itself.
We have to make sure that we work on the mindset of the beneficiaries. The water user committees, we have to put them in place. But to put them in place and be very functional, we need to build their capacity. We need to train them. We need to mentor and coach them how they can manage these water sources that we are providing to them.
If it is rushed, it can turn into burden transfer from the international community to the Ugandan government. There is transition without guarantees of support from the international community. Then that will mean that the government, with its already existing responsibility of provision of services to its nationals, would have to add on to the refugee service provisions.
Under this transition, we're encouraging sharing of costs. The humanitarian agencies should not leave us completely. We have to make a contribution. They also have to make a contribution in our response to refugees. But leaving us independently now, you are matured enough to look after your wife and your children, will not lead us anywhere.
UNHCR believes that transition is necessary. Integrating refugees in the national systems is important and necessary. UNHCR is here to help the government in developing a strategy on transition.
There is need for improved coordination with all our key stakeholders. We need to ensure that we work closely with the districts, we should work closely with the development partners, we should work closely with the local communities to ensure that we all look after the water supply and the sanitation facilities that have been put on the ground.
People always think that the utilities have come to collect revenue from the people and therefore they are making money. And because of that, people who own land where infrastructure was initially developed now demand that they should be compensated. We need a coordination between the Ministry of Water and Environment, Office of the Prime Minister. We as a utility, we do not have budgets to compensate landowners.
We need to look at optimizing some of these systems so that we don't have so many water supply schemes within the settlement, hence improving on the cost of operation and maintenance in the future.
We need to have our infrastructure development developed following the standards that are prescribed for water construction. We need to have all our designs reviewed by the Design Review Committee of the Ministry of Water and the Environment. We need a billing system that we are having operating elsewhere in the national settings to be incorporated and integrated in the refugee settlements as well. We need to have management information systems which are upgraded to the level that we are able to interact between the managers sitting in the office and the ground team, so that whenever there is a breakdown in the system, we are able to attend to that breakdown immediately, so that we can improve in delivering services in the refugees settlements.
This kind of transition really empowers us to be very, very resilient in terms of staying with them, how we catch up with the shocks of hosting the refugees, and also making sure that there's element of self-reliance without so much depending on external aid or aid from humanitarian aids, which comes from very, very far. We have a say in the local language, what is yours is that one which has the roots within your area. But what comes from very far, you may not have control over it.
Involving the refugee leaders in any kind related to the refugees, it gives a good impact, and it builds our relationship even with the host community more.
We are very happy now that we have been consulted to have our inputs, to contribute and own this as part of us. So this is a good approach because it rhymes with what the Uganda policy is about. The Uganda policy is more of inclusion.
While we are here in Uganda, we feel there is stability. So we as refugee leaders, we abide by the policies, and we are going to make sure that we stand with the project by sensitizing our community, by creating awareness and work hand in hand with partner that is going to implement the project to make sure that the project goes smoothly in our locality.
We'll continue to pledge our support to work with you and work with everyone for the betterment of our communities.
We need to continue talking about it, and partners, private sector, other countries need to support Uganda to match its hospitality and goodwill in receiving refugees from different parts of Africa.
Water is life. In southwestern Uganda, it is the heart of communities, livelihoods, and development. This is the story of Regional Water Week, an initiative that brings stakeholders together to protect and sustain our most valuable resource, water conservation champions. Empowering communities is at the heart of Regional Water Week. Through training and awareness campaigns, we equip people with the knowledge to protect their water sources. Our children are the future custodians of water. School outreach program.
Uganda Water and Environment Week is a week-long event organized annually by the Ministry of Water and Environment through the Water Resource Institute, and it has been organized since 2018. And this Water and Environment Week seeks to contribute towards the attainment of sustainable socio-economic transformation and achievement of Uganda National Development Plan and Vision 2040. This Water and Environment Week provides an interface between sector actors and other stakeholders for knowledge exchange, advocacy. These influence dialogue, learning, and information sharing for improving Uganda's water and environment resources.
Empowering communities is at the heart of Regional Water Week. Through training and awareness campaigns, we equip people with the knowledge to protect their water sources.
The situation was bad rough because our river was drying, as you can see, and it was as a result of this sand mining project. In this case, majority of the people would see this sand as a source of income, but little was known to them about the dangers of the activities.
During the past water and environment regional celebrations in the southwest here, we have really implemented a number of activities under this Water and Environment Week. To mention but a few, we have restored degraded wetlands through planting of over 2,000 trees in various hotspots within Mbarara and Abushenyi. We have also successfully cleaned the river bank and the river sections within Mbarara and recovered over 5 tons of plastic waste and taken it for recycling. We have also engaged over 10,000 community members through awareness campaigns and environmental education programs, through outreaches and programs on various radio stations in and around Mbarara here. We have also engaged the youth through programs like debates, and more than 200 students have participated in debates and public speaking competitions on water and environmental issues within this region. We have also developed partnership with a number of stakeholders, private sector, leading to increased investment and sustainable utilization of water and environment resources. As you well know, we are working together with different industries in this region, different cultural, educational, and religious institutions within this region. And within that networking and collaboration, we have really harnessed a number of partnerships and projects that have helped in the restoration of degraded hotspots within this area. We have also improved access to clean water that has helped improve on the water and clean water supply and sanitation within the region.
Our children are the future custodians of water. School outreach programs instill values of sustainability from an early age.
We are here at Calvary Junior School to talk about issues concerning our environment, majorly on the use of the waste bunker, and to see how best the waste bunker has helped us to manage our environment. We are now close to 3 years operating our waste bunker, and it has actually been of good use to us as a school and the entire community. We try to get some other good things out of our waste. We turn our waste from being looked at as a bad thing into a good thing. For example, our kids, they are into a skilling project whereby they use our waste, especially plastic. They use it in making earrings, in making bangles, in making all sorts of playing materials, especially in the nursery section. So they are using our waste to transform their lives.
This waste bunker, we began with it. We had not yet got enough support, but we first used the foundry ash. It's the one that enabled us. Then they had to make that hole, as the director has already told you. So we started by informing our fellow learners, telling them the importance of having it so that they don't take it as a joking thing. We had to even to paint, as you're seeing, the different colors, whereby the black color is for the recyclables or the non-hazardous. Then the red color is for the hazardous or the non-recyclables. We managed to make the necklaces from there, some kind of bags from those straws. Even we made earrings, very many things, even as you're seeing those kind of houses, the kinds of those flowers. We could get the bottles, use the thread, then we also got the flowers. It also enabled us because it made us to be creative, so that even though we grow up and we have either gone to other schools or we have completed our studies, and in case there is no job, we can at least do something to get money.
Today we are at Calvary Junior School to assess the impact of the different interventions that have been implemented over the years, specifically stemming from the Save Riverways Marathon. As you're all aware, one of the biggest polluters that we tend to have on rivers is the plastic waste. So, and schools are some of the top generators of this waste. So we decided to look out for this school. It's in a very populated area where they generate a lot of plastics. And we decided to pilot the plastic waste bunker to see how it will run. And we are very glad that this plastic waste bunker was very well adopted by the children from the different things that they have been able to do and work out from the waste. It has had an impact on the community. These children have been able to go back and sensitize their parents, sensitize the neighborhood on how best they can be able to manage their waste. And from the entire environment and the setting, it's a very clean one. And we hope that from this we can get the best practices that we can be able to adopt and take to different schools elsewhere that are more populated, where plastic waste and management is still a challenge, so that we don't have people burning this waste, but also disposing it carelessly, so that when it rains, at the end of the day, we have this run of getting down to the river. So we are precisely here to appreciate management, appreciate the pupils from the success stories that they've been able to share, to see and work out avenues that can inform other future interventions that we can have in a school like this, in a community setting, but also other schools that we feel need this for us to be able to manage our waste very well and also keep our environment and water resources safe.
Through partnerships, we have implemented projects that bring clean water closer to the people, reducing waterborne diseases and improving livelihoods.
We are in a Chumuro restoration site that was an initiative that came out under the resolutions of Uganda Water and Environment Week for the region of southwestern Uganda, where we planned to start piloting the restoration of riverbank of River Raise, and this was one of the pilot projects that was started, and we started with government land, which was offered by Bara University after the demarcation that was done in 2017. So here we are just trying to demonstrate how the riverbank should be. We demarcated 100 meters, which is gazetted in the row, but in the first 50 meters, it is a no-go zone where we are leaving it to the natural regeneration, and in the 50 meters, towards the 100 meters. That's what we are planting the bamboo, which can hold the soil, preventing the erosion going directly to the river, prevent the siltation of the river bank. It was as a result of course, when the Ministry of Water and Environment brought the catchment management plan that was followed by the water risk assessment that said one of the challenges that was facing River Rizi was siltation, and here we are trying to see how we can address the challenge of siltation. So we started, of course, planting of this bamboo and other indigenous tree species in 2023. And so far now,
more than 90% are now
and we have already planted around 1.5 kilometers.
I want to
that covers up to
invite you to join the program
hectares
to
of the
Minister of Water
land
and Environment.
In
2021,
despite progress, challenges remain. Climate change, pollution, and accessibility. But through collaboration, we are finding solutions.
One of the major challenges is the population pressure. As you well know that our resources are limited, but the population is ever increasing day in, day out. And this has meant that there is need for more food, there is need for more resources like housing, for materials for materials for livelihoods, like standards of living, and these have exerted also a lot of pressure on our limited water and environment. So we have ended up depleting our resources and degrading these water resources that we have.
The topic of water. We also send them back to the
Resources Institute was formally established in March 2018, and one of the programs for the Water Resources Institute is the Uganda Water and Environment. We basically to reach out to people and promote dialogue.
We have had interactions with the communities within the Eastern region. We have had interactions with the students through their different institutions, through the youth debates that has brought a number of students together to come and showcase their talents, but also to come and discuss important issues that are related to
invite you to
water and
join
environment,
the
but
program
specifically
going to the
climate change.
These webinars, one, are very academic.
So that
they
you
bring
can know
people who
more
are
about
into
the program
research and
and
people
also
who are
see
looking for
how
solutions
you
for the
can
world. It's not
benefit
just
from
about
it.
Uganda.
Within
it's even beyond
UNHCR,
Uganda. And I love that they are bringing us this kind of information. I love that they're on YouTube. Like when I miss, I just go back to YouTube and I find them there. So that has been an amazing opportunity for us who love to look for solutions, who are looking at, you know, what difference can we make in this world?
So research is important.
And
you know,
also,
research enables you to explore and do things differently and innovate. Right now we are talking about technology, we are talking about innovation.
The Water Resources Institute has this opportunity to not only show or train, but profile water resources as a key resource in water and environment sector.
We have had to sensitize our communities over and over to actually, for example, when you talk about the promotion of the improved energy saving stoves, we have had to train local communities on how they can actually produce these improved energy saving stoves, because these are actually new technologies that they have had to learn how they work, but also to get to understand the advantages. This has been practically done by working with the women groups in the Aoja catchment, for example. We have worked with local groups in the districts of Kumi, in the districts of Ngora, in the districts of Serere, Kwen, and Nakapiripirit, and Amudat. So this has helped transform the perceptions that the people have at the household level, like husbands, about these technologies, and it has caused appreciation from the the households.
The Water Resources Institute, through the dialogue, has actively been able to bring together stakeholders at the community level, where the impacts are really felt, to ensure that the private sector, who are some of those people who really cause the climate effects, are part of these processes.
I've realized that water is important, environment is important, climate change needs to be addressed, but are we doing the right thing? Are we actually investigating the things we are supposed to investigate? Right now, all universities, when you are doing a master's, you are doing a PhD, even undergraduate, you do research. The issue is, where does that research go?
The collaboration between Makerere University and the Water Resources Institute has enabled the university to be able to respond to the challenge of climate change, because the ministry has historical data. If it's rainfall, they have it for a very long time. If it's stream flow, the ministry has the gauging stations. It has the lab. If the students go to do work, he can be able to pick samples, take them to the lab, and this is a state-of-the-art lab, well facilitated.
So we are translating that research which is done to get a qualification to practical application. That's why we would want to move the academic work to inform practice, and can only be done by research.
With the Water Resources Institute, we do have a tripartite memorandum of understanding between Water for People Uganda, IRC, International Water and Sanitation Center, who are both members of the One for All Alliance, and the Water Resources Institute, with the main aim of profiling and extending the services of the Water Resources Institute, which includes capacity building. It includes organizing thematic dialogues to engage on particular aspects.
One of the areas really which we are giving a lot of attention is dialogue, because you cannot run unless you talk, unless you exchange with others. But also to recognize that water, environment, and climate change issues touch everybody. And that's why we want to get the researchers to be supported so that they deliver solutions to the people. Water Resources Institute was formally established in March 2018. And one of the programs for the Water Resources Institute is the Uganda Water and Environment. We basically to reach out to people and promote dialogues.
We have had interactions with the communities within the Eastern region. We have had interactions with students through their different institutions, through the youth debates that has brought a number of students together to come and showcase their talent, but also to come and discuss important issues that are related to water and environment, but specifically climate change.
These webinars, one, are very academic. They bring people who are into research and people who are looking for solutions for the world. It's not just about Uganda, it's even beyond Uganda. And I love that they're bringing us this kind of information. I love that they're on YouTube. Like when I miss, I just go back to YouTube and I find them there. So that has been an amazing opportunity for us who love to look for solutions, who are looking at, what difference can we make in this world?
So research is important. Research enables you to explore and do things differently and innovate. Right now we are talking about technology, we are talking about innovation.
The Water Resources Institute has this opportunity to not only show or train, but profile water resources as a key resource in water and environment sector.
We have had to sensitize our communities over and over to actually, for example, when you talk about the promotion of the improved energy saving stoves, we have had to train local communities on how they can actually produce these improved energy saving stoves, because these are actually new technologies that they have had to learn how they work, but also to get to understand their advantages. This has been practically done by working with the women groups in the Aoja catchment, for example. We have worked with local groups in the districts of Kumi, in the districts of Ngora, in the districts of Serere, Kwen, and Nakapiripirit, and Amudat. So this has helped transform the perceptions that the people have at the household level, like husbands, about these technologies, and it has caused appreciation from the household.
The Water Resources Institute, through the dialogue, has actively been able to bring together stakeholders at the community level, where the impacts are really felt, to ensure that the private sector, who are some of those people who really cause the climate effects, are part of these processes.
I've realized that water is important, environment is important, climate change needs to be addressed, but are we doing the right thing? Are we actually investigating the things we are supposed to investigate? Right now, all universities, when you are doing a master's, you are doing a PhD, even undergraduate, you do research. The issue is, where does that research go?
The collaboration between Makerere University and the Water Resources Institute has enabled the university to be able to respond to the challenge of climate change, because the ministry has historical data. If it's rainfall, they have it for a very long time. If it's stream flow, the ministry has the gauging stations. It has the lab. If the students go to do work, he can be able to pick samples, take them to the lab, and this is a state-of-the-art lab, well facilitated.
So we are translating that research which is done to get a qualification to practical application. That's why we would want to move the academic work to inform practice, and can only be done by research.
With the Water Resources Institute, we do have a tripartite memorandum of understanding between Water for People Uganda, IRC, International Water and Sanitation Center, who are both members of the One for All Alliance, and the Water Resources Institute, with the main aim of profiling and extending the services of the Water Resources Institute, which includes capacity building.
The Water Resources Institute was established to support the water and environment sector to actually perform its functions. We had done a number of studies, we call them water reform studies, which had identified gaps in the way we are delivering water, sanitation, and environmental services. One of them was that we are depending on students coming from academic institutions who are largely theoretical and not prepared for the job. So we wanted to bridge that gap so that people, by the time they start coming, they are able to do the work. We also noted that we are doing a lot of research in the academic institutions, in the government institutions, the civil society, but that research is actually not used to inform policy and practice.
The Resources Institute was established in Uganda as part of the implementation of the water sector reform studies that were undertaken between 2003 to 2005. And these sector reform studies pointed out that there was need to address water resources-related issues.
So we thought about a number of things we would want to do to bridge that gap. Number one, we noted that we needed to improve our trainings.
The mentorship program is one of the activities of the Water Resources Institute. The program was launched in the year 2021 with support from WaterAid Uganda, as well as the Ministry of Water and Environment. The mentorship program is a career development fellowship that seeks to mentor young and mid-career professionals in water and environment-related field of practice. The very first cohort of this mentorship program initially focused on only lady, but from the recommendations, the success story, and the outcomes of this very first cohort, it was agreed that the men be brought on board.
We decided that we are going to start small and we grow as we get more support, we also get people to buy into it. Water Resources Institute was formally established in March 2018. And one of the programs for the Water Resources Institute is the Uganda Water and Environment. We basically to reach out to people and promote dialogues.
We have had interactions with the communities within the Eastern region. We have had interactions with students through their different institutions. through the youth debates that has brought a number of students together to come and showcase their talent, but also to come and discuss important issues that are related to water and environment, but specifically climate change.
These webinars, one, are very academic. They bring people who are into research and people who are looking for solutions for the world. It's not just about Uganda, it's even beyond Uganda. And I love that they're bringing us this kind of information. I love that they're on YouTube. Like when I miss, I just go back to YouTube and I find them there. So that has been an amazing opportunity for us who love to look for solutions, who are looking at, you know, what difference can we make in this world?
So research is important. You know, research enables you to explore and do things differently and innovate. Right now we are talking about technology, we are talking about innovation.
The Water Resources Institute has this opportunity to not only show or train, but profile water resources as a key resource in water and environment sector.
We have had to sensitize our communities over and over to actually, for example, when you talk about the promotion of the improved energy saving stoves, we have had to train local communities on how they can actually produce these improved energy saving stoves, because these are actually new technologies that they have had to learn how they work, but also to get to understand the advantages. This has been practically done by working with the women groups in the Aoja catchment, for example. We have worked with local groups in the districts of Kumi, in the districts of Ngora, in the districts of Serere, Kwen, and Nakapiripirit, and Amudat. So this has helped transform the perceptions that the people have at the household level, like husbands, about these technologies, and it has caused appreciation from the household.
The Water Resources Institute, through the dialogue, has actively been able to bring together stakeholders at the community level, you know, where the impacts are really felt, to ensure that the private sector, who are some of those people who really cause the climate effects, are part of these processes.
I've realized that water is important, environment is important, climate change needs to be addressed, but are we doing the right thing? Are we actually investigating the things we are supposed to investigate? Right now, all universities, when you are doing a master's, you are doing a PhD, even undergraduate, you do research. The issue is, where does that research go?
The collaboration between Makerere University and the Water Resources Institute has enabled the university to be able to respond to the challenge of climate change, because the ministry has historical data. If it's rainfall, they have it for a very long time. If it's stream flow, the ministry has the gauging stations. It has the lab. If the students go to do work, he can be able to pick samples, take them to the lab, and these are state-of-the-art lab, well facilitated.
So we are translating that research which is done to get a qualification to practical application. That's why we would want to move the academic work to inform practice, and can only be done by research.
With the Water Resources Institute, we do have a tripartite memorandum of understanding between Water for People Uganda, IRC, International Water and Sanitation Center, who are both members of the One for All Alliance, and the Water Resources Institute, with the main aim of profiling and extending the services of the Water Resources Institute, which includes capacity building. It includes organizing thematic dialogues to engage on particular aspects.
One of the areas really which we are giving a lot of attention is dialogue, because you cannot run unless you talk, unless you exchange with others. But also to recognize that water, environment, and climate change issues touch everybody. And that's why we want to get the researchers to be supported so that they deliver solutions to the people. Water Resources Institute was formally established in March 2018. And one of the programs for the Water Resources Institute is the Uganda Water and Environment. We basically to reach out to people and promote dialogues.
We have had interactions with the communities within the Eastern region. We have had interactions with students through their different institutions, through the youth debates that has brought a number of students together to come and showcase their talent, but also to come and discuss important issues that are related to water and environment, but specifically climate change.
These webinars, one, are very academic. They bring people who are into research and
we have an open door policy. Every person who is running away from danger, when they come here, we must listen to them. Refugees in Uganda live more than 5 years in the country. They need education. They need water. They need better roads for movement. It is no longer humanitarian needs, but development requirements of an individual.
In Uganda, over 67% of refugees face the harsh reality of not having access to clean water. The growing number of refugees has outpaced the support available, putting a significant strain on government services. Since 1959, Uganda has welcomed refugees. We are currently the largest host country in Africa and among the top 3 globally, with about 1.7 million refugees residing here. In a developing nation like Uganda, housing a population this size is an expensive undertaking.
The government of Uganda, first and foremost, together with UN agencies and other stakeholders, came up with one integrated planning. And we have a refugee response plan, which caters for water, sanitation, environment, which also takes care of the aspect of climate change, because the emergency situation had to be dealt with.
With the integrated refugee response plan in place, water facilities were hastily built, leading to inefficiencies and design flaws. These systems, created by various government organizations and development partners, often lacked a robust operational and maintenance structure. Traditionally, water services for refugees are free, but this approach didn't foster a sense of ownership, which is essential in building the sustainability of the projects.
We have been having challenges where the numerous partners have been leaving the district because of the global economic challenges. Donor funding has been dwindling, coming down every year. And because of that, there are now very many challenges as far as operational and maintenance of these water facilities is concerned. And because of that, the government of Uganda has now thought of transitioning these water facilities from the free water consumption to the utility approach.
When you talk about the transition to utility, it is aimed at ensuring efficient water service delivery to the community, but also ensuring sustainability of water service delivery for the refugees.
We are trying to integrate those systems into the main water supply systems and the facilities so that they can be managed by the umbrella of water and sanitation.
The people who are accessing the service must now meet the cost of that service. They are supposed to pay for the service, not necessarily paying for the water, but for the service of delivering that water from wherever the source it is up to their homes. That's in terms of electricity, repairs and maintenance of the water system components, the water quality management and testing. The tariff structure that we have been implementing in the refugee settlements is very, very low. I think it's the lowest in the country.
The introduction of the utility approach is actually to help us for the future, to ensure that we can sustain these water sources us ourselves alone. But it has its own challenges. One of the challenges it has, one is on the tariff. And yet the refugees themselves are used to not paying water.
We have the problem of tariff under this umbrella that came in. Of course, they are doing a very nice job, but because of the categorization that there are people who are vulnerable, group 1, group 2, and group 3, those who don't receive food, it is very difficult, and it will be very difficult for them to pay a tariff.
Anything that will demand money to a refugee that is not stable, it's always going to be challenging. This will challenge families, more especially at household level, given the fact that majority of our population are women and children. But how do you help a refugee to cope up with this utility is what the question we're having right now on hand.
Changing people quickly from a free service to a payment service is a bit not very easily acceptable. So that's the negative part of the transition. It will involve you having interactions with all the stakeholders, right from the local government, the lower local governments, the refugee population itself through the leadership, even UNHCR. Mobilizing people, bringing people together to have an opportunity to interact with them is costly itself.
We have to make sure that we work on the mindset of the beneficiaries. The water user committees, we have to put them in place. But to put them in place and be very functional, we need to build their capacity. We need to train them. We need to mentor and coach them how they can manage these water sources that we are providing to them.
If it is rushed, it can turn into burden transfer from the international community to the Ugandan government. There is transition without guarantees of support from the international community. Then that will mean that the government, with its already existing responsibility of provision of services to its nationals, would have to add on to the refugee service provisions.
And at this transition, we're encouraging sharing of costs. The humanitarian agencies should not leave us completely. We have to make a contribution. They also have to make a contribution in our response to refugees. But leaving us independently now, you are matured enough to look after your wife and your children, will not lead us anywhere.
UNHCR believes that transition is necessary. Integrating refugees in the national systems is important and necessary. UNHCR is here to help the government in developing a strategy on transition.
There is need for improved coordination with all our key stakeholders. We need to ensure that we work closely with the districts, we should work closely with the development partners, we should work closely with the local communities to ensure that we all look after the water supply and the sanitation facilities that have been put on the ground.
People always think that the utilities have come to collect revenue from the people and therefore they are making money. And because of that, people who own land where infrastructure was initially developed now demand that they should be compensated. We need a coordination between the Ministry of Water and Environment, Office of the Prime Minister. We as a utility, we do not have budgets to compensate landowners.
We need to look at optimizing some of these systems so that we don't have so many water supply schemes within the settlement, hence improving on the cost of operation and maintenance in the future.
We need to have our infrastructure development developed following the standards that are prescribed for water construction. We need to have all our designs reviewed by the Design Review Committee of the Ministry of Water and the Environment. We need a billing system that we are having operating elsewhere in the national settings to be incorporated and integrated in the refugee settlements as well. We need to have management information systems which are upgraded to a level that we are able to interact between the managers sitting in the office and the ground team, so that whenever there is a breakdown in the system, we are able to attend to that breakdown immediately, so that we can improve in delivering services in the refugees settlements.
This kind of transition really empowers us to be very, very resilient in terms of staying with them, how we catch up with the shocks of hosting the refugees, and also making sure that there's element of self-reliance without so much depending on external aid or aid from humanitarian aids, which comes from very, very far. We have a say in the local language, what is yours is that one which has the roots within your area. But what comes from very far, you may not have control over it.
Involving the refugee leaders in any kind related to the refugees, it gives a good impact. And it builds our relationship even with the host community more.
We are very happy now that we have been consulted to have our inputs, to contribute and own this as part of us. So this is a good approach because it rhymes with what the Uganda policy is about. The Uganda policy is more of inclusion.
While we are here in Uganda, we feel there is stability. So we as the refugee leaders, we abide by the policies, and we are going to make sure that we stand with the project by sensitizing our community, by creating awareness, and work hand in hand with partner that is going to implement the project to make sure that the project goes smoothly in our locality.
We'll continue to pledge our support to work with you and work with everyone for the betterment of our communities.
We need to continue talking about it, and partners, private sector, other countries need to support Uganda to match its hospitality and goodwill in receiving refugees from different parts of Africa.
Water is life. In southwestern Uganda, it is the heart of communities, livelihoods, and development. This is the story of Regional Water Week, an initiative that brings stakeholders together to protect and sustain our most valuable resource, water conservation champions. Empowering communities is at the heart of Regional Water Week. Through training and awareness campaigns, we equip people with the knowledge to protect their water sources. Our children are the future custodians of water. School outreach program.
Uganda Water and Environment Week is a week-long event organized annually by the Ministry of Water and Environment through the Water Resource Institute, and it has been organized since 2018. And this Water and Environment Week seeks to contribute towards the attainment of sustainable socio-economic transformation and achievement of Uganda National Development Plan and Vision 2040.
Water Resources Institute was formally established in March 2018. And one of the programs for the Water Resources Institute is the Uganda Water and Environment. We basically to reach out people and promote dialogues.
We have had interactions with the communities within the Eastern region. We have had interactions with students through their different institutions, through the youth debates that has brought a number of students together. to come and showcase their talent, but also to come and discuss important issues that are related.
The Water Resources Institute was established to support the water and environment sector to actually perform its functions. We had done a number of studies, we call them water reform studies, which had identified gaps in the way we are delivering water, sanitation, and environmental services. One of them was that we are depending on students coming from academic institutions who are largely theoretical and not prepared for the job. So we wanted to bridge that gap so that people, by the time they start coming, they are able to do the work. We also noted that we are doing a lot of research in the academic institutions, in the government institutions, the civil society, but that research is actually not used to inform policy and practice.
The Resources Institute was established in Uganda as part of the implementation of the water sector reform studies that were undertaken between 2003 to 2005. And these sector reform studies pointed out that there was need to address water resources related issues.
So we thought about a number of things we would want to do.
The Water Resources Institute and UNHCR have implemented a mentorship program for fresh graduates and early career professionals. They collaborate with various organizations in refugee camps across Uganda to offer vacancies for graduate trainees. Each trainee is assigned a mentor who helps set objectives and provides hands-on training and field exposure. To date, 3 cohorts have completed the mentorship program, with the 4th cohort currently underway. In total, 58 graduates have benefited from this initiative.
The Ministry of Water and Environment is the government institution responsible for all issues of water, environment, and climate change. We do manage these resources and develop them for the benefit of Ugandans.
This program targets the fresh graduates from different universities eligible to apply for this program. We mainly focus on female engineers and male public health practitioners.
We do the operation and maintenance of the systems. We have 24 systems, and among those, we have also water extension in different areas in the settlement.
This here is our reservoir tank, 30,000 liters, and it supplies base camp and the schools, Ujibuli Secondary School and Ujibuli Primary School.
We monitor the levels of chlorine in the water. We do this through several tests. We can use free residual chlorine test to test the level of chlorine. It has to be between 0.2 to 0.5. We also test potability. We also test for bacteria to ensure that the water is safe. Then also from operation and maintenance, we do fixing of leakages. We rectify them in case they arise. This could be in case of wear and tear, burst, or at times they are cut in case of road rehabilitation. We also rehabilitate the tap stands in case they are dilapidated. We also fix the broken taps in case they're not working.
As an environment and energy graduate trainee, I have been able to access skills such as wetland restoration skills, good water establishment skills, tree verification skills at nursery beds, tree planting skills, engaging the community in environment.
So far, I have managed to cast the 1,400 something slabs on my own. It has given me a good leadership skill, like to work with the masons, to work like even planning, because the day breaks off and you have to plan. What are we going to use? How are we going to do it?
We need to embrace more on the climate resilient structures, infrastructure. That could be like, say for instance, we have a newly installed clarifier. However, we need to embrace more on climate resilient structures for the betterment of the water resources.
Office setting, I wasn't used to it, but with time I got used to it. I blended in with the help of my colleague. We sorted that out.
Protective gear, sometimes we be in the field, like raincoats. As you see, it's like this season is a rainy season, so we have a challenge of lack of raincoat.
I was mainly allocated here alone, and I started life alone. I came to the place knowing that I'm really going to be given accommodation and everything. But when I reached there, I didn't find anything, and after one, I had nowhere to go. I didn't have anybody I knew in the place, so I had to toil alone.
At times you find that it also the heat of because of the area that we are in causes some of the pipes to burst, causing leakages, and you find you have to fix leakages over and over again. Then also at times, maybe in case of the rainy season, we don't have water flowing as regularly out as we would like. So you find that the people in the community are complaining that, oh my God, water mission, where is the water? But we usually have some backup generators that support in case of such an issue. But then again, if there's no fuel, you can have a lag of maybe a day, then the next day there is water.
The challenge would be the language barrier. There are communities that speak Kiswahili, there are those that speak Kinyarwanda. So if you do not know Kinyarwanda, but you can speak Kiswahili, it's easy for them to translate, because sometimes there are those that understand both Kinyarwanda and Kiswahili. So communication, first of all, has been a key point that I've learned. Secondly, the hands-on hard labor. Say for instance, repairing leakages. Yes, in case you go to a place and you've seen a child has hit a nail on an HDP pipe. Yes, how are you going to, engage the community? Are you going to, go full throttle, be angry at them? No, you need to engage them, speak to them softly, because they're children involved. You need to engage them softly, try to make them understand. But you shouldn't do it once. You need to keep engaging them, do follow up, see if whatever you've been giving out to them, they're following.
So one of the things that I would want to appeal to all those outside there to take advantage of this program. The program is transparent. We are not taking on the people because we know them. We are giving a chance to Ugandans so that they can be mentored, so that they get the skills. And for us, anybody, any professional fits in the work we do. We take on journalists, we take on economists, we take on accountants, human resource officers, engineers, environmentalists. So we take on people with all backgrounds, because for us, water, environment, and climate change touches everybody, and every professional fits.
I believe there's no better place to acquire skill, to get exposed through certain sorts of conditions that groom you into a better person, into a better manager, a better engineer, than places like this. So please do not be selective when you're out there. Be very open-minded, and be ready to learn. Respect the people you find in the place, because it's them that know the system all too well. If you want to learn as much as possible from them, please be willing to listen.
To the new graduates who are interested in this mentorship program, I would say that you to first of all research and understand the objectives of the mentorship program. And secondly, as you are going...
Good afternoon. Is sound team, is my microphone good? Are we good? Sound team? All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You're all very, very welcome to this fourth graduation of the mentorship program. This is the fourth cycle, meaning that this is the fourth time, but with different arrangements. We are going to start in a minute, and I've been guided. We are waiting for the guest of honor. She is nearby, but once she gets seen, we shall surely be ready to start. As we wait for her, I'll take you through the program. Today, we are having the graduation, a reflection, and of course, to share the learning. I am going to start by introducing myself. My name is Anna Makula Serunjoji, and I'm a civil engineer. I'm a water utility specialist. I'm a mentor, and I spend a lot of my time being a mother of 3 girls. Yeah? Yes, I live in Kampala, and I work for Contour Consult Limited. Contour Consult is an HR firm, so most people keep on wondering, HR, civil engineering, how does it work, you know? Yeah, Engineer Daniel, people really ask, how does it work? But you know machines are operated by people, right? When you go to a pump station, you're going to find pumps and you're likely to find a person. That is my ethos of Contour. So I do a lot of people things, training, mentorship, and of course, knowledge management. We are having an afternoon today, and in the room, I expect to see 40 lady mentees and 40 gentlemen mentees graduating today. So if you don't see your neighbor, please send a message so that we start with them. If you don't see your neighbor, do send a message so that we start together. This is your day. This is your day. You're graduating, and we are certain that you are at the airport, and if you're a plane, you've started to take off. We are having an overview of the program. This will be delivered by the Water Resources Institute, but we all know that it is anchored in the Directorate of Water Resources Management, so we shall first hear from Dr. Calist and then Madame Gwendolyn, who is a coordinator in the Institute. After that, we shall hear from our guest speaker, and after hearing from the guest speaker, we shall proceed with experience sharing, which will be a panel of a kind. I will establish the protocol when we have the guest speaker in the room. That's when I'll definitely establish the protocol. Just before the guest speaker speaks, we shall get remarks from WaterAid, the flagship sponsor of most of this program. This program is sponsored by WaterAid and the government of Uganda. So that is how the day will be. We shall close in with a speech by the guest of honor. We have 2 kinds of guest speaker and then guest of honor. Then we shall go into the colorful award session. So ladies and gentlemen, do stay with us. We are managing protocol so that we start when our guest speaker and guest of honor are in the room. Yeah, with that, I want to welcome you, feel at home, tweet about the event. I don't know the handle. Media team, if there is a handle, please share it with us so that we can tweet and be live for those that are far. If you have a friend who wants to see this remotely, there is a link. There is a link. The session is going to be live. And when we start, do let them know that we've surely started. I want to thank you for being here. Do stay with us for this afternoon. With those remarks, I want to just hang on just a bit as our guest speaker arrives and guest of honor. Thank you very much.
Water Resources Institute Mentorship Initiative is one of the programs the Institute is carrying on as it seeks to continue operationalizing the strategic plan?
This is a flagship program for the Water Resources Institute, which was initiated due to the need to mentor young girls into water and environment science, because this was a lacking aspect. And so the Water and Environment Institute took it up as a flagship program to be able to encourage young girls and mentor them so that they remain within the science of water and environment.
We started with the ladies. We had a pilot mentorship program last year, 2021, 2022. And the pilot program had about 26 mentees who have graduated in 2022. And there were only ladies from the center, that is the Ministry of Water and Environment Center. So after the experience we got in the pilot study and recommendations and the interest that was shown by ladies and the top management of the Ministry of Water and Environment, we embarked on the second cycle. This second cycle, we recruited 30 mentees from the deconcentrated structures and 30 mentees from the Ministry of Water, the Central.
One of the programs of the Institute is a mentorship program, which we started in 2021, basically trying to help the young men and women to build their capacity, to motivate them to improve their career, be confident and be able to deliver very, very effectively.
All right, we are set to start. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You're indeed very, very welcome for this graduation. This is the fourth graduation for the fourth cycle. As I mentioned earlier, it indicates that we have had 4 mentorship arrangements with different kind of patterns. Purely girls and boys, and now girls and boys, okay? Initially it was girls, and people said clearly, what is happening to the boy child? Who will marry those girls, okay? How will they run their homes? And we said, the Ministry of Water and Environment said, we are definitely going to target both. So today, I have the honor of officiating at this as a moderator, and I hereby welcome you all. Our dear Minister of Environment, Ms. Beatrice Anywa, the representative of the Deputy Head of Civil Service and Deputy Secretary to Cabinet Office, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Water and Environment, our guest speaker, Dr. Miriam Matembe, our dear directors and commissioners from this ministry, and other guests from our guest directors and commissioners from other ministries, our dear mentors, our mentees, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol has been observed. You're indeed very welcome. Without further ado, I would like to call Dr. Calliste Ndimugaya to give us an overview and opening remarks for this great event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, moderator. Let me take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome you to this session where we are getting people who have been undergoing mentorship, graduating. Honorable Minister of State for Environment, Honorable Beatrice Anywa, we want to thank you for accepting to come in. We know you have another engagement, but Honorable Minister has accepted to be here briefly and talk to you, young ladies and gentlemen, and give us some words of wisdom. So let's clap for the Honorable Minister.
would like to recognize and welcome Honorable Dr. Miriam Matembe. Honorable, we are waiting to hear from you. And all of us are eagerly waiting to listen to your speech. Yes, and I'm sure we'll all enjoy it. The Undersecretary for Finance and Administration, Minister of Water and Environment, representing the Permanent Secretary, we want to welcome you. It's Madam Undersecretary, this is our first engagement, and I'm sure she's also going to see what we have gone through over the last mentorship session. All of you, ladies and gentlemen, our mentors, let's clap for our mentors. Later on, they will be introduced, the men and women. So, Honorable Minister, that team seated there, these are the ladies who have been mentoring the young ladies. Maybe you can stand up for Honorable Minister to see you before. So these are the people who have been mentoring these young ladies and gentlemen, helping them to grow in their career and also in leadership. Honorable Minister, the team seated behind there, they are the people who have been undergoing mentorship. Some have graduated, others are graduating today. So we are happy for you. And of course, our various guests whom we have invited to join this session, and the team from the Water Resources Institute headed by Gwendolyn. So thank you very much, all of you. For me, really, it is to express my happiness. When I see this room, I look back where we started from. Honorable Minister, the first session of mentorship, we were begging ladies to join. They said, please come and join. Gwendolyn spent a lot of time calling ladies to join the mentorship because they say, why should we come? Later on, when others saw what was happening, everybody wanted to join. And I do recall the first ladies, when they finished, some of them came to my office and they said, the men are going to see us. So I told them, please don't kill the men. You just learn how to work with them. Then after, men came to my office and said, these ladies are becoming stubborn. Ever since they completed mentorship, they are becoming very difficult. So I said, that's what we want. We want that good balance. But please don't kill anybody. Let's try to work together. But Honorable Minister, we did realize that an environment dominated by men, ladies normally get challenges, and that's why we find that in our offices we don't have many ladies. So as a ministry, we decided to have a deliberate program through the Water Resources Institute to mentor ladies. And on that note, I really would want to thank our partner. I don't know whether Dr. Joyce Magara is here. WaterAid Uganda was bold to start that journey with us. Can we clap for WaterAid Uganda? I do recall when we were discussing, we convinced them that they should put some money there for this program, and they continue putting money into the program every year. There's a budget at the Water Resources Institute where WaterAid puts in money specifically for this program. Again, we want to appreciate them, but also have a number of other organizations we are working with, IRC, Water for People. Jane, can people clap for you? Stand up. Jane has been a mentor since we started. And of course, later on, we have Honorable Minister. We created a program for people who have retired. We call them Retired Water and Environment Professionals. And we have two ladies who retired. Can you stand up and the Honorable Minister sees you? And they are mentoring the ladies. They are mentoring the ladies, and we are happy for them. And of course, along the way, within the ministry, Honorable Minister, there is one lady who has consistently been a mentor. Madam Ruse Yangu, can you stand up? Let people clap harder. Honorable Minister, if there is one lady that has touched other ladies in this ministry, Ruse, I really want to appreciate you wholeheartedly. Other ladies have been dodging around. Madam Undersecretary, can you get these ladies who have made it to mentor the young ladies? But Lucy has shown a good example. I know people are busy, but that shouldn't be the excuse. Lucy is equally busy. But of course, along the way, Honorable Minister, we got younger but well-experienced ladies, and they came on board. Of course, I'm seeing a number. Oh, Madam Ruzira, yes, you are seated there. I didn't see you. Our former Undersecretary, she's also part of the mentorship, the retired professional program, and she has also been part of this session. And of course, the other mentors that came along the way. Of course, for men, Engineer Daniel Oponya is there. Daniel, they clap for you. When we started the program for men, Again, the men had already seen what the ladies were doing, so they picked it up, and we have a number of men. We have leadership mentors and professional mentors. Again, I want to thank those who are here, others are not here, but I'm sure what we are doing is good. We'll hear from the mentees. You will assure us whether we should stop this program or whether we should continue. But we are, Honorary Minister, we're actually running out of ladies within the ministry to mentor. We have covered almost all of them. Now we want to go out to our partners, the civil society, the NGOs. But we also want to thank Girls for Girls. I'd seen, Diana is not around, but the team representing girls. Oh yes, Gloria is there. Girls for Girls, we are partner with them. And last year they gave us an award for being the only government institution to have this mentorship program. So can we clap for the Ministry of Water and Environment? And of course, Contour Consult, Engineer Anne, and the rest of the team. I don't want to take long, but Honorary Minister, Honorable Matembe, for me as a man, I'm really very, very happy for this program. When I see ladies growing and speaking strongly, I become stronger. And the team I work with, I always challenge them that once you have gone through this program, I expect more from you. We'll support you at the Water Resources Institute, which I supervise on behalf of the ministry. We are committed to continuing this mentorship. We now want to have another mentorship for those who are already working but have grown up to be attached to other organizations so that they can get practical skills. So we have many other programs, but I want to thank all of you who have been part of this program, and I do hope that you will benefit from the knowledge, the experience, and also the words of wisdom that you will get here today. And we hope that the ministry and the sector will do better because of the knowledge you have acquired. I want to thank you, Honorary Minister. Again, we grabbed you when you were going for another session, but we want to thank you. And we do apologize for engaging you in this, but I'm sure these people will want to hear from you, Honorary Minister. And at some point, when you are ready to go, you let us know, and then you speak to this team. Thank you very much. Engineer Anne, can you take the floor?
Thank you, Dr. Kalist. Without further ado, Madame Gwendoline should come and give us a detailed account of the journey of this program and where we are up to now. Where did we start? What was the inspiration? Where is it anchored in the ministry? How have we journeyed on this? What have we learned? Whom have we worked with? What can we do better? And where do we want to go on this kind of arrangement? Madame Gwendoline.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Honorable Minister. Good afternoon, Honorable Miriam Matembe. We are all welcome to the fourth cycle of the graduation of mentorship program of the Water Resources Institute, and we are graduating. And I'll be telling you about 90 mentees, men and female. I'll take you through a brief history of what the mentorship program entails. Just a brief so that I don't have, in a mentorship we don't want to prolong talking. We always like action. So I'll just do a brief presentation. Yeah, Water Resources Institute has got a 10-year strategic plan that was developed in 2019. And through one of the objectives or one of the focus areas of the strategic plan was to mentor young and mid-career fresh graduates and also people already in the sector that are working, men and women. And this was identified as a very important thing to increase on the productivity of the sector and also to increase on the performance of the sector and also to build career of the sector professionals, at the same time to look at ways of cementing and good functioning of the sector. So one of the objectives of this program, I would read it, establishment of partnership and collaboration with key strategic partners. WaterAid has been mentioned as one of the partners in the water and environment sector. Of course, we have so many partners as Water Resources Institute. So many programs and focus areas are implemented with partnership with different partners. Engagement of key professionals, provide services to the Water Resources Institute to undertake mentorship and internship scheme. When you are seated here, you saw there was a video running talking about the internship and mentorship that is being implemented in partnership with UNHCR and other partner organizations. Then also to mentor young professionals to deliver professional services in water and environment sector. That's the aim. I'm just talking to take one. Build confidence of young and mid-career practitioners to articulate in water and environment related field of practice. Strengthen gender responsiveness that the director PS talked about, of saying that within the Ministry of Water and Environment, the gender equity was a bit sluggish, the more men in the ministry, but through this strengthening of the gender responsiveness, we will have the responses, you'll hear the responses as we proceed. Then to enable young and mid-career water and environment professionals to improve their knowledge and leadership skills, provide an opportunity for participants to grow their networks and connect with the leaders outside their usual operation scope. The outlook, when you look at the mentorship outlook since it was started in 2021, so far we've got to a total of about 260 mentees since we started. As Doctor said, we started with 30 women ladies, and that was, we called it a pilot stage. We wanted to see how this mentorship program will be anchored into the sector. Then later we had 2 cohorts of 30 each, getting 60 mentees of ladies at the same time. Then I think at this stage of the second cycle of the mentorship, we had recommendations from the top management, from the people who are enjoying the fruits of the mentorship, that we should also consider male. As in the sector, we don't work alone, but we work with male. And naturally, every area you go to, you have to be either male or we are there male and female. So you cannot run away from a female child, cannot run away from a male child. Then we ended up saying that in a 20-year financial year, 2023-24, we got 90. At the same time, we remained with 2 cohorts of ladies, 30, and then we took in, actually we had planned to have 30 male, but at least the 4 ones were outliers. They joined the mentorship program. 2024-25, we've done a great deal. This time we said, since as the commissioner, rather the director said, that we are almost finishing the ladies within the Ministry of Water and Environment. So this year, this financial year, we said we are taking more male than female. We took about 44 females and the rest were male. And this male, we divided them in 2 cohorts where we had a group from the center and a group from the regional establishments. And actually, these are the ones who are going to graduate today. And you'll see the response of how the males are reacting, when it comes to the mentorship program. We are not only implementing alone, but we said one of the development partners that has been supporting the Water Resources Institute since its establishment in 2018, not only supporting us in the mentorship program, but other programs. WaterAid has been supporting us, is WaterAid, and also Government of Uganda, if I were to say another. And this one, we are implementing it in partnership of the Contour and G4G, who have bigger expertise in mentorship structure. We say that, so what are the outlook? I continue looking at the outlook. We say the replication of mentees are becoming mentors. This year, in this financial year, we had mentors coming in to act as mentors. We had Carol Nakalyango, who attended the first mentorship cycle. We had Pamela Agaba also coming in to mentor the fresh mentors of this financial year. Carol Nakalyango and Agaba, they're seated up there. Maybe they can stand up to be recognized as the first team of the mentors. mentees rather. So they're the first team of the mentees, and this year they became mentors. We also sustainability, self-management. We had also running the water resources mentorship program beyond the sector, beyond the mainstream Ministry of Water and Environment. I think this one gentleman who is part of the Bayer mentorship this financial year. Content. We have got modules, we have technical modules and leadership modules. Under technical modules, we just look at what we do at the Ministry of Water and Environment. We can look at surface water development monitoring, we can look at water supply and sanitation, we look at integrated water resources management, we look at climate change, we look at policy and planning. So those are the modules under the technical modules, and we are supported by the sector professionals who can take the mentees through these different modules under the technical modules. When you look at the leadership modules or usual community modules, we'll have wealth management, navigating the international space, influencing communities. We have got communication skills, running for public office, integrity, awareness and mental health. All these ones are under the leadership modules. This is what we did this financial year, this group, the fourth cycle. Under the female, we did this one under the modules of leadership, building trust, negotiation, public service and running for office, ethics and integrity, organizational mental and physical stability for organizational resilience, meaningful personal branding. All these ones are under the leadership modules. Remember, these ones may not learn in classroom, but when you come to environment, when you come to the work environment, when you come to community engaging, you find all these ones do impact on career development. Yeah, here is a group of female mentees in one of the cohorts with Agaba was one of the mentors that day. So the benefits of this program, there's career advancement. If I were to talk, we have got our first mentees actually, people have been promoted to the level of principal water officers, principal officers. Others have represented the ministry here in international conferences and are ready to speak and speak with confidence and courage, representing the sector and very well. There's positive attitude. People have changed this negative every time negative. They can really think and positively continue to articulate issues of water and environment. Skills transfer, increased productivity. I'm sure, as the doctor has said, there is increased productivity for those mentees who have gone through this program. Yeah, we are planning, as we said, we are almost finishing all the ladies around. We want to extend our mentorship program to include our sector partners. And actually there are many here, those who have been supporting us, and will be doing it hopefully next financial year or in years to come. Then we have expansion of the thing outside and train other sectors how to run the mentorship program. We are here to be, since we are the first to start it, we are ready to expand it to other sectors within the government of Uganda. Thank you.
A round of applause for Madame Gwendoline. Thank you so much, Madame Gwendoline and her team at the Water Resources Institute. This is commendable work, running for 4 consecutive years. We already see the fruits, Pamela and Carol and all the mentees. We see mentors that come back, so we see more enrollment. I'm sure for the girls we had 30, and then we saw enrollment beyond 30. More people subscribed, which was good. And without any other comments and ado, I want to invite Dr. Kalis Tindimugaya, the commissioner, but also acting director, for the Directorate of Water Resources Management Department to invite the Honorable Minister, Dr. Callist.
Thank you very much, Moderator. Let me take this opportunity to invite the Honorable Minister to speak to us, specifically to those who are going to graduate. And thereafter, the Honorable Minister will invite the guest speaker to speak to us. So, Honorable Minister, let's give an applause to Honorable Minister as she's taking the floor.
This one give away. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Callist and your team for the job well done. Our chief guest speaker, my senior lady of this country, Dr. Miriam Madrembe, I'm humbled to receive you in my ministry. My team from the ministry in your various capacities, especially my PS who's not here, but Dr. Callist is here with all other staff who have been really instrumental in making this day so colorful. Our development partners who are here, but mostly our young graduates tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, protocol observed, it's my pleasure to officiate at this graduation of the mentees of our Water Resources Institute membership program that has been carrying the weeks of mentorship, and today is the day. I wish to thank my team once more, especially Dr. Callist, for running this Resource Institute of initiating the innovative program like this. You said you had to drag me in, but I don't think I'm dragged. Because as a host, and more so as a mother, I really take pride to being here. It's satisfying that our children are being mentored at all levels. We, the mothers and the parents, you start from home, you educate them, you usher them in the world of working, soon you usher them in the world of family life, but that mentorship continues. So I'm proud to have my ministry be part of those, a few government institutions that we are following our young generation through. I'm proud of that. And I just want to put it that our young professionals, our children, they must be mentored at 3 pillars. 3 pillars, they must know their creator. God is only one, but the way we worship him varies. So our professionals, our children, both men and female, they must know their creator. That invisible hand must be instilled in all our young generation. It is a break in your life. It is a break. Sometimes we live in a world of fantasy, and we accelerate and sometimes knock. Engine knocks is not only for the cars, can be in our lives. So you must have the inner voice that tells you, hey, hey, hey. Then, at a place of work, conducive environment like the Ministry of Water and Environment, with a peace in the country, then we follow you up. How are you doing your work? Our education system, some of us who studied a long time ago, is different from what you, the young generation, are studying. You find somebody getting a first-class degree, but cannot write an application. You shorten English, and you think everybody understands those. When you are talking, my children sometimes talk, I don't understand. You shorten those words. But the world of work, sometimes we are still traditional. You find a very brilliant lady, you tell them to program a project, it's difficult to have the skill in the head and how you apply them. Because I remember the late Vice President Kiseka, may he rest in peace, he had a problem with his generator. Dr. Matembe will remember this. So he went to Makerere, the engineering. He wanted the students, the engineers, to help him fix it. What they did, they asked him for the manual. But if they bought it a long time ago, he did not have it. Then he decided to take it to Katwe. You know that technology, which is in Katwe. Those guys, within 10 minutes, they just got hold of the machine and looked at it, turned it the other side, switched it on, it was back. And he was amazed. This is what is happening. So it's not really that what you learn, you can easily apply them. Sometimes it also needs some common sense. It might not be the book knowledge. Common sense might not be even very common. Situations might change, and you need also to change course midway. So this mentorship, which has actually 4 main areas, namely the training, the research, applying research, outreach, capacity building, is really spot on, especially in our ministry. But when we look at you who have already gone through this, quite a number of you have been trained, mentored, we think we can still be like a reference point. What about other ministries? What about your generation elsewhere? How shall we be the mentees of the others? The mentors of other mentees. So this is also a challenge, and I was referring you to this triangle: God, workplace. But then after you have acquired a job, you're getting some money, then what else? I heard Dr. Kalis saying something here, that these girls are very difficult. You don't need to be cheap. In either way, if you get a cheap man, it means that one's also not meant for you. Yeah? So we need to have these young professionals of ours to have to fall within the 3 triangles. We mentor them to know their God, to know their job, but also the end result that you must have a decent family. Uganda, we don't have those business out there. For us, life has to continue between a man and a what? A woman. But this business of also marrying 1 week and the next day you are out for divorce, it starts with us here. I will be happy to have these different mentors for the religious pillar, for the job pillars, and then for the family pillar. So that we look at you, the professional, in totality. A person who's not settled in the family cannot do job. No. And the person who looks at you with what you have in the pocket is not worth it. Because life is full of ups and downs. Today you have some little money, tomorrow you lose a job, you get an accident, you get disabled, deformed. Is your partner still waiting out there for you? Are you working together? Today you are happy, tomorrow you're not happy. Does the person walk away? I was very much interested in the family part of it, because when you have the family with God, the job will be well done. Are we together? Therefore, this program, for me, I put more emphasis here. And if there's a role I can play in the life of any of you, then after maybe 5 years, you'll find me, God willing, with my back bent and say, but isn't this one of those? Then you say, your word you said, the example you showed us impacted in me. Today, I was gratified to hear one of my young people telling me that she remembers one of the words I said. That is satisfying for me. That girls, you're not cheap to be taken for ice cream. That men, if you want serious partners, you don't take them for ice cream. You don't need to borrow somebody's car to go and pick her if you don't have a car. You don't have to take them out if you don't have it. Be yourself. Let somebody accept you as you are. For me, that's what I think can prevail over. I know that all this mentorship in different fields, digital, policy, outreach, they're all meant to round you up. But for me, I insist the 3 pillars, and I think the institution should get mentors in the 3 pillars so that our workforce, our young professionals, especially those who work in this ministry, they're all round. It's not only roses, there are also thorns, correct, in life, both at work, both in spiritual life, both at family life. We are now fasting. It is not easy to fast for our own sins, but that is the spiritual way. We are given work. I've seen Dr. Calist since we started. He doesn't sit down. Even at night, he's on phone. But some of you come, sign in, then you are on phones. Half of your time, you are on phones. Yes, that is technology. But what are you doing on phones, apart from watching things which are passing by? If you are connecting, networking for your work, that's good. But most of you spend money, spend time. In fact, if ever you found a young person crossing the road, you who's driving, you ought to be quite careful. Because their minds are not there. Then you live in the world of fantasy, seeing what happened in Europe. You go and forget that you are just a smaller Choli boy, a Choli girl. Karamoja, Kabale. You start imagining that, you start even shaking your heads that you have long hair. That is not even your hair. No. So we live in the world of fantasy. We need to be told, our young generation, so that you become great people. And therefore, as I come to conclude, I just pray that this will continue. It is a good model. I will even try to influence it where I sit. Cabinet needs to take interest, government take interest in this so that it's replicated in many ministries. And then there should be even exchange program among the ministries of government. No? I know that also gives opportunity finding others. Some of the children, they grow in prisons. So when they have an opportunity to come here is when they know somebody, oh, hi. They can also start from there. Meaningful interaction. That is okay, so long as it is meaningful. Okay? Ladies, I'm not an easy woman. I'm not. But the boys also should know that I'm not even an easy woman. But my children, they are all married, and I'm happy that with my toughness, they found somewhere to stay, and I gave them a minimum requirement that in my house, I don't want to send a child who is not a master degree holder to get somebody's daughter. And my daughter who's coming also have your master's degree. Yeah. If you don't have it, then we should help you have it, because that family must be self-sustaining. So that is what we have in my home, and I look forward. I have only 2 who are not married, but are still young. I call upon other development partners and shareholders also to support this program. But I am really looking very much forward to our key speaker, my senior, Honorable Dr. Miriam Matembe. She speaks her mind, she speaks it all, she walks it all. This young generation, ma'am, they want to hear from you. I invite you to come and look. Thank you.
Let's continue the applause until she gets to the... Yes, can we have media team? We want a number, but let's see. Let's continue the applause. She'll give us the number to play. Let's continue the applause.
Like this. Oh, it was not on. Okay, thank you, Honorable Minister, my colleague. I thank you for continuing to walk that journey. For me, when I left long ago, about 20 years ago, was it 20? More than 20 when I was a minister. But now I'm an ordinary person. But most important, 2 things, citizen, a senior citizen and a child of God. So, Honorable Minister and Commissioner and the Secretary, and all of you, distinguished men and women here today, I must begin by confessing. The lady who invited me, where are you? Who was talking to me? That lady. She didn't tell me the nature of the people I was coming to address. Oh my God. She told me, Girls for Girls, mentoring program. We are working with the Ministry of Water for that program. So you come at the graduation of these people. I didn't know the nature, the category of people. I didn't know I would find such a wonderful, meeting like this, and I was thinking I'm coming to meet my usual, the usual ordinary people. We sing, we enjoy, and in fact there could have been a music to bring me on the platform. Those are the type of people I know and we enjoy, but of course impactful. But today I think I have got to be official and be organized and sort of become diplomatic. I don't know whether I will manage that. But I'm so excited and very happy to be speaking to all of you distinguished people. And I want to thank the lady for inviting me. I forgot the name. I'm senior citizen. Senior citizen these days, I meet you tomorrow, I say, Mpos, who are you? You will reach there one day, but the good thing is that I'm enjoying it. Not many people reach there so happy like I am. And so I thank the Lord. I want to thank the Lord for this day and for the opportunity for me to come and talk. You know, for me, my biggest talent in life is my mouth. And whenever people invite me, I say, hey, God has now deployed me to put my mouth to use. Because as you know, one day all of you will be asked, what did you use with the talents I gave you? And some of you, if you have not yet identified them, you will reach there and start accounting for nothing because you not have identified your talents and you not have used them effectively. But for sure, I believe even God knows I have really used it beyond I think. And the good thing is that I get opportunity to be invited to speak to people. And the good thing is that Red never gave me the topic to talk about. So, but I have listened, I have heard, and I'm really extremely happy to talk to you people. And many of you, I believe, just hear me. Some have never seen me. Some didn't know what I have ever done. And, but I'm so glad that I stand here as a distinguished woman, accomplished woman of destiny. That's how I describe myself. If nobody can tap my back, I tap it myself. I think you are meant to do that. So I thank the Lord that I stand here as a distinguished, accomplished woman of destiny who had a childhood dream and was able to accomplish it, to do it to the maximum to my pleasure, and I still continue to be visible, relevant, and influential. It is by the grace of God. Otherwise, how would you be inviting me? 20 years ago, I was thrown out into the dustbin for standing for integrity, but good enough. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for talking of God. You know, many people fall from, they say, from glory to grace. Me, I fell from the earthly glory to God's grace. And so it is by the grace of God that I continue to be. And for that, I thank the Lord for it. Now let me go to business. I want to really extremely thank the ministry for this mentorship program. It is such a wonderful program. I'm telling you, you people, you are blessed, you are lucky that you can be mentored to be able to know what you wouldn't have known. You will be amazed because I'll tell you, for me, at our time, I was never mentored by anybody, but thank God I was mentored by my lived experience of discrimination, injustice, and unfairness. That lived experience mentored me, and it enabled me to shape a vision for my life. Because I can assure you, by 9 years, I had already made up my mind how I want to become a pleader. Because they told me a pleader is the one who pleads for people, and I would want to grow up and plead for the girls and women. Because I was completely sad about the way we were being treated as girls, discriminated, treated as if we don't matter. Just, she's a girl. Don't you know she's a girl? Aren't they are women? What are you talking about? So I wanted to grow. I came to learn that somebody who pleads for others is called a pleader. And I said, what does she have to do to plead? He said she has to study law. So by 9 years, I had made up my mind to study law, to be able to plead for the women and the girls. And when I went to HSC, that's when I learned that there is the law is made in parliament. There were parliament who were discussing rich parliamentary history. I said, wait a minute. If I read the law and I find it is not saying right on the girls and women, then I would go to parliament and make it. And of course, as I talk, you know very well, not only did I study law, but I'm doctor of laws. And not only did I become a parliamentarian to make the laws, but I became even one of the 21 member commission that drafted the Constitution of Uganda. In other words, I had to participate in the making of the fundamental law of all the laws in the country, and I remember I had to put even the last stamp, the last seal of the Constitution of 1995 because I was on the legal and drafting committee. And I made sure whatever was there, whatever you see for women, you know, the passion from 9 years. When I went to do it, you can imagine what I went to do. But this is without any mentor. And by the way, I have never had a role model. If you ask me what is your role model, perhaps in the leadership, the role model, my role model is Jesus Christ. He's my role model. This is a man who came with a vision, as you find in Isaiah, which chapter 6. A vision, he came with a vision, he chose a cabinet of 12 ministers, and he had a public service of women, about how many when you read the book of Luke, and she ran with 3 years only. No reshuffle, no chasing away cabinet, no what. But she understood the people he was working with, he mentored them, he led them, he knew those who would betray him, that he never sacked them. He knows those ones who would, denounce him. He never sacked them. But within 3 years, he was so determined to implement his vision. And up to now, we are following that vision. So he's my mentee, he's my mentor, he's my role model in terms of leadership. Effective leadership of integrity with a passion to your vision. Determined even to die for it. You can't be wavered here and there. So you can see when you are just there, you are not mentored, but by God's grace, you move and you reach where you are. And I didn't stop at Parliament of Uganda, but I ended up we were founding members of the Pan-African Parliament. So there I was also. And I remember I'm the one who was the Rules Committee, and we worked out the strategic whatever. In all areas, nobody mentored me. Can you imagine? And even I became the first minister for ethics and integrity. I was appointed and I found an office there, desk, and they said, sit there and fight corruption and build ethics and integrity in public office. Nobody told me what to do. But because I had gained experience in founding all these women's non-governmental organizations, we managed to build that ministry, and since I left, many people say they don't see it. They even ask me whether currently there is a minister for ethics. I'm sorry I didn't come here to say those things, but when I stand up, what comes in my head is what I tell you. And before I forget, I want to thank you for talking about those 3 pillars. Since I see many people, they are not only young, but I think there are people with families here. I think there are people, we need to know as people that there is a scripture which says that we are, I think it is Ephesians chapter 2, verse 10, which says that we are God's workmanship, created to do good works, prepared for us in advance by God through Christ. So on this earth we are created to do what? To work. There's nobody who is supposed to be there and be lazy and what? In fact, Jesus Christ said that as long as my Father is working, I'm also doing what? And in fact, Jesus is still working, saving people. And then God is still working, judging the people. And then the Holy Spirit is still working, guiding us on where to go. So we all must work. So I'm glad when you told them about 3 levels. I usually say that in this world where we are, I believe we must, if we had to say, I have succeeded as I live this world, It is not how many mansions you have. It is not how much wealth you have. It is not how much power you have. But for me, I believe that you can only succeed at 3 levels. The first one is your professional or work level. You have studied, you're an engineer, you worked, and at the end of it, you say, yeah, I thank the Lord because I succeeded in serving his people in the area where he gave me. The second level is, of course, the family level. The family level. And I want to tell you before I go any further, because I see all of you here, you know the family has been attacked very seriously. And I can assure you before God, of all the institutions in the world, even in Uganda here, the major institution on which other institutions depend is the institution of the family. The family. Because the people of integrity, the corrupt, the poor, the what, they are nurtured within the family. So it depends, the nation's success will depend on the nature of the families that are in that nation. And therefore, before I go any further, I want to tell you, you people who said you are professionals, corporate, and all that kind of thing. I tell people, is there any more professional than me? I'm also a professional woman. Am I not? Career. They say we are career women, career women. Career women, what are you carrying? Career women. I am telling you, families are breaking. Families are going. And yet, if we go and they become drunk and break, what would the nation be like? So career woman does not mean that you carry nothing. You must carry your family as basic foundation of what will make you. You get it? So families, we are also career professional. But me, I tell you here, I have distinguished, I have a husband. Actually, this year we are marking 50 years of marriage. And in this country, Uganda, really, is there any person more vocal and when it comes to gender equality and women's empowerment than me? But you here, marriage, 50 years, wonderful sons and daughters. I have 13 grandchildren, including twins. I have wonderful daughters in love who married my sons. And the family is there. So you must succeed also at what? At the family level. Have you heard? And then, of course, to crown it all, as she says, at godly level. Because when you know God, he's the one who will teach you your mission on earth. He's the one who will guide you in whatever you are doing and you succeed. So I thought I would emphasize that since she has brought it so that we may know, haven't I even finished the minutes which were given to me? But anyway, no topic, but aren't you hearing me? Am I not also mentoring you in these areas? Yes, I'm adding on mentoring, but I'm very glad that this ministry has put this program. All this came out wanting to show you that some of us, it is by the grace of God that we became what we became. There was no mentoring, there was no nothing. Can you imagine they appoint you a minister? You've never been a minister, you don't know what a minister does, and they say, and moreover, a new ministry. It was never there. But God helped me to establish it, and we founded it, and but I overworked with I thought they were serious about fighting corruption and building ethics and integrity, and therefore I thought I would do it, to that maximum, and I even tell the president, no, that's unethical and it is corruption. And he said, get out of here, and I got out. He said, get out of here, and I got out of there, but I'm still here. Praise the Lord. Yes. So in that ministry, I think it was about to go 5 years, but I had tried to resign 3 times, but he was refusing. So when he said, get out of here, I even danced. I said, praise the Lord. And I'm still here. So to mentor you, take this mentoring seriously. I also want to thank the mentors. I hope you are mentoring them. You know, there can be negative influence or positive influence. The type of mentoring you have must be within you. If your experience, if your way of life and living is the other side, then you may impact on somebody in a wrong way. But I want to believe that those beautiful ladies I see there who were standing up as mentors, they look as good mothers. I want to believe that they did a good job for you. And I want to thank them. Now, having said that, for me what I want to say is now, because remember, we are in this week of Women's Week. Women's Month, actually, for me it became Women's Month, because every single day I have got an engagement. In fact, today, God was good, wanted me to come and speak to you, because I'm supposed to speak to you tomorrow. Then she rang and told me, Madam, what about today? I looked at my program. This afternoon I was okay, so I came. But it has been within the Women's Week and month. And you know all these things of Women's Week and Women's Month and about gender equality and women's empowerment. Therefore, for me, I thought that when I come here, I can say something about this week. Because this week, the theme was accelerating action for gender equality and women's empowerment. And that's why I thank you so much, because by mentoring the women and the men, you are really accelerating action. Because I want to believe that actually in this mentoring of yours, you really exercise, you emphasize and tell people what we mean by gender equality and women's empowerment. Because we've been misunderstood in that area. People ring me, they tell me, Matembe, you are women, you are empowered women, have broken marriages. And I tell them I have never married any women. I'm not a lesbian. So you cannot call me my empowered women. But the problem is the society refused to understand and to know what we are running out with. And in fact, when they say women empowered, women are born empowered. Women are born empowered, women are born strong, women are being, but it is misunderstanding of their power and of their strengths that causes the problem. Because when I see people saying, this man Matembe must be suffering. And the other day, I think you go on social media. Haven't you seen the thing trending saying that I said let him die? Did you see it? Eh? Because you see, somebody was telling me, he was interviewing me, and I was saying, yes, you see, a woman and a man are equal human beings in their own right. They have different, what do you call it? Sexuology, whatever you call it. But we are biologically different, but we are supposed to complement one another as full human beings in our own right. But because they don't consider us as full human beings in our own right, they look at you as half. They say you don't have intelligence, you are weak, you can't do this, women can't do mathematics, they can't do this. All these cultural and customary barriers and constraints, plus ignorance, inability to know the value and the importance of a woman's humanity. That is central to what is going on. Not knowing the importance and the value of a woman to humanity as God had created her. That's what causes the problem. And when that happens, then they think we are just nobody, we are just nothing. So this man was interviewing me about property, how we live in the home. I said, yes. I'm a full human being in my own right. When I decide to buy land, I buy land. When I decide to build, I build. If Matembe wants to build there, he builds there. If he wants to do this, he does it. We all do, and if we want to own things together, we own together. Then he looked at me and said, that's what happens. I said, yes. Then he said, he must be dying in his heart. I said, let him die. If he cannot appreciate what I do, then let him die. And people run with those silly things. Kumbe me, I'm telling you the truth. And when I speak, people laugh, but according to God, according to our forefathers built Uganda on the foundation of what? Of God. They said, for God and what? And my country. And then the national anthem says, oh, Uganda, we lay your future into the hands of God. So we must emphasize God. So when God created Adam, we are told, after creating him, he had a purpose for him. He wanted to give him the responsibility of managing the earth. He wanted to relate with him. He wanted to be close with him. But after creating Adam, what happened? He looked at him. Adam was there, seated like when you have a statue which is built like a human being and is not talking, and God wondered. He said, surely it is not good for this one. It is not, you need your time, I have to go. It is not good for this one to do what? To live alone. Men, are you hearing me? God who created us clearly saw that there was something missing in a man. He needed some help from somebody called a woman. Yes. Because if you read the Bible well, God did not give Adam any responsibility. He didn't give him the work to do except picking fruits and eating them while he does something to improve his life. And in the meantime, there was a conference in heaven when the Trinity, God the Father, God the Son, were discussing what do we do to improve this man and make him better, to be able to play our role. Then they discussed, they said, they could have said, let us create somebody from another clay. But scientists say that clay here cannot be the same as this one. So he said, let me go to the body of this man. He was not idle, he was not... They're about to chase me off this podium. Laugh little because my time has gone. So he said, this man who is lifeless, who is meaningless, who is incomplete. All of you want to do your work perfectly. But after God created man, he saw that his creation was not perfect yet. He had not yet completed his job. And he said, I'm doing something else. And I will do quickly, I will leave everything. Otherwise, they could have gone to the door and pick a kakum, and then they create a woman, and these men kick us around the way they want to do. But God said no. They could have gone to the buttocks and pick some flesh there and create a woman, because they say we are weak, we are soft, we are weak. We could have come from that buttocks there. You could even have gone to the back and picked a bone and say, let us create this woman from this bone. God said no. They will sit on them, they will leave them behind. And then he said, what about the top? He said no, even the woman can be on top of the man and disturb. So eventually they settled on what? On the side, and got a bone. A bone is a tougher material. It is a finer material. It is a harder material. From the side of the man, its meaning was that they must exist side by side. A man and a woman must exist side by side, except that the man, because of coming from the clay, you should lean on this bone to be supported. Do you know that you women, you girls, you are tougher? In practical terms, this commissioner is here seeing me. Tell me how many men, even at your age, when they lose wives, that they can leave. They just get finished. can't live. People, I know you are laughing, but I'm delivering this message because I want you to know the value and importance of a woman. The value. God got a hard bone. These women, I've seen women become widows at 23 years, 24. They have like 3 babies. They really rear up these babies and they finish and they become great people. But leave it to the man, because forgive the men. Don't blame them, because they are helpless without women. They are helpless without women. And therefore they need us to help them. Have you heard, you people, if you really have a wife, please know that without her, you are not complete. We bring life. Don't you know Adam burst into a poem? He had not talked. When he looked at the side, he saw the woman. All of a sudden, bone of my bone, flesh of my breast. Where was he? We bring life. We bring life into otherwise lifeless man. We bring meaning into otherwise meaningless man. We bring completion. We complete humanity. The women came in to complete the humanity that God was creating. I am telling you. And if you want to know, God never created any helper for a woman. Do you see in the Bible that he said, let me create this woman, this is somebody to help this woman? The woman is supposed to help the man. The man is supposed to lean on the woman, and the woman would lean on God. Our helper is our God. If any of you doesn't seek God, you are the one to help the man. And when you lean on God, God will help you. God is our helper. For me, God is my helper. Even when I talk and shout and talk these things which could cause me trouble and people fear and they say, Miriam, you are dying, I say, when I die, I go to my God. But in the meantime, I'm still here because he's helping me. He's helping me to do his work. So have you got the meaning? Have you really got? And let me, the type of helper that God meant is what they misunderstood. Let me tell you, that time in the garden, there were no beds to make. There were no bed sheets to wash. There were no men's shirts or trousers or shoes to brush. All those things were what? Were not there. Not even cooking was there. And yet, God saw that Adam needed helper. What sort of helper do you mean? Do you think he meant? He meant intellectual help, wisdom, to help men beef up their wisdom, their intellect, and their emotional support. That's the kind of help God meant. It was not the cooking of the food, because the food was not there to cook. This is not to say that you should not cook food. You can't cook. But what God wanted was our brains, our intellect. We must give men. Something was missing in these men, and God put it in the women, that together, I'm telling you the truth, and together, that's why you see men, when they don't have wives, they are suffering. And even culturally, and you know, a man can be here having a mansion of wealth and a mansion, and they keep saying, that is Peter's house. Do you see that house? It is Peter's house. The next day, through the wedding from the church, the next day they say, that is Peter's home. Do you see the difference? I wish you could keep quiet and realize what a woman brings into this world. Just a home. Just a house becomes a home tomorrow, and all the organization and everything is set in, and things go well. People listening to me, men, please, at least hear from me. And I'm not saying that you should be demeaned because you did not come, we didn't come from your head also. Have you heard? We didn't come from the top, we came from the side. Please, men are the vision bearers. You are supposed to be vision bearers of the home. You are called head of the household. But head of the household, who tells you that the woman was the foot of the household? In fact, for me, what I see, man is the head of the household, but he needs the help from the man. the woman. So if you are the head, I am the neck. And it is the neck which turns the head like this, like this, like this. And if you are depending on God, you will turn that head very well, you woman. If you are depending on God, you will turn that head well, and it will get the vision for the home, and you will guide the vision very well, supporting one another, and things will go right. My dear men listening to me, being a man is not declared by word of mouth. Yes, we are men. Yes. Because you put on trousers. These days we put trousers on. What makes you a man is that which you should be. It is not by word of mouth. They say that these days men are men in hiding. They fear the empowered women. Why do you fear empowered women? Since you are always strong and men are strong, men are tough men. Now why are they fearing the empowered women? Why? Don't you love it when you have a woman engineer who builds houses, who does what and earns salary, and for even if you are a teacher, you are also teaching people, she's earning more money than you are doing. Don't you feel good when she brings the money and you discuss and you develop? What's wrong with that? They want to be men. There are many things which make you less of men than not cooking food. People think when you cook, when you bathe a baby, well, then you are less of a man. What are you talking about? There are many things which make you less of men rather than cooking or washing plates or helping one another. For me, at least I'm glad God has given me this opportunity to tell you. To tell you women what you mean to humanity, what you mean into a home, and the home, you are the foundation of that home. If you let it die, it will die. Because God saw that a man could not be there without you. And by the way, it is not in the home alone. Even in office, that's why we fought that to get into those offices. If a woman is not there with you at home, you can't eat, you can't work. Recently, I have my relative, she rang me and said, I don't have any housekeeper, please. My wife is now at home in the village. I can't even eat. I don't know where the glasses are kept or what. Some of you women are disempowering your men. You make them disabled. Everything you bring. Then when you die, the man is just disabled. Please work with them in these areas. In office, in the home, everywhere, work together. And so finally, I have finished that one of equality. I want to end up by telling the people who are mentored that you are supposed to be of influence. The message, in John chapter 15, verse 16 says, I chose you and I appointed you, that you may bear fruits that would last. That means when you go to office to work, you are not only working to earn money and go. No, you are working, yes, you earn money, but you are working to impact on other people. So that when you are gone, they can continue with what you've been doing. Therefore, you must be of influence. You must focus on how you influence where you work. What influence have you left when you leave? And I want to tell you that in order to be a person of influence, you must have a clear, you must know who you are. Who are you? Many people, especially women, they don't know who they are. It is very important to know yourself. Don't let other people define you. Me, they say, this woman Matembe, when I was in Parliament, they would say, but is she even a woman, by the way? And I used to tell them, excuse me, it doesn't matter. There is only one man privileged to know my womanhood. The rest of you can look and salivate, because I used to have a wonderful figure. And the men would look there, because they know they can't manage me, they can't talk about me. Come on, get off. And so they would say, is she even a woman? I said, there is only one man who is privileged. Please don't allow people to define you. Cherish your uniqueness. Be brutally honest in assessing your strengths and weakness. For it is only when you reach this conclusion that will build the confidence to really succeed. Don't allow people to determine you. Because I want to tell you that confidence, power, and influence come from a strong sense of identity. When you power, influence, and confidence, when you know who you are, and for me, I get it from God. I know who I am in God. I know I'm whatever, I'm loved of God, and I have everything that God gave me. Nobody can tell me. And I used to tell girls, men come and say, you are a really beautiful flower. The flower, they flourish, they wither and die. How can they call you a flower? You are a human being. You are important. You should know who you are. Have you heard? So that is important for you to be of influence. Number 2, you must have a clear vision for your life. Some people, let me tell you, it is so important. I told you I had my vision when I was a child. Up to now, and let me tell you, somebody's courage to pursue her vision or her life dream does not depend on any office. It depends on your passion to run with that vision. That's why 20 years ago, I'm still here. And I'm running with my passion. Whether they pay me, whether they don't, God will release his resources and I will live. And therefore, you must have a clear vision to live for. And if you read, I think it is Psalms 25, verse what? Verse 12. It says, show me the one who fears the Lord, that he may instruct him on the way chosen for him. There is a way chosen for you. So that vision is what I call God's purpose for your life. And when you are running with God's purpose for your life, I tell you, you don't get tired, you don't get robbed, you still run until you reach in heaven and you will say, thank you, my faithful servant. Come and share my glory in heaven. And therefore, do you know your vision? Do you go and identify at whichever age? Some of you are running with what is not your vision, and you need to know you are clear. You are clear what? Talents. You remember the Bible says that God gave one, another 2, another 5, each according to what? To your ability. We have different abilities and we get different talents. God is very, very just. Many people say God is not fair. Of course, when it comes to fairness, we question. To one he gave 1, to another he gave 2, to another 5. Is that fair? But it is just. Did anybody go with nothing? So it is just. He's the one who created you. He knows your ability. You cannot stand here and shout like Matembe, but you can go on the machine and really make a house and it looks so wonderful. That is your ability. So you need to know what is your ability. And then the other thing, of course, which I want you to know is to get tools and skills. You must have tools and skills which helps you to work on your vision and influence a direction. Number 4, you must be intentional in influencing others and circumstances and events. Don't just go, you are working and living. No, like when I came here, when you call me, at least among you, the message I have delivered, I cannot go without making an influence on you. Unless you also don't have the ears. Unless you don't have the ears and the eyes, the spiritual ones, which you must get. Yes, I must. How can I work and go? No, intentional. Must be intentional to influence environment, circumstance. When you go, they will miss you. Many of you, when I go, some of you will miss my strokes. Others will miss my shouting. Others will miss, but you will miss me all the same. So, the other one is godliness. Godliness. What do I mean by this? You must put God at the center of your life, at the center of your work. And let me tell you, when you succeed, when you go into your office, focus on God and his people. Focus on serving God and his people. Don't focus on serving yourself. whatever you are going to do, the word says, do it as if unto the Lord. You know, I used to drink beer, and then when I got saved, I could also sip something. Take a glass, I say, but I'm thirsty, I swallow a glass, I mean I'm not drunk, and so on. Then when I read the scripture, whatever you do, do it as unto the Lord. I said, wait a minute. When I'm drinking this glass, am I drinking it as if for the Lord? I said, to hell with the glass, let me leave it. So please, at the center of your work, put God and his people. You know, it is very, very important. And then you must be selfless. Selfless. Don't focus at yourself. When you focus at others, I'm telling you, when you focus at God and others, God will do the rest. I mean, I have a personal experience. These people, when they said, get out of here, they chased me, no pension, no gratuity. She knows, this honorable minister knows that we are just thrown into the garbage like that when I had worked for this nation for 30 good years. And you see, when they are giving these medals or whatever, I have never got any medal. But in 1998, I received an international award as one of 100 women world over who had made an effective impact on the women of the world. But these ones don't. Do I care? I don't care. Me, I put my heart, my energy, my life, I throw it into there to serve God's people, and he returns to me. And then, of course, integrity. In all this, I'm telling you, by the way, qualities of an effective and influential leadership. That's what I'm telling you. Integrity is very, very important. Because even King David, he said, there are two scriptures which say that King David knew that God had made him the king of Israel for the sake of his people, Israel. You just say, God gave me the job which I'm doing for the sake of his people. And it says that he served his people with integrity and skillful hands. Put in skillful hands, put in your integrity, and work in your job. With all those, I can assure you, you will succeed. And I can assure you, God will not forget you. And so, the last statement I'm saying is, my experience has taught me that life does not exist in positions and possessions. It doesn't. The real meaningful life exists in knowing who you are in God, identifying his purpose for you, serving it in such a way that it gives him glory. That's when you will really enjoy life. Because God gives us talents and gifts to use them in service of his people. And therefore, that is my desire for you, young mentees. I want to believe that I have added some information on mentoring you, and you will go and work in such a way that one day you will say that this one I picked from Matembe. You know, Minister, you are saying that when you meet somebody and says, oh, you said this to me, I am telling you there is nothing that gives me joy and peace and happiness, that wherever I go, I meet people say, you know what? When you came to Tororo Girls School when I was in P2, when I was in senior 2, one time I met this minister, the Honorable Opendi, the Kantakaras one. I met her at Parliament and I was congratulating her. And she said, I said, hey, you're a wonderful woman. I love your passion. And he said, but it's you. I said, I've never met you. He said, you came to Tororo Girls Secondary School. I was in senior 2. When you talked, I said, I'll be like that woman. That is Sarah Uganda's car. And then Bambe, my dear daughter who passed on recently, and I died, Sarah Mateke. I was congratulated. Hey, you are the minister now. He said, but madam, it's you. I said, but I haven't seen you. He said, when you came to Mary Hill, when I was in senior 3, from sorrow there for us, we never went beyond the senior 4. But when you talked, that is who I am today. And so many. And I feel with my head in the air, I say God will receive me in glory, and I will rest in peace. Thank you so much. Sorry that I took long, but thank you so much for your kind attention.
A round of applause for Dr. Matembe. Continue the applause as she gets off the podium. Continue the applause. Continue the applause. Young people, stand up. Let's teach you. Let's mentor you. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up as she. Young people, stand up as she actually takes her seat. Dr. Matembe, thank you. Emphasizing the 3 pillars. We are having Cheza. Cheza, please. Cheza. Cheza. We all know the mentorship program is incomplete without music. We all know people are saying yes, yes, yes. Sitting is not good for you, so it's an interlude, a health interlude for less than 2 minutes. It's just for you to stretch and have the PS also settle in. Dr. Matembe, we are waiting for the strokes and you lead us. Honorable Minister. Commissioner is dodging the moment. Okay. Follow me all of my days. When one bank collected All right. Thank you so much. I'm certain it was a health moment, laughing and stretching. We are right now going to have a very, I need to be guided, but let me do this. We are going to have a very short video clip on the mentorship. Media team, I'm certain that you are ready. Someone in the media team, if you're ready, I want to see a sign.
The Water Resources Institute was established to support the water and environment sector to actually perform its functions. We had done a number of studies, we call them water reform studies, which had identified gaps in the way we are delivering water, sanitation, and environmental services. One of them was that we are depending on students coming from academic institutions who are largely theoretical and not prepared for the job. So we wanted to bridge that gap so that people, by the time they start coming, they are able to do the work. We also noted that we are doing a lot of research in the academic institutions, in the government institutions, in civil society, but that research is actually not used to inform policy and practice.
Water Resources Institute was established in Uganda as part of the implementation of the water sector reform studies that were undertaken between 2003 to 2005. And these sector reform studies pointed out that there was need to to address water resources related issues.
So we thought about a number of things we would want to do to bridge that gap. Number, we noted that we needed to improve our trainings.
The mentorship program is one of the activities of the Water Resources Institute. The program was launched in the year 2021 with support from 08th Uganda, as well as the Ministry of Water and Environment. The mentorship program is a career development fellowship that seeks to mentor young and mid-career professionals in water and environment-related field of practice. The very first cohort of this mentorship program initially focused on only lady, but from the recommendations, the success story, and the outcomes of this very first cohort, it was agreed that the men be brought on board.
We decided that we are going to start small and we grow. As we get more support, we also get people to buy into it.
Through the Water Resources Institute mentorship program, we want to create a spin-off of courage for those that have gone through the program, so that they are able to represent the ministry at both national, international, and regional level, to be able to lead webinars, to be able to moderate sessions, and to create a positive impact in their space.
Water Resources Mentorship Program is so close to my heart. I was in the first cohort, and I remember being very stubborn. I didn't want to attend. And then I found people in the boardroom, and I was invited. I said, you know what, let me give this a chance. And I can tell you it has been so transformative. First of all, I came to appreciate that we as women in the workspace experience similar challenges. And if we can work together and be encouraged by those who have walked the same path, we can make a difference in our workspaces. So even the unions, they teach us to be our sisters' keepers. And that is so important, because sometimes you feel alone. But when you know you have somebody you can rely on, it makes a difference in how you approach your work, in how you approach your fellow colleagues, and even different challenges, both at home and even in the workspace.
It was a very wonderful program. During this training, there were sessions on leadership, soft skills, ethics and values, negotiation, building self-trust, and then there were also skills on technical, like climate change, policy development, which have been very helpful in my day-to-day.
When some of us joined the sector, basically you are supposed to steer yourself. But right now, when you have an institution that has dedicated its time to knowledge management, to mentorship, to such trainings, I think it's going to add a lot more value to the sector. Like I did say, looking at the leadership aspects of career growth.
It was a life-changing platform for me, both personally and professionally. I had the opportunity to meet great mentors, great women that are in the water sector, even those that are really outside the water sector, because, like I've said, it really impacted us also on the personal level, that we got to hear from ladies who have made it.
We use a unique kind of strategy or approach in mentorship. We share. Because we have discovered that for many, performance sometimes is held by the experiences they've gone through, whether as children, as teenagers, as young adults, and you will see it in the self-esteem, the level of empowerment, or the response to duty. Ours is to make sure that their performance is enhanced.
During the mentorship, one of the technical sessions we had was about project management and implementation. And after that program, I was lucky enough or got an opportunity to be part of our contract management team. For now, it has really been a success, because as someone who had never been part of a contract management team, but now I am, and I'm seeing myself progress over the years. It really helped me better manage the project with my teammates.
It's a privilege that in these 2 years, I had a training at the Water Resources Institute, a training in operational hydrology. In that training, we were taught on application of the operational hydrology in water resources management, where we learned various topics: rating curve developments, water level measurements, river flow measurements, and various topics in operational hydrology.
And this is something that we thought was very important for the girls.
The institute was established out of realizing that we had gaps in training, gaps in research, gaps in dialogue, and gaps in outreach. And that's why the institute is focusing on those 4 areas.
Let's appreciate the institute. Let's appreciate Dr. Calist and his team, Madame Gwendoline and the team. I now want to bring you modernity, as we call it. We are going hybrid. Our dear Dr. Joyce Mpala-Nyamagala, the Country Director of Water Aid, is online. Media team and Michael, I want to get a signal if we are ready. Dr. Joyce is online. She's the Country Director of Water Aid Uganda, and Water Aid has been very, very instrumental in guiding but also supporting the mentorship program. Media team, I'm waiting for a sign. We are good. Yes, Dr. Joyce, you are very welcome. You are very, very welcome, Dr. Joyce. I'm certain you've been following online. So over to you, Dr. Joyce.
Yeah, thank you very much, Engineer Anne. Good afternoon, all participants. It is my singular honor to join this very important celebration when we see our girls and men graduating from the mentorship program. I have missed the physical interaction very sorely because of the mix-up in the program. I had a communication yesterday that the graduation would take place tomorrow. So I had ironed my very nice suit so that I can come and cheer up the girls and boys who have graduated. Nevertheless, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share a few experiences that I've seen from the mentorship program. My name once again is Joyce Mpala-Nyamagala, the Country Director for Water Aid Uganda. Water Aid Uganda started supporting the Water Resources Institute mentorship program with a view that we need gender equality. Water Aid specializes in water, sanitation and hygiene and climate change. So we realized that we can never achieve all this if we have gender equality. We look at all these young girls who have been trained and they possess a lot of technical knowledge. They are engineers, they are hydrogeologists, they are accountants, and serving in their various capacities. But we realize that there are a lot of bottlenecks that these women face. And I don't want to repeat what our dear guest speaker, Honorable Miriam Matimbe, has already mentioned. But all the information cuts across. So Water Aid is supporting this mentorship program to make sure that we reduce on the inequalities and unfairness that the women face at the workplaces, in their families, and generally in society. And all of us know that gender equality is a human right for us to be able to achieve sustained people-centered growth. So the rights of women to reach their full potential becomes very critical for attaining gender equality. Women play a significant role in decision-making, but we realize that there isn't that equal space for the women to thrive and be able to contribute to decision-making so that we can have equitable policy outcomes. The policies may be developed, but they may not favor the women, the girls. So that is why we need to get more women to decision-making spaces, so that they can be able to we can be able to address the issues that are affecting women. And then we really know that women contribute a lot to health and productivity of their families. But without the ability to make decisions, without the ability to really negotiate, without the ability to make presentations, they will not be able to fulfill their roles as in health and productivity. So WaterAid supports the Water Resources Institute to target the young and mid-career professionals so that they can grow their leadership skills. They can have the capacity to manage development of water resources management, but more still is the importance of the values and principles that these young professionals need. We need people who can be accountable to themselves, to society, to community, and to everyone around. Transparency is a virtue that is very important. Most of these principles are not taught in school. So that is why the mentorship program becomes very pertinent, so that we can be able to get young professionals who really can meet deadlines, can consult when they don't know. I always tell people are always afraid to ask. People are afraid to consult. But if you look at my article, today there is an article that has been published in the Daily Monitor, and it's talking about mentorship. I myself have learned that I have to ask when I don't know. But women fear, the girls fear to ask when they don't know, and they deny themselves the opportunities of being helped, being mentored, and being supported. There are issues of supporting people around you. And for me, I like supporting the girls and women around me. In the past 2 days, I was so amazed. Everywhere I was stepping at the Uganda Water and Environment Week, I came across one of the mentees from all the different cohorts. They were just all over the place, ushering us in, holding our bags, ushering us, to where to sit. And I just felt these women, the girls' confidence has really grown over the years. And for me, I really want to thank Dr. Callist and Gwendolyn and all the team, the permanent secretary who is behind this mentorship program, for giving us this space to contribute as development partners, but also for empowering the young professionals who are going to take over from us. Because we are not going to be here forever, like Honorable Matembe said. We need to leave a caliber, a category, a generation of young professionionals who will really take us, our water and environment sector to another level. So without taking a lot of time, many of us have been mentored. And for me, I really want to thank many of my mentors, directly and indirectly, from the Ministry of Water and NGO sector, the women, the girls who have really contributed to my career development. Dr. Callis, thank you so much. You've really taught me a lot. And I would also want to thank all the mentors in the room. Flowers to you. Let's utilize all these skills that we've learned, not only for our work, but also making sure that we thrive, grow, and utilize all the spaces. Let's show up where opportunities arise so that we can really be able to drive the agenda of water and environment sustainable development in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joyce. We've clearly learned that we need to ask, yeah? Most people think it will happen by itself, yeah? The Baganda say, "Biekola bioka." No, things don't just happen by themselves. You have to ask, I'm having trouble navigating these chairs. If somebody can help us remove one chair, will be happy without it. Yeah, I don't want to disturb the PS. So he's an elder and I'm pushing around, I'm struggling with the chairs. I don't know how to. Thank you. So we've had different phases, we've spoken, we've heard from the donor, Dr. Joyce, the development partner, a friend, a committed development partner. We've heard from the guest speaker. We heard from the Honorable Minister. So the question is, where are the mentees and the mentors, you know? I think that's the question. People are wondering, okay, where are the mentees? Yeah? Where are the mentees? Where are the mentors? The next segment, which is complementing the video, is to show you the experience from this mentorship program. I'm going to invite my colleague to moderate a panel. We shall have a panel of mentors and mentees. And our moderator for the panel is Mr. Alan Musoke. Alan is an HR professional in learning and development. He's passionate about people enhancing their skills through creative interventions. Alan is a renowned sports personality. For a very long time, I only knew his rugby side. Alan was a national team player, but more so a national team captain. I know that Alan speaks, I don't know the right word, when you're speaking and a match is going on. What is that called? But he does do that at rugby matches in Africa. Alan has been part of this mentorship program for the 2 cycles for men. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me Alan Musoke to moderate the next segment of the panel.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think I am seated right. I will have then the mentors come. One of the things that we have total control over, and I'll say it over again, we might not have control over the time that we start, but we have control over the time that we can end. So over the next session, I want to make it as quick as possible because we are running a little bit behind. And I will not do this alone. I'll first invite our mentors. I will start with Dr. Edith Okiria, a retired professional, a teacher, public health and gender equality advocate. She claims to be a reserved person, but she is actually a go-getter, so I don't know how that works. But one of the things about her is she's very, very time cautious. She doesn't like to be kept waiting, and neither does she want to keep other people waiting. So, Dr. Edith, please have a seat and very, very welcome. I think she deserves a loud round of applause in that. And the next person I'll call up is Engineer Daniel Oponya. And he is a senior consultant and engineering management specialist. He, by the way, has been part of the Uganda Water and Environment Week, National Organizing Committee from 2019. So I'm sure he's had a very, very busy week. He designs and implements projects. He writes proposals and develops strategies. Not only that, he's a mentor and a trainer. So Engineer Daniel Oponya, very, very welcome. I will now go to the mentees, and they always say ladies first. The next person I'm going to invite is Hope Mukamwiza. She's an accountant in the ministry. She's ambitious and is self-driven. She's not comfortable with mediocrity. So if you just want anybody to do excellent work, she's here and she's always looking for an opportunity to do better and achieve greatness. Welcome, Hope. And to the gentleman, Mulindwa Isaac, he is called. He's an environment scientist and a climate change specialist working with the climate change department at the Ministry of Water and Environment. He embodies the lion mentality. Not necessarily the strongest, the fastest, or the most intelligent, and yet he always reigns as king. Very, very welcome, Isaac, and we love the mentality that you bring. Hope you've enjoyed. Silva Mubangizi is the last person that I'll call up. An economist with the Water Resources and Planning Regulation. He drives sustainable water management solutions. Silva is passionate about balancing both economic growth with environmental sustainability through data-driven processes. He embodies collaboration and innovation as a guide to his work. Very, very welcome, Silva. Yep. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I think we are here and bound to get started. And I've been introduced. I am Alan Musoke, and I've been part of the project management team with Contour Consults, and I've also run a couple of sessions. Glad that you're having me to moderate the session 2 years in a row, which means I did very, very good last year. I'll just begin with the mentors. I think when you press this thing, the light comes on, so you're able to speak. I'm just getting the, the data right. Okay, and I'll begin with Dr. Edith. First of all, thank you for volunteering to inspire the next generation. How have you found the experience?
Very interesting. First of all, I would like to comment on our guest speaker. She's not a mentor for just young people, but even us who are old. And when I was still teaching in Makerere University, during the 16 days of activism, the students always invited Dr. Miriam Matembe. And we asked them, why? Why can't you invite other people? They said, no, she's worth listening to. So we should celebrate people of substance in our society. The gender policy for this country, the School of Women and Gender Studies, which used to be called Women's Studies Department, the 1.5 program, those are the people behind it. So we really need to celebrate people who have contributed to this nation. Now, coming back to the experience I've had with this program, the mentorship program, it has been very interesting for me because it has been rejuvenating. Because when you retire, I'm a retired professional, when you retire, some people think that you are now useless. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Callis for thinking about this program of retired professionals. Because when we retire, we are still useful. Now you see how our Dr. Miriam Matembe has been contributing to our knowledge and even to our lives. Because we would dismiss it and say, okay, she's retired, she's no longer useful. I would like to really thank the Ministry of Water and Environment for coming up with this program of retired professionals, and which has also enabled me to participate in the mentorship program. And this mentorship program, for me, it has been a learning platform. You know, learning never stops. As a teacher, we say learning is a lifelong process. So when we are mentoring you young people, we are also learning. Because we are a different generation, you're a different generation. So while we interact, we learn some of the jargons you use, the 50K, you know, I was sharing with my neighbor. 50K, you know, in our generation we didn't, we said 50,000, but you people have changed the generation has changed and you look at things differently. Now, one of the things which has really triggered me is that when we talk to young people, I've participated in at least 3 cohorts, and I find there is one similar problem, at least for the young ladies, where they ask, how do you juggle work, family, social life, and so on? And they find it very difficult. Now, you have to sit down and plan your life very, very well. You may want to do something at the wrong time. So you need to, first of all, consider what do you want to do when. Many of you, when you complete your courses, you want to rush into marriage without even thinking. You just want somebody to take you as a wife. You don't care the character of the person, you may not even know them very well, but those are things you are supposed to consider. When we see people going to celebrate 50 years in marriage, it's not easy. It is a big commitment. So I found that to be one of the major concerns across all the cohorts. How do you juggle those responsibilities? You have to have a backup strategy. You have to have a support system to be able to pursue your career, to manage the family and your life. Some people think family is everything and they forget themselves, but you have to do everything in moderation. So, my experience has been that I've learned that because of the pressures you people have today, you find it hard to juggle all those things. When I was sharing in my village that I became a doctor at the age of 29, they were all shocked. And at the age of 29, I had produced my children, but I had a very strong support system because I had to leave those children for 5 years and I went abroad to study. So you have to consider your support system. It has to be a strong one, and also take your decisions as our leaders told us here. Fear of God, inquire of God. Because many times we jump into things, we make decisions without asking God, is what I'm doing correct or not? And truly, if you're a godly person, God is going to help you to make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Edith. And of course, a lot that we have to pick from there. First of all, what's your vision and where you see that? And now you've added something onto that in terms of tapping into your support system. I'll go to Engineer Daniel. How was your experience?
Yeah, thank you very much, Alan. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My experience, first and foremost, has been very inspiring. It's very interesting that, and I'm very thankful to the ministry, that I'm chosen as a mentor. You know, when you're just slightly somewhere about 40, you feel you're halfway the journey. And then I get a call from the ministry and they're saying you need to help mentor. And I thought mentorship was just about my career path, the strength that I have professionally, but along the way and within the journey when you're dealing with the mentees, you have issues of leadership. Sorry, is that from my? You have issues of leadership, then you have sometimes personal issues that people bring to you. So it's very inspiring that you are given the opportunity to guide persons in career, to help hold hand and lead people into different directions. Allow me just share one experience. I remember at the beginning of our mentorship, one gentleman here walked up to me and said, Daniel, you know what? I can't even speak in public. I don't know how to speak. Then you're like, you know what? Maybe you just open your mouth and start talking. And they're like, Daniel, the words don't come out. Then I chose and said, you know what? over and beyond everybody else, I'm going to make this person something of a special, let me put it in technical terms, my special project. So whenever we would break out into smaller sessions, I would pick on this gentleman and ask, so and so, would you, between there you find you're actually learning together. There's also the aspect that we are now in together. There's also the aspect that we are now in different times, very new times, and the program has allowed us to learn together in areas that are quite unique to all of us, things like machine learning, artificial intelligence. You find you're sharing nearly at the same level of knowledge. So it's not like from one side to the other and the other person is simply receiving. So the mentorship has actually given me that opportunity, and I think it has also given other mentors that opportunity. Last but not least is the value system around mentoring, in that not only are you sharing within people of your discipline, but you are sharing cross-discipline. Within the mentorship program, we did have the humanities, we had people in financial management, then you have us in STEM, that is the science, technology, engineering, and maths. So it allows for that cross-sharing between disciplines. No discipline feels that maybe they are over and above the other. So it allows that cross-generational, interdisciplinary learning, but also it also does allow the ability to share nearly as peers. And I think that is something that I do gladly take from this program. Thank you very much, Alan.
Thank you so much, Engineer Daniel. I'll now go to the mentees, and I'll begin with Hope. Hope, how has this program been important to you, and what can you say? Just give us one of your key takeaways.
Okay, personally, me joining this program was from a former mentee. She found me with a challenge at my workplace. I didn't know how to handle it. I was so perturbed. I didn't know who to talk to. She said, by the way, to improve your work environment or your personal life, I think you should join this program. I didn't take it at heart. So the first time I went there, I knew I would go there the first time and then leave. But I was amazed the very, very first day. It started my self-discovery journey. From childhood, you've been under pressure. I am the only girl in 6 boys, so I have always been under the pressure of having to catch up. If they are walking 1 step, you have to walk like 3 steps. I'm a fast walker, so sometimes you don't get the time to sit down and discover what you're made of, your potential as a person. So this program, mentorship program, really opened up my discovery journey. I've discovered my weaknesses, my strengths, what I'm capable of doing, how to handle conflicts both at home and at my workplace. I think I'm a better person, and then my confidence has really shot up. I wouldn't sit here. If it was before, I would be shaking in my shoes. I could not even say anything. But for the fact that I'm here, really the mentorship, I really, really thank the mentors. And I learned everyone at the level they are on, they face challenges, but how you handle it. You might think, well, while someone is on an upper level, they have it all good. No, they equally have challenges. We got to listen to wonderful stories from the mentors, and they passed through what we are passing through now and what they did to manage through. I'm really grateful. It has transformed me, and I got to understand about other people's profession. You know, when you're an accountant, you're always on your desk. You do not appreciate. Okay, you appreciate, but you don't know what goes exactly in other professions. So it was open ground for me to learn so much. And I can speak on behalf of the mentees that no one has left the same. We are changed people, 360. We are in every aspect. We have changed. I now know how to deal with certain things, and God above all, if I was really playful about it, I'm serious. And family, my brothers see a change. They call me deputy mother. I gladly take it right now. And in my profession, I've learned how to deal with conflicts, celebrate. We are all here to win with each other, not against each other. So holding hands, I learned that we can do well together than fighting against each other. Yes, thank you.
Very inspiring testimonies there from Hope. And I will now go to Mr. Lion. Isaac, how has your experience been, and what were some of your key takeaways?
Thank you so much, Alan. But before I share with you my experience, I'd like I'd like you to join me in appreciating the Almighty God, because without Him, we wouldn't be here right now. So, my journey, when I think about it, I smile, because it was really a journey of self-discovery, a journey of inspiration, because when I look back to where I was before I had the experience of the mentorship, I was a very in my shell kind of person. I was in my lane. I did not want to know things of sitting on a podium like this and, you know, sharing experience with so many wonderful looking people. I was very shy. And here I am. So one thing I can say about the mentorship is that it helped me discover my hidden potential. So many of my friends call me, they comment on my English or the way I speak, I don't know. But through the mentorship, it helped me discover that maybe the way I speak can be something I can use to do something better and bigger with myself. So in my workplace, I get teased in the department, the climate change. I get teased so much. They be calling me young commissioner. I don't know if it's because of the tie. But it was very inspiring. Another thing I can really say about the mentorship is that, like I mentioned before, I was an in my lane kind of person. I would describe it as tunnel vision. And many of us young professionals, fresh out the block from the university, forgive me, Dr. Amajenzi, so if I say some words. So you're fresh out of university and you're very ambitious to be the best version of whatever discipline you set out to learn of at the university as you can be. But with a mentorship, it was an eye-opener. It broadened my horizon. It's not, since I'm very passionate about climate change, but the ministry is very holistic in its nature, in that there's so many different directorates, dockets that work in synergy to help achieve the overall mission of the ministry. So I met people, I've made friends in forestry, in water for production. I've made so many friends, and without this mentorship, I do not think that would have been possible. So Alan, before I talk too much, I would like to say that the mentorship works, the mentorship is brilliant, and the mentors are amazing. They really do a very good job. Let me just, they are very good people, very experienced. They know how to really, like Engineer Daniel said, that they know how to really fish or fetch out that potential in you that you yourself might not realize. So thank you so much, Alan. That is my experience.
Okay, thank you so much. And I'll quickly go over to Silva. And in your profile, you say you want to balance economic growth with environmental sustainability, which I think is a bit of a hagga. Anyway, and all of that is data-driven and all. How was your experience for you through this mentorship program?
Thank you, Alan. Mine is also not different from my colleagues. I'll probably also give a small story how I got here. I heard about the mentorship program, and then the team leader nominates me. And I was so skeptical about it. I kept on saying, is this a waste of time or it's going to add value? So deep down I was like, this is a waste of time. I think nothing much. So since my team leader has nominated me, let me go there for the sake of the team leader. So the next day, I come to Kampala from Fort Portal to attend the session in Entebbe, very early morning. And I think I was about 10 minutes late for the first session. I didn't make it on time. My mind wasn't switched for mentorship. But after the first day, I went back and I told the team leader that I'm not going to miss any session. And my feedback on the platform was all saying everyone should enroll for this. Part of the things I've been able to learn from this session, why it really made me so interested, the leadership capabilities and also the knowledge that was shared. We had very experienced people who gave us their insights, what they've been through, a lot of knowledge. I thought I knew people in the ministry, our own ministry. I also thought I knew the ministry. Not until we started discussing things in the technical session and I was like, is this also part of the ministry? Do we do these things as well? So all these were discussed in the mentorship program, and I highly appreciate it. I'm more confident than I was. I can tell everyone this. At least I can maintain eye contact with people. I can engage with stakeholders. These are things I wasn't good at before the mentorship. So I think I want to thank the Water Resources Institute, our mentors, and also the Ministry of Water for this program. And I will urge my colleagues to take it on. And I also pledge as a mentee to become a mentor to others. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Sylvan. It's very good that some of these things and some of these skills actually come into the fore. And as we close, I would just like to go back to Dr. Edith. What word would you have for your peers? I mean, people who have the potential to be able to mentor. What would you send out to them in terms of signals?
First of all, I want to point out that for me, communication is very key in life, in everything really we do in life. Whether you are communicating with God or with your neighbor or your colleagues at work, it is very, very important. And after listening to the different sessions on communication, I actually tried it out on my own daughter. She works with this ministry. She came back home and she told me she had this colleague who was a gossip, and she wanted to cut friendship with her. So I told her, please don't. Now that you know who she is, keep your distance, but continue talking with her. Because if you cut communication with her completely, you may end up hating each other. And actually, I picked that from those sessions we were getting in communication. And then self-awareness. There are things I didn't know about myself. Like sometimes you answer somebody and you don't know you are being rude until they tell you. But now I'm more careful when I'm talking to people. Or because sometimes somebody may talk to you, you are very busy or you are stressed or something, and you answer them anyhow. Be cautious of yourself. And then networking. This program has enabled me to network with different people. Actually, when I had just joined the program, I became a very beneficiary of networking, where Anne connected me to some people who gave me some work to do. And it was because she knew me. The people, when they contacted me, I didn't know them until they told me, it is Anne who recommended you to us. So this program is important for networking. Don't just pass people. Talk well with people, get to know them, and you never know, they may help you tomorrow. I also think that we have to do continuous learning. Continuous learning, you have to learn things, and I think this program has done very well for us to learn different aspects of the ministry and also about the leadership. Because if you don't learn, I mean, there is no way you can say, I don't want to learn anymore. I remember when I was doing my PhD, those days there were no laptops, you know, so you could write your work by hand, then take it to somebody to type it for you. And of course, they would charge you for that. But today you do everything for yourself. And what happened during that time in the UK, the people who had retired, older people, had to go back to learn how to use computers. So with the world which is changing all the time, we also have to change with the world and keep learning. And also we have to know that we have to learn from each other. Nobody knows it all. As I said, as mentors, we learn from mentees. But even among ourselves, you learn something, a thing or two, you know? Somebody may give you words of wisdom. So we should be open to learning and also challenge ourselves. Challenge yourself to do something probably you have not done before. Now, as a retired person, you can't just sit there and do nothing. You have to challenge yourself to do something. I was a teacher of agriculture, but there are certain things, as the doctor told us, that you get people who come and they know theory without practice. And now I have to put certain things into practice. I want to keep rabbits. How do I do it? So I challenge myself to get the information and to do it. So we have to keep challenging ourselves in life to be able to live.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Edith. Engineer Daniel,
yes, please.
I'm now going to request, there are so many mentors out there who could actually be able to be part of this program. What message, what key takeaways would you have for them so that we can increase on the mentors pool?
I think my message is really very simple. We need to grow in numbers. I would like to invite anybody with experience in this industry or any other industry to join the mentoring program. And why do I say so? If you notice right now, the world is on social media. And their biggest mentors are so-called influencers. They have no rules of engagement. And they are pulling our young people into their direction. And yet, the mentorship program would allow or give an opportunity for the traditional industries, the engineerings, the doctors, the humanities, to become or stay attractive. So to all the potential mentors out there, I would really like to urge you to join this program because it's changing lives and it's giving value to the younger group. Maybe just to, before I close, and then to the mentees, continue to explore. One of my favorite things, I don't even realize jam in the evening when I'm driving home or when I'm on public transport. And it's because of something called podcasts. When I lock myself on YouTube on a podcast, it has to be, when I arrive at the gate, that's when I realize, oh my God, I'm already home. Why? Because there's so much knowledge out there. So to the mentees, continue to explore. And maybe you join me in my favorite world now on something called podcast. Thank you, Alan.
All right, thank you so much, Engineer Daniel. Then I'll give the mentees a minute each in terms of a wrap-up. And my insights are going to be very simple. How do we enhance this program so that we even have more of our peers signing in? So a minute each, beginning with you, Hope.
Okay. I would encourage fellow mentees right now to be moving billboards. When people see how you've changed your life, you're doing better, people will be so inquisitive to know what you did. So we will be moving billboards. And then visibility. If I did not get to hear from my friend at that particular time, honestly, I don't think I would have known about it. And maybe also I encourage us, like engineer said, we should do more of information gathering, read more. I'm bad at it, but I'm doing better now, ever since I started a mentorship. So I think visibility more, and I'm grateful we have the main mentorship now. They will learn to maybe how to handle the mentored ladies, so we make a full, circle together. I'm grateful that the men are being mentored too. Yeah,
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Hope. Isaac.
Right, Alan, thank you so much. I would say or agree with Hope that as former mentees, soon to be alumni in a few minutes, I would encourage us to be exemplary. We shouldn't be the same. Our various seniors nominated us for the program because they saw that it's impactful. So walk that impact, talk that impact, show them that you are different because of the mentorship. And Alan, if you'd allow me to make a suggestion to my mentors, to my superiors here, that maybe we could look at taking a TOT approach, a training of trainers, because some of us would like to, engage these potential mentees and share with them the fruits and the experiences from the mentorship so that they may be encouraged and, given the zeal, the vibe to go and, attend these mentorships. Thank you so much, Alan.
Oh, your suggestion has been noted down and we'll surely look into it. Silva, your parting shots.
Thank you, Alan. Mine maybe the senior management of the ministry. I'm seeing the permanent secretary and the undersecretary to maybe consider this once it's time for promotions. A person who is not mentored should probably up for promotion to be considered, because it brings out leadership skills. And how are you promoting a leader who is not mentored? So I think for career growth and for growth within the ministry, it's just a simple recommendation. And maybe to add on to what my colleague has said, to have the model of mentee to mentor. It can also encourage other colleagues to join. If there are people who have seen me, how I was, so if they see me also, probably a mentor of sort, it can maybe encourage them to join. Thank you.
Silva, I think that is very, very practical, and yes, I think that should be part of. So in this group here, we are kind of lucky that if it's taken on, then it's going to be that certificate that you get today then allows you to be able to move higher, and I think that's a very, very practical way. And I'm going to wrap up and just give 1 minute to Dr. Edith to just give us a summary.
I just want to make a suggestion on the 3 pillars that the minister mentioned, and also Dr. Miriam Matembe. Probably the ministry could organize lunchtime seminars to cover some of those topics which can't be covered in the mentorship program. It's my suggestion.
Okay, thank you so much for that. And ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of our discussion. Can we give a round of applause to our mentors and the mentees? And I'd like to request us to switch off our microphones and then take the leave from the stage. Thank you.
Let's have a picture moment. The dignitaries are coming up. picture moment. The Undersecretary, the Permanent Secretary. Full circle, men, women, intergenerational, what other word is there? Gen Z, what? Career women, what are you carrying? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. As they take their seats, the PS is actually already on the podium. He's very practical. He's high up there. The PS, the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Water and Environment, is our next speaker, Dr. Alfredo Kidi. Media team, can you help the PS? Can you help him?
Honorable Dr. Maria Matembe, the representatives of the development partners here, the country leader for water aid, heads of agencies, directors, commissioners, the mentees and the media. First and foremost, let me really express my gratitude to Dr. Matembe for that moving and very inspirational message you have given to our mentees. I benefited from her because we grew up a bit in this neighborhood. And we were young people, and she would look at us knowing we are a little bit mischievous, and she would scold us and bring us to order. We would at times escape and go to the breweries for those things. Yes, but thank you really for standing firm and for believing and doing what you believe in. Thank you so much. I bring apologies from the Deputy Head of Service, Dr. Theopisa Wanene. She's the one who should have been actually addressing you now, but there is a retreat of Permanent Secretaries where I've been yesterday and today, and she requested me to come and step in because she is giving an address, and she could not therefore be with you here. So let me just read her speech. It is a great pleasure and honor for me to officiate at the graduation of the mentees of the Water Resources Institute Mentorship Program. I wish to thank the Ministry of Water and Environment and its Water Resources Institute for initiating this innovative program to mentor the young professionals to become tomorrow's leaders with improved capacity to serve the public service diligently. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Water and Environment realize the need to build capacity in water, environment, resources, and climate change and related fields, and establish the Water Resources Institute. The Institute aims to build capacity of the country in water, environment, and related resources, focusing on 4 main areas, namely applied training, applied research, dialogue, and outreach. The Institute intends to bridge the gap between theory and practice and profiling the centrality of water and environment resources in national development with a vision of ensuring Uganda's water resources are utilized optimally. Additionally, the Institute is designed to address water and related natural resources issues such as pollution, water stress and scarcity, climate variability and climate change, sanitation and hygiene, and to balance the needs for agriculture, energy, industry, and household in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been informed that since the establishment in 2018, the Institute has built capacity of sector professionals through its 4 focus areas, and the following have been achieved. Trained 4,299 professionals, both national and international, in water, environment, and climate change. Held 41 dialogues, mentored 287 sector professionals, targeting leadership and communication skills, self-care and wellness, running for office, financial management, equity and self-reliance in management, project management, strategic planning and implementation of the sector activities, among others. It has also engaged over 1,500 youth through debates, career development, and hackathon in relation to water, environment, and climate change. The Institute also has established a consultancy arm where we have 37 retired professionals, and very soon we shall be inducting another 55 in various activities that will lead to transfer of knowledge and experience to the young sector professionals. In its inclusiveness, the Water Resources Institute has engaged and signed memorandum of understanding with 4 cultural institutions, 2 religious institutions, 6 civil society organizations, 4 private sector entities, 1 international organization, and 6 academic institutions. It has also embraced digital transformation to reduce on the carbon footing through webinars, where 26 have so far been held. It has also trained 250 researchers and professionals in abstract and paper writing and poster presentation. Under OEC, 524 practice, policy, and scientific papers have been presented in the last 7 Uganda Water and Environment conferences. We have also had outreach, advocacy, and communication, and engaged 15 media houses to communicate to stakeholders, private sector, and the public. Ladies and gentlemen, as you're aware, there are many young people that are currently leaving universities and colleges with theoretical knowledge but no skills. They are finding difficulties fitting in the work environment and struggle to deliver on the task assigned to them. With such mentorship program, it is imparting confidence, skills in these young people. We currently do not have structured mentorship program in public service. This mentorship program, therefore, being the first of its kind in public service, I would like to thank all of you that have been part of this program since its initiation. I've been informed that this is the 4th cycle of mentorship program and that all mentees have attended the mentorship sessions and performed to the expectations of the mentors and organizers. They all deserve big applause. Dear graduates, allow me to congratulate you upon successful completion of Water Resources Institute mentorship program and all the mentorship sessions. I wish to thank the mentors for your dedication towards this noble cause. Ladies and gentlemen, the water and environment sector in Uganda needs people like you to practice what you have learned and represent us at both local and global scenes. I strongly believe that this is possible because you have had the opportunity to listen to the experiences of so many others who have been able to achieve much more simply because they chose to utilize the opportunities that came their way. I look forward to seeing younger people learning from their peers and the mentors in order to accelerate the growth of professionalism in the civil service. Based on the success of this mentorship program, there is a strong conviction that the mentorship program should continue with more inclusion and engagement of other sector professionals. Additionally, I believe that other sectors of government can learn from the lessons and experiences of this program. I wish, therefore, to request the Minister of Water and Environment in general and the Water Resources Institute in particular to be ready to pass on the experiences and lessons you have learned to others when called upon. I will inform Cabinet about this innovation and propose that it is adopted by all government institutions as a way of creating a competent workforce. On this note, allow me to add my voice to thank WaterAid Uganda for the continuous support to the Ministry of Water and Environment in general and to the Water Resources Institute, in particular since inception in 2018. This support has enabled the mentorship program to grow in terms of numbers of the mentees and the mentors. I request that you continue to support such innovative programs. I call upon other partners and stakeholders to emulate WaterAid and support this noble cause so that it can be scaled up to cover all our young people. I therefore wish you all enjoyable celebrations of the success of this program. Thank you so much for God and my country. I think it was Silva who said, will this result into promotion? The straight and instant answer is no. I want to see the outcome of your mentorship. That is what is going to give you promotion. And I believe with what you have got, what you have said here, you are on the right path. God bless you.
A round of applause for the Permanent Secretary. Until he gets off the podium, let's appreciate him. Thank you, Permanent Secretary. Thank you, Dr. Okidi. Continue appreciating him. Do stand up, do stand up. Yes, he's the Permanent Secretary. Yes, he's our leader as a civil servant. Thank you so much, Dr. Kalist. I now want to move to, should I say the party part? Okay, it is way after 5. The officialities have been closed by the PS. We are now going to the party part. You know, Uganda is known for parties. Yeah? If there is something we are known for, it's parties. But this is to celebrate, to recognize, and to appreciate you, our mentors and mentees, and of course, the ministry. I want to hand this over to Madame Gwendolyn. She's going to take us through this session where we have, you can sit please. Please, it was just for you to stretch. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Madame Jane. Madame Lucy, I didn't intend to make you stand for long. I now have to switch to apologies. Yeah, Madame Gwendolyn is going to take us through this session, awards, certificates, there is cake and cocktail, and we shall depart at leisure. Over to you, Madame Gwendolyn.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We from the mentorship program, when we are excited, when we are happy, we put on music, we dance, and we give out flowers. Can I ask the mentees to first give out flowers? Stand up and give flowers. Nobody's seeing you. So these flowers are for our mentors. Next flowers for Minister of Water and Environment. Next flowers for our speaker. Yes, speaker. Next flowers for me. I'm joking. That's a joke. It's okay. So our next session is just toward our mentees. I hope every mentee has passed. When we were starting, Mr. PS, we always tell the mentees, if you don't attend minimum of 4 sessions, you don't graduate. So, Mr. PS, those whom we see here, those who are going to graduate must have attended a minimum of 4 sessions. And if you don't attend 1 and 2, don't come. We are not being so headmaster structure, but when you miss the session 1, when you miss session 2, it means we've left you. Because those are introduction sessions, they are things that brings you into board to understand what mentorship is all about. Those who didn't attend minimum of 4, I'm sorry for you, are not going to graduate. And we want to be serious with our mentees, rather our mentees, that if we don't invest in you to come and pray at the institute, sir. We always tell you, if you are to do it openly, an open market at a private level, I don't think we'd manage it. But want to thank the Ministry of Water and Environment to invest in us as professionals in the sector and give us an opportunity to do mentorship program. Thank you, PS, for being thoughtful of us. So I don't want to speak, it's not my day to speak. I just want to request Mr. PS, Dr. Alfred Okoto-Kidi, you are going to be escorted by Madam Undersecretary and Madam Guest Speaker, Dr. Mia Matembe, and Dr. Kalistin Mugai. Michael Semper is on all receipts.
Maybe before you perform this function, we would like you to help us award our guest speaker. So Gwendolyn, can you get the award for the guest speaker to start on that before we go to the others?
So this is to Honorable Dr. Maria Matembe for all the inspiration you have given to our mentees today, but also to say thank you for the services that you have rendered to this country and you continue to render to this country. We want to say we appreciate you and we value you. And this is what legacy is all about. Nothing will erase it. It will last and last. Thank you so much.
Have you heard being tough is not bad? Don't you see we have a permanent secretary through toughness?
Thank you. Yeah.
We also have an award for the guest of honor. So, Madam and the Secretary are going to hand it over to the PS since he's representing the guest of honor.
PS, this is an accolade for Dr. Theopista Wenene, who is unable to be with us. She sends you her regards. Thank you for delivering the remarks, and we hope that you will also deliver the accolade, sir. It is with a heavy heart that I send my boss. Oh, sir, I want to thank you. Colleagues, the PS had training, and to have him brave the jam and be here shows how important this is to him. So, sir, we thank you for taking this mentorship program very importantly. Please don't embarrass us. The PS had to drive all the way to hand over your certificate. Thank you, sir.
Down the floor. The way manage. Down. You have more? Finish for me? For who? Who? Ah, you sure?
To Dr. Kart, yeah. We are requesting the guest speaker in honor from G4G, Girls for Girls, that has been helping us to mentor ladies. A gift to Dr. Karisti. Okay.
The best for the best. Thank you. This shows how they love you, and really thank you for supporting this program. Thank you for looking after the Water Resources Institute. We really appreciate it. Read the certificate, you give, and you give to her.
But we just give them a place to pick them and they put in the plastic. Okay. I know Shadorin. Quickly. To Mwekwase, Savias, Skovia, Lagola. Very fast. Skovia. Lynette Joan Mulamina. Oh boy. Lynette Joan Mulamina. Apili Barbara. Apili Barbara. Everybody wants to smile. You're sorry, everyone. Achola Shalon. Nampima Juliet. Sandra Aliakot. Mkamwiza Hope. Kamwiza Hope, okay. Kamwiza Hope. Nuambe Diane, Diane, this one, she's one. Diane, Hope Wataka, Kawachamba Harriet, Wandela Connie, Kawachamba Harriet, followed by Wandela Connie, Tamali, Quench. Akatimira Rachel. Even the whole names have never. These are only for girls. They are not even certainly men. Okay. Bilungi Kelvin. Ajimo Mary Goletti. Akankwasa Geraldine. Kajumba Rosette. That is the Goletti. It's Goletti. Virunji, you are not in? Okay. Kajumba Rosette. Barbara, yes, Kajumba, yes. Barbara Staraya, Barbara, Kajumba is there. You are there. Barbara Staraya, is Barbara around? No? Okay, she's around. Kalunji Joan Bagonza, Barbara. Appear Ruth. Atimu Rachel. Grazuru Matlet. Appear Ruth, yeah. Appear Ruth, yeah. Atimu Rachel. Grazuru Immaculate. Akankwasa Joyce. Merida Baluma Nyangu. Namilo Victoria Sigane. Adong Rachel. Are you Nyango? Melinda Namialo. Oxygen is okay. Adongo Rachel, are you lining? Joshua Christine. Line up here. Joshua Christine. Melinda is not around, I think. You are here? You be in the line, so that you don't mix you. Christine, Adong Rachel? Yeah. Joshua Christine? Not around. Christine Nyanzi Mukwaya. Katongole Hadija. Nyanzi Christine Mukwaya. First. Yeah. Dorcas Okello. Line up, please. When they read you, come out. Yeah. Line up and stay. Aliba Kusiwa Shafula, I think. Shafula. Kaikala Susan. Patience, Proscovia. Someone from the zone. You are Dorcas? Albert. I think that one may not be around. Hurry up. If you delay, we will remove it. Nalusiba Lilian. Nalusiba. Lalamu Masi. Nalusiba Lilian. Lalamu Masi. Akelo Faith. Nakato Sala. Tracy aine mukama, Tracy aine mukama, Bahebwa Lolin, Bahebwa Lolin, Cecilia, go the other side. Cecilia, Lolin is there. Nanumba Kelvin, be on the lineup. That is Lolin, Bahebwa, this one. Akelo, you're not around? Akelo is not around. Cecilia, Harriet Nyafono, Kaitake Winfred, Muyama Eva, yeah, but Kaitake is around, I think I saw Kaitake. Muyama Eva, you're Eva, you're here. Let's first Kaitake first. So now, gentlemen, I think you are going to be faster. Kato David. Gentlemen, come and line up. Kato David. Felix Othieno. Dongo Joseph. Dongo Joseph. Mohozi Roland. Ochale Ivan. You come and line up, and you mention your name so that we don't confuse you. Kamsime Colin. Kamsime is here, no. Ochale, who's Ochale? Come in. Katusime Collins. Joseph Sech-Toleko. Joseph Sech-Toleko, line up behind. Joseph, Kamsime is there. Alina Itwe, Paul. Joseph, Alina Itwe, Paul. You are? Must be here. Silva Mubanjuzi. Segai Yusuf. Seganyu Yusuf. Sister Daniel Murana. Line up, please. Line up very fast. Mwebaze Benjamin. Mwebaze Benjamin. Murana is on. Mwebaze. Then Ahabiona Robert. Ekalu Paul. These are the two. Kalu Paul. Abel Tumushabe. Ahabiona Habat. Okay. Ekalu Paul. Abel Tumushabe. Mulunji Morris. Mulunji Morris, are you around? Okay. Brian Odongo. Odeke Jolem. Brian Odongo. Odeke. Mugarura Dennis. Is Mugarura around? Okay. Dennis is not coming, that one is not around. Mate Moses December. Mate. Tumheise Deogracious. Maringa Eliod. Maringa Eliod. Wafula Peter. Please hurry up. Wafula Peter. Maringa Eliod. That's Malinga.
Is that Malinga?
They've already taken his. Wafula Peter. Niyonzima Andrew. Niyonzima Andrew. Wafula Peter is not around? Okay. Niyonzima Andrew, are you around? Or what? Patrick? I haven't seen him. Niyonzima? Patrick? Namanya Ronald? I haven't seen him in his face. He's not around. Namanya Ronald? Peter Chadribo? I think it's called Chadribo. Peter Chadribo? Peter Chadribo? Agaba Amon? Agaba Amon? Etau Xavier? Etau Xavier? Agaba Chadrigo Peter? Ampulire Victor? Ampulire Victor? Melindra Isaac Moses? Melindra Isaac Moses? Ampulire Victor? Chadrigo Peter, I think he's not around. Ampulire Victor? Tumwesige Stephen? Stephen, Tumwesige? Dennis Nasalongo. Acholmok? Kalina Itre. Where is Stephen? Where is Stephen Tumwesige? Alina Itwe when laser. That's the method to pronounce. Ogali Daniel. Ogali Daniel. Ojok Stephen Bone. Hey, come in the middle. Ojok Stephen. Who's coming? Bossa Sam Bernard. Bossa Sam Bernard. Those who are around, come around, please. Katende Jimmy. Eyebazibwe Peterson. Eyebazibwe Peterson. Eyebazibwe Peterson is not around, I'm not seeing him. Obua Alan. Obua Alan. Tell me your name. George Kamugasha. George Kamugasha. Okrut Daniel Samus. Okrut Daniel. Yeah. Okrut Daniel. Okay, Okrut Daniel. Andinda Felix. Andinda Felix. Nsamba Arnold John. Nsamba Arnold John. Namulevile Yosam. Yosam. Andinda Felix. Nsamba Lona Arnold. Nsamba Arnold. Yosam. You are Arnold. Nsamba. Yosam. Yosam is coming. Etoma Corins. Corins. Adaku Hilale Joe. Hilale Joe. Emmanuel Arini Petimoso. Hilary. Sally Grace. Busy working for the week. Excuse me, PS. What's the name? Look for it. Very fast. Mentors. So yes, PS, we are here to also present you the mentors, both male and female mentors that have mentored this group of mentees for the year, financial year 2024-25. I'll start by Mr. Rogers Mukongo. I saw him around. Engineer Daniel Ponya. What? Okay, get it. You go away. Miss Mary Namkose. Just Engineer Daniel. Yeah. Miss Mary Namkose. Miss Mary Namkose. Dr. Irene Nansubuga. Yeah, there, yeah. Miss Joseph Mutabazi. Engineer Samuel Mutono. Miss Faith Anyango. This one's not here. Miss Joyce Cheyune. Anyango. Kanyango. Gendera. Miss Joyce Cheyune. Miss Lucy Iyango. Miss Lucy Nyango. Dr. Edith Okiria. Dr. Edith Okiria. Miss Edith Kateme Kasaija. Miss Edith Kasaija. Miss Harriet Chomhendo. Miss Jane Nyamulumba. Miss Jane Namunya Mulumba. That's Harriet. Miss Shamim Narada. Aklut Alice, Miss Aklut Alice. Shamim Narada, Miss Aklut Alice. Miss Evelyn Osime. I shall give them to them. Shamim is here. Hey, Shamim Narada. Shamim, don't you? Okay, you come. Okay. Aklut Alice. Shamim Katshabe. Nabanja Angela. Miss Nabanja Angela. Mr. Alan Musoke. Plosi Rahama Namuleme. Namubilu Nula, Miss Nambu Nula. They're not around. She's coming. Miss Gloria Komkama. Miss Anna Namakula. Engineer Anna Namakula, I will say. Miss Anna Namakula.
And last but not least, Miss Gwendolyn Chogulunji.
So the cake is coming as it's being set up. Dr. Kalist, Dr. Miria, PS, Permanent Secretary, Undersecretary, sorry, I'm out of protocol. Please do officiate on this. The cake is coming, it's being set up, but as we set it up, we want you to append, now we don't call it STEM, it's called STEAM, Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, and Mathematics. Yes, most people think I'm a sociologist, not at all. I'm a civil engineer, I speak, I articulate matters, yes. You don't want them. But we must have a mix of skills. That is why actually at such a place we're having a good, what is it called? Memoriam? What is it called? Memoriam what? Something like that. Commemorative painting. So the PS is, so what has inspired what we see? Please tell us what we see here.
Okay. Thank you. I think the name is a commemorative piece of work which is painted live, capturing different conversations shared. So in the day, I think we captured a conversation where people are saying in this water management, and the discussion was hinged around leadership and financing. So that's where we began the day from. So the signing is a commitment to conserving water and environment. Thank you.
Yes, so you say. Yeah. So it's for, yes. So as the day ended, I'm seeing graduation and things like that. Music, can we have some music? Can we have some backdrop music you find fit? Okay, some people can go up the podium. The music hour is here. Let's see all the strokes. Some people should move up. Some people should go up. It's really to capture everybody in the cake moment. I see gentlemen have shied away from the cake. Yeah, so let's strategically position ourselves. Some people should go at the back, if especially you know how God gifted you. We need the photographers to show us limits of where we stand. How much should we stand out? Taller people, please go to the back behind the first line. Yeah, you're doing the right thing. You're doing the right thing. Gentlemen that are more advantaged will definitely take the back row. Even ladies. Yeah. Be comfortable. Be comfortable. Photographers, advisors, is this the right limit? For me, I'm going to the back. Madam Lucy, how can we have this picture without you? These comfortable mentors here. How do we unseat you even? Vanang, even Dr. Irene, I know that is Dr. Irene's comfort zone. Madam Mary, I'm calling you out, mentors. All right. Silver, the promotion starts with a picture. Let's get in the pictures. Yeah? Visibility is ability, right? How are you? Very good. Are we all in? Okay, wait. We need to be guided. How does it work? Let's settle. Madam Harriet, we can't see you well. Can we first create another line there where, yes, a bit there. Just reshuffle yourselves, Madam Harriet. Go there. We see you well. Eh? Madam Mary. Very well. If you can see me, you're doing the right thing. Dr. Mary, you see me well? You're doing the right thing. Music people, some nice song, some congratulations thing. Okay, we are counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Hello, hello. We have a cocktail. We have a cocktail to complete the celebration. We have a cocktail. Let me tell you where it is. So it's behind the ministry building, but in the same compound, right? It's behind this main building. Okay, Michael is going to announce.
Hello everyone, our cocktail is behind the building, the behind parking, for those of you who are familiar with the ministry. So I would advise that we slope down and celebrate. Thank you.